Future trying to hang on to positive territory here. Market on a bit of a pullback already as we get set for Wednesday. It's feeling a little bit like the pregame almost to the what's to come after the close tonight. Obviously, Nvidia earnings, the entire market waiting for what could be a major catalyst not only this week but over the next coming weeks here as we get the latest report from the big one coming up again after the close tonight ahead of Jackson Hole going to kick off Thursday. We'll get comments from Fed Chair Powell coming up Friday morning. I saw last night 10 a.m. Mark that down. Fed Chair Powell going to take to the microphone at 10 a.m. on Friday from Jackson Hole. That will definitely be a market moving event. A ton of earnings to get through this morning as well. We get Foot Locker downside huge, Peloton downside huge. We'll talk about both coming out here. VCIG with a headline. We'll touch on that coming up as well. It's going to be an interesting day, though. Wednesday, August 23rd, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. There's the SPY. That's a daily time frame. We can go into a little bit shorter time frame here and see what I was mentioning there. Market on the way back down, but holding on to, look at that, dead flat right now for the SPY. We'll talk about the Qs here coming up, the NASDAQ as well. I have a off screen right now. I have a gappers list up and down. Top gappers downside right now, Foot Locker, Peloton, AMC, and VinFast. All to the tune of 20+% each. So it's going to be one of those days as we get going here on a Wednesday.
Yeah, VinFast, the outlier in that group, but we see discretionary retail names continue to take it on the chin. We saw it with Dick's yesterday. We saw it with Macy's as well, and it continues into this today, Brendan.
Yeah, not good right across the board here, obviously. Peloton with earnings, Foot Locker with earnings, AMC with the split to come. As of the close tonight, we'll get... the effective date is actually the open tomorrow, but it's going to happen after the close tonight. There's VinFast, though, if you remember what happened yesterday. Absolute monster. Goes up to 45, 45.50, brand new highs for this thing. We're back to $30 in the pre-market already here. I mean, one of many on the way back down already, guys.
Yeah, there are many to the downside. You can say that again. It's all. I just noticed this now, but it's the first day in a while that everybody on the desks here is not wearing a golf shirt. So it's not a very nice day outside here in Toronto. The markets are flat, but as you said, I mean, after market, we have Nvidia. It's almost like no one's even, I don't even think I've heard anybody talk about Snowflake earnings, which is, I suppose maybe that's a little bit normal, but there's other things that are going to report tonight, Snowflake being one of them. One thing to point out with this AMC APE overnight reverse split is you're actually in a situation where they're trading finally close to each other. I think within like 10% of each other, AMC and APE are trading. So once they kind of converge, then you're just dealing with the split at that point. So that could be interesting if they do converge. Maybe there can be a bid at some point on that stock. But wow, Peloton down to 29%. It's at that $5 level. Absolutely wild to see it down here. If you like SSR bounces, you can take your pick because this will open up short sell restricted. Foot Locker will open up short sell restricted. Now the thing about Foot Locker, and this is just, I wanted to open up by showing the weekly chart here on Foot Locker because I can't. If anybody can think of a retail name that is underneath its pandemic bottom already, you let me know. The 2020 bottom was almost 10% ago on Foot Locker, which is nuts. I think if it goes back to that bottom, it's like 17.5. I think you almost short it there. Like that is insane that they're all the way down there on something like a Foot Locker. So there's plenty to look at. Buckle up. I know Nvidia is after the bell, but there's going to be fireworks before it. That's for sure.
Yeah, today's going to be a big day here. I mean, even I was just thinking, I was talking with my friends at SneakerCon, and it's like, maybe Foot Locker could be a zero. Like, I mean, the thing is that the resale business is huge right now for, for footwear, for not even just for footwear, for everything and anything right now. I just don't know about the brick and mortar aspect of everything. It's like I showed you guys that we got those Yeezys and stuff. I just got those on Adidas's app. You know, Foot Locker has an app as well. So I just don't know. I don't know about that name. We're going to wait to see if there's any key levels. Peloton right now is even going lower, now down 30%. It's going to be a wild ride, man. We have Nvidia on deck. I mean, that's what everyone's waiting for. We got Jackson Hole coming through. We're going to talk about globalization. So we'll hear from Fed Powell there on Friday. So that's still a ways away, man. It's still a few days away. We're gonna have to watch out for some of these names. What time is it? 8:35. Market trying to bounce again, trying to get back to 15,000. We'll see if that can happen here today. Nvidia sleeping right now. We do have 455 as a level that was bounced off of yesterday a couple times. So we'll be able to look at that. Up today, Nvidia against the market, but that is going to change tonight when those numbers come flying through. We talked about Foot Locker obviously on the after show yesterday, and wow, down to 16 bucks. Obviously, they were a pre-market report, same as Peloton. You did have Toll Brothers coming through last night as well, like you mentioned. I thought everyone was talking about housing, yet no one's talking about this name because it's not really doing anything. 23,000 shares and 0.6 up right now as Toll Brothers going to sleep as well. Even last night when we were talking about their earnings report, I thought it was going to be a decent one. It was just like, so yeah, lots of names to look at here today. It's Wednesday, it's hump day, and lots to get at here. So let's start it no matter what you're talking about. Oh, and there's reasons why, and we talked about that yesterday, why we sort of went on some tangents and why I kept tweeting about VinFast and why we talked about it again on the after show. We talked about it in the afternoon, talked about it in the morning, they talked about it in the midday, and it was just like, stay away. I mean, I felt kind of ridiculous tweeting things like, oh, this stock is more than BMW, it's more than Mercedes, it's more than Ford, GM. It's unbelievable. They've produced 1,000 cars, of all of which may or may not have been recalled. But the thing is like, it's just a market structure thing, and it could pop again today. So we're gonna have to watch out for some key levels if you're trading VinFast. What? Okay, that's a bad print right there. It still is down pretty hard. There it is, 15%. So you're going to have to be very cautious with your trades. And looks like right now, at least, this feels like right now in the pre-market, the spread is like the tightest it's been. So it's only 20 cents. So we'll wait to see how VinFast trades today. Now it's only 5 cents. Looks like maybe it's going to turn itself into a normal stock. I'm still looking short on this name.
A good point, and one to reiterate in the sense that it has nothing to do, obviously, with the fundamentals of the company for VFS. A few things to note here as we get going ahead, not only today, but over the next 2 days. We'll get some PMI data coming up at 9:45, and then at 10 o'clock this morning, we'll bring that to you. Could be worth a note as far as the overall market is concerned. But a lot of people waiting for this as well. As I mentioned, Fed Chair Powell's speech to come Friday morning. From Jackson Hole. I mean, there's a lot of opinions as to what will be said and how this has been used in past years as a jumping off point, as far as the Fed is concerned for what is happening in the overall market and what is happening with their policies. So 10 a.m., remember, or not tomorrow, I keep thinking today's Friday, or today's Thursday. Friday morning, 10 a.m., we'll get comments from Fed Chair Powell. That is how things ended yesterday, basically flat across the board. The NASDAQ composite, exactly flat, everything else a little bit red. So will it be more of let's wait and see ahead of not only Nvidia tonight and the Fed coming up over the next couple of days? I wanted to show this real quick. Percentage of stocks above the 200-day moving average. You can see 53.6 versus that's in the S&P 500 versus the rest of the overall individual sectors. So it's energy with the most right now, 91.3, which brings me to a good point that you mentioned to me in the pre-market this morning, as a lot of these were popping up this morning showing strength.
Yeah, Barclays had a lot to say this morning about energy stocks. Not a lot of the big names on there, but yeah, have a look. I think it was maybe 15 or 20 names. But to build on your point, Brendo, about Jackson Hole, we know what Papa Powell did last year with respect to his comments about interest rates. I think this time around I'm going to be listening for not how high we're going to get about the terminal rate, but how long we stay at these elevated levels.
Yields downside, meanwhile, ever so slightly once again this morning, both the 10-year and the 2-year. I mean, it's very, very small, about 0.065, a percentage point right now for the 10-year, 4.263 right now. But 2 days in a row would be the first time we see a negative print here, guys, 2 days in a row for the 10-year in quite some time.
We got a super chat here. I got to shout this out because I love when I see stuff like this. A cash in here with the super chat. India just did a soft landing on the moon's south pole. That's freaking awesome. Congratulations. You need to have good news out there, and I love to see when you have any kind of technological event. It benefits everybody when you can have technological advances happening across the globe and spread it out so that you have more eyeballs. Wait till we mine an asteroid. It's game over when that happens way in the future. You guys mentioned Jackson Hole. I just want to point out, I think this was already said, and we'll say it again, that if you go back to last year, when we were bouncing off of the lows, like literally the lows of 2022, at least at the time in June, you were getting that bounce and you were breaking back out, you're above the 50 period, you were pulling back in for another dip, and this candle right here, that $15 that's after Jackson Hole and Fed Powell. And from that point on, it reversed that slight bounce and fresh lows were made later in the year. Eventually you got that double bottom, but that's the kind of thing that, I don't know if people are fearful for it or maybe they're guarded for it, but that's what we're looking at. The last time it happened, it was a market mover. The time was obviously different a year ago than it is today, but you are still in the midst of a big, it's a big bounce, and we're in the midst of a bit of a pullback offset bounce, which is very similar, and we're putting in a lower high offset bounce, which is very similar. And a lot of people have been saying the market could go down. Now, I tend to think what happens with Nvidia probably matters a little bit more, but it just throws another thing out there that, hey, this is not that dissimilar from a year ago when we're putting in a lower high and looking to bounce to the upside when Jackson Hole came and flushed us. So I'm not saying we're going to go back into the lows. It's just worthy of pointing out. You have a couple of things that could go wrong that could get you to a pretty decent pullback here. And the first one happening tonight, and then, of course, we get Mr. Powell, and then we can wait and see.
Yeah, everybody's in wait and see right now, I think, for the NASDAQ. I mean, this is just a 30-minute chart. You know, we're right at 15,000. So, you know, that's been a marker there. You go back to the 17th, which was just last week, where we hit 15,000. We made a nice run from 14.9 up to 15, then cranked it down to 14.6. I mean, that's when a lot of those stocks, you had some good bottoms and some names there. The Tesla at 212, Microsoft down there at 320-ish, maybe a little bit lower than that. Apple 176. Anyways, then you've had some nice moves back up again, stopping right in this area where we had a little bit of consolidation between 15.1 and 15.2. And then yesterday we didn't break that high. So I'm bearish today, thinking that if we stay under 15,000, then these levels probably don't hold. I mean, for some reason we held them yesterday. I think if you take down this 14.9, you know, then you get back into this area, and it's not even. It's actually not moving that much. I mean, it looks like it's a little bit dramatic, but I don't, you know, it's pretty tight right here. I still think you want to be trading names that are moving and play off key levels. But this is a pretty key level right here, 14,950. So you basically are going to be stuck in a 50 handle range here. If you break, you want to wait till you break one way or the other. So 15,120 could happen. That's only 100 handles from now. And then you also have this bottom, 14,920. So, which is 80 handles downside. So I think the NASDAQ is okay right now, kind of just cruising around, you know, up and down. This is the NASDAQ right there. And the ES kind of the same thing today, just up 0.17. We talked a little bit about energy, the banks and things like that. Tech names are fine today, right? So far, I mean, there's not much happening. So Apple right now was flat, I think, when I was looking at it, maybe slightly up. Yeah, 0.3 up, so that's not doing much. Microsoft, look at, I don't know what's going on with these wicks these days, man. I mean, that one's from, what, 426 yesterday?
Boom.
Anyways, Microsoft up a little bit.
I sold some Microsoft yesterday at the close.
Yeah, you did? Okay, that was at that big wick down. Hopefully you got a good price. And then right now, Google as well, which was strong yesterday, leading the pack a little bit here today. So I don't really see too many thorns, sort of, other than, and what's on the sticky note here today too, is Tesla, with apparently some documents leaked about now questioning some of the production numbers that are going to come out on their weekly target. So this is down 2%, but right now, again, I don't know if people think it's a nothing burger, which it may just be. It's kind of barcoding here this pre-market as well. So I don't know, everything looks fine to me here. Oppenheimer, not the movie, reiterates outperform on Netflix. I just saw that hit. That was a strong name yesterday, Netflix, as people realize that they have a little more content than maybe they thought as far as the writer's strike and actors and things like that. And they're able to sort of keep their head above water here during all of this turbulent times, obviously, in Hollywood and whatnot right now. I know Bollywood, we talked about India landing on the moon. Hollywood's not the only jam, man. I mean, there's so many production studios all over the world. So Netflix continues to actually stay up pretty high. You're trying to rate now just past your 50-period moving average. So, of course, I mean, cue the jokes. Looks like the 50-period moving average is right at 420. So,
Of course it is. Go long.
whether or not you're Netflix and chilling or not, you are getting ready to pass that 420 marker right there. I still find, like, no matter what, I'm always going back to Netflix. Like, even when we were in Rome and we were chilling out, I was watching Trader TV Live, and then what we would watch in the evening with a glass of wine as the kids were going down, we just loaded up Netflix and watched old episodes of The Office or Seinfeld. We did The Office. Seinfeld's on there. There's lots of cool things, man. And the kids now are watching, you know what your daughter would like, honestly? It's maybe she's a little bit too young for it right now, but Young Sheldon.
Oh, that's
It's
the
Big Bang Theory, but the guy.
Yeah.
Sheldon.
Yeah, she probably
and
would.
he's,
Yeah.
And he starts, that show he starts, I think, at like 7 years old.
Yeah, she'd probably like that.
And it's all science, math, and stuff like that. So.
That's a good look. But I still think you guys should watch
it's a
that,
family show.
that Keegan-Michael Key.
Oh, yeah,
on
what was
Netflix.
that one?
It's Friends from College.
Friends from
It's
College,
got Fred
right.
Savage in it. It's
Yeah,
got,
yeah, I like Fred
It's got the
Savage.
girl from How I Met Your Mother. What the heck is her name again? I
redhead
always
one,
forget
I
her
think.
name.
The thing about Fred Savage
Colby
is
Smothers? Colby something? Whatever.
Fred Savage had obviously Wonder Years. I mean, obviously a classic. But then there was that amazing video game movie that he had where they were playing Super Mario.
Is it the
Wizard?
The Wizard. Where they go across the country
Yes.
and he plays Super Mario 3 at the end?
Yeah. It's so gangster.
Whatever
but
happened
it's
to
so
that
good.
kid?
It's so good.
You guys find that movie. Is it The Wizard?
It's called The Wizard. I'm sure of it.
Wizard.
I've watched it. The
I
thing
love
is,
that
I remember it being so good, and then I think I watched it back with my kids, and they're like, "Dad, this movie is like so lame."
Yeah, this is it, man.
But yeah, there it is right there on Neil's screen. Yeah, well, I don't know.
I'll
There's nothing
just pull
really
up
to
the
show,
IMDb. There's
but
nothing to really show. I'm pulling it up for
1989.
myself.
There it is. See how
That's
gangster
it,
that is?
baby.
Look at the Super Mario in the top right there.
Oh, I love
yeah,
it.
man, this is a great. Look how young Fred Savage is.
Oh,
there,
there's an
man.
ad for Ahsoka.
Yeah, here it is. Oh, here we go. Yeah, don't put the ad up there.
Yo, straight up, if anybody, like, I might not get to Ahsoka right away because I don't always have time in the evenings, but if anybody spoils
That's right, Jeff.
anything about Ahsoka, we're gonna have problems. That is worse
I don't know
than
what the hell that is.
It's the only thing worth watching on Disney right now.
Oh, okay.
That's all you need to know. It's
Is it a Star Wars thing or?
to me, this is probably the one or two best characters in the Star Wars universe.
Oh, okay.
If you follow along, like Ahsoka is kick-ass, and
So it's kind of like a Mandalorian. It's like a series.
I think it's going to be better than Mandalorian.
It's not
That's
out
my
yet?
take. Rosario, it starts today.
Oh, it's Rosario
Dawson was perfect casting, so I'm
we'll have
psyched
to-
for it.
maybe we'll
But
have
I'm
to
a little
watch
bit of a nerd. Disney
little
probably still sucks, even though this is going to be great. But I'll watch it. So.
Yeah, the power. Shout out to everybody in the chat. The power glove that was very key in that movie. So you got to get that glove going
have
on
that?
there.
I never had
I never had the glove.
Yeah.
I think you all got the gun because the gun came with the original
the
one
set,
because
yeah.
you had the duck hunt.
I wanted the
Anyways,
glove, but my parents
Who knows
were like,
about Nintendo?
like,
out
it's
there?
too
I mean,
expensive.
how old are we?
It was probably like $50, but back then that was a lot of money.
Yeah. Can you join Day Trade the World Campus from South Africa? You can try campus.daytradetheworld.com. Send in your application, and someone asking you in the chat, "What's up, Mabu?" And just tell them where you're located, and we'll get it locked and loaded. It only says not available to U.S. residents.
That is true.
So,
And shout out to South Africa. Go Wade Van Niekerk. I hope he wins the gold.
and go rugby.
All right, a few things. Just reading here. Grab holdings just popping up in front of me on some volume at 365 here, session highs anyways. They were out with better than expected earnings this morning as well. So a little one, but worth a note, doing some volume. Sean mentioned Tesla there, back to the downside to the tune of about 2%. There was a story about the Germany plant reducing their output. I mean, we've seen this before from China. They kind of ebb and flow as far as how many cars they're producing. So here we go with a similar headline. I mean, it's not that much. I think it's 5,000 or 4,500 down from 5,000, but seems to be the cause of this move early on this morning here for Tesla.
Yeah, a couple of things here. So number one, they have the direct-to-consumer model. So their information, their data, they're able to be much more reactive than legacy automakers that have to wait for the dealerships to report about sales. So they're able to basically make those adjustments in real time. That's number one. Number two, there seems to be a data leak issue in this company. This is the second time in so many days that we've seen private information within the company being released. But the third thing is here, Brendo, they're actually looking at expanding this gigafactory in Berlin, Brandenburg, they actually want this bad boy to produce 1 million cars a year. We'll see if that goes through.
Yeah, it was 4,000 there, as you saw, not 4,500 as I mentioned. 0.3 here for, I wanted to mention Apple as well. Showed some relative strength throughout the day yesterday, right into the close, in fact. We end the day basically around session highs. It wasn't a huge day for Apple, but here we are gapping to the upside again today, guys. I mean, about the same as the NASDAQ right now, but if it's going to be a positive day for the overall market, these stocks need to show some strength again.
Well, I mean, Apple, I have a pretty decent feeling Apple's not going to do anything too crazy. Like, Apple held up pretty decently yesterday, but it wasn't all that crazy. I think eyes were looking elsewhere. Tesla's a bit of a different story because, I mean, if you look at the last few sessions on Tesla, throw out like that nothing day that we had. I don't want to call Friday a nothing day, but Tesla was just oddly sideways that day. But if you look at the open previous to that, so you have breakout at the open, essentially goes right to 10 o'clock or 10 to 10:30. You get a move to the upside, and then it reverses. But the first move was true. And then on Thursday, you get a first move down. That ends up bouncing, holding the opening range top, and then trending to the downside. Again, the first move is true. Then everyone knows what happened on Monday. First move was true again. It breaks out the top of the pre-market, then holds on a dip above that breakout price. The exact reverse yesterday. So you see what I'm getting at. If you don't have an inside day, I mean, the pattern has been, if it breaks out the consolidation on Tesla, if you don't like breakout trades at 9:30 because it's very whippy, and if you get caught wrong, like it can be nasty. You can lose $3 right away. But if we just break that, let me go to the 3-minute in either direction, then just look for that to hold out of that opening range. And if it breaks the bottom and then holds that area as resistance, then you short it off of that. And if it breaks the top and holds that area, call it like right now, it's looking like more like a 229 than a 28. It was 28 when I sat down. Then it holds that as a bit of a bid on any dip at 10, 10:30, then just join that trend that way. That's what the pattern's been telling you on Tesla. But Apple was, I mean, if there's something to be looking for a dip buy on, we got these wicks in here, but everyone knows, like, I mean, Apple held up pretty well yesterday. 177 has been a decent sort of line, not line in the sand, but a consolidation area for the stock. Like every time it gets to 177, it seems like it's just we ran away from it or we barcode off of it. So I could see that same thing happening, and then you can be scalping Apple off that 177 level over and over again. It just seems like there's some gravity towards it. If we bounce off that level, that's where I would like the long. If it's underneath 176, I think that's a little bit of a different story. But Apple has held up pretty well because people are fearful about what can happen with the frothier names right now. And at some point, Apple's going to always, I mean, if the market dips down 10%, Apple's going to pull back. But for now, it is kind of that safe little place where if the futures are bouncing off lows, you can play a little bit of an Apple long. As long as things aren't completely breaking down, it was a good place to be looking for long trades in the afternoon and lunchtime if you were just scalping. And I think we could see exactly the same thing today because I'm not sure things are going to go crazy between 11:30 and 2. I think it's going to be sideways during that time based on waiting around for Nvidia. And if that happens, I think you want to be scalping Apple.
I wrote down, yeah, I mean, I really think we should be scalping everything today maybe and not holding for too much dramatic moves, but we'll see what this market has in store for us. Yesterday we did, what's that at the bottom? Oh, Verb scalp. Wow, look at this. Got some AI working out there? What's going on with that? Verb.
Did you guys
scalp? To scalp. Okay, now I'm all discombobulated. This is hype. Look at that, man. The education don't stop.
That was freaking
Can't
amazing.
Stop, won't stop. There.
We didn't hit a button. I think.
Put that verb up. Can't stop, won't stop.
Good job.
All right. All right. 326 right here. I mean, this goes back days and days and days. So you're going back like 2-3 weeks here that we haven't really busted above this on Microsoft. So this goes back. I mean, I can even maybe zoom back even more here. We're back to the 7th, 8th, 9th. You don't really get above into 330 until you go back to like the 8th right here. So I feel like Microsoft, that's 328 has really been the top, 326, 327. So yeah, I mean, I'm here to short this. We had a beautiful short yesterday on Microsoft. It really saved my day and brought it back a little bit there. We talked about that yesterday, and it was just just shorting this 325 right there against sort of, we were shorting it against 325.20, but you know, we do recognize there's been highs up here near that 326.50 or so. But yeah, coming back into this level for Microsoft, I think it's a no-brainer short. It looks a little bit better, obviously, on right into here on the 20-minute chart. So, you know, we'll just have a quick look. Oh, sorry, I said Microsoft stopped at 320. There's the bottom there, 310, 312, I think it is. But anyways, you know, as you're looking, you're gonna just have to look back and say, hey, is there enough juice to get Microsoft through this level? Is there enough good news? And just right now, I don't think there is. So we'll have to wait to see what happens here at 327.60 or so. But I'm looking to short Microsoft at any pop. So to answer your question, Brendan, yeah, the market right now is a little sleepy, but I feel like there are some key levels. Let's just see which way the direction is in the first 20, 30 minutes.
Let's talk some upgrades and downgrades for you so far this morning. Interesting names on here. Once again, we have obviously more retail earnings or retail-focused earnings out today. This one from yesterday, we spoke in depth on Dick's back downside once again on the Bank of America note. Baidu downside as well so far today. DG, interesting. I don't think they've actually reported. Thank you, Randy. I don't think they've actually reported yet, but I'll double check on that. Dollar General slightly higher so far today. This Super Micro with earnings as well. This was that FULC from yesterday, made a big move, so some analyst moves on that one today as well.
Was your first one?
Oh, can we put that back up? This happens every time.
Yeah, it's too fast.
Randy and Rob just brought us a coffee. Sean and I were talking about
fault.
the fact that he's drinking tea. So, and then you guys put it up there and it's gone.
Yeah.
Dick's Sporting Goods is
this is the kind of like service that we get around here.
That's not a good sign. Sean's throat's already
Cheers.
not feeling well.
No,
so
it's okay. It feels a little scratch. That's all.
No, but I was telling Sharif, I had my first red recovery in my Whoop in a month and a half, and it's the first time I've had a red recovery where I didn't do anything different. My routine was normal. I didn't drink or anything. I went to bed at a normal time. Everything about it was normal. And the last time I had a red recovery in those situations, let's just say it started with. Anyways, I'm
is that bad?
fine.
Red recovery?
Yeah, it's generally like a lot of your metrics are low.
Right,
it can be
got
bad sleep, but
Yes, I do have COVID, Zanky.
you don't have the
100%.
You better not have COVID.
I do. I have all the strains, like every single one that
It's
ever existed. I have that one.
E7500.
Oh, and I have monkeypox as well. It really sucks to have monkeypox.
Yeah, that ain't
Is that
good.
still a thing?
Oh, I don't
What
know.
was that one stock that Fahad used to always
They're
trade?
never not a thing anymore. It's just we beat them and then eventually.
Fahad used to trade.
No, it was
What was that? Veru.
Veru's a monkeypox stock. Veru. He was the CEO of Veru. Hopefully, he's not the CEO of Dick's Sporting Goods. That's what I was going to
Does
get
Marissa
to.
know what? Yeah, she knows. She knows I have monkeypox.
Of course, she knows. No,
Yeah.
you're not sick. Don't even start with it. Drinking the tea.
You're the one that
throat.
started. I just
Now
said I
you're
had a
making
sore.
me
I just said I
nervous.
had feeling waves in my throat
Yeah,
here.
but you only drink tea when you're sick. Everybody,
that's true.
It's true. Sean he drinks
What the
coffee.
hell?
Sean
There's
drinks tea when
Chimps
he's
in the
not
chat.
sick.
That's funny. What's up, Chimps? That's awesome. He says, "Don't blame him because I have monkeypox."
What is going on here?
What is monkeypox, anyways?
I don't know. How the hell would I know what monkeypox? I have no clue. I don't think anybody ever knew about it. The only thing we knew was Veru was going to save the world.
And they did, I guess,
from
because
monkeypox.
now we don't have to worry about it. So
Veru's
shout out to Veru.
It's like 25. Probably 25 cents that stock. What the? Oh yeah, Dick's Sporting Goods. Very very bad. You're going to give a downgrade like now? Okay, that's good. I mean, I suppose. Like, what? You're not going to upgrade the stock the day after this happens. So, congratulations to whoever it was that gave that downgrade. I suppose you're going to see a swath of those in the next few days. That's not the word of the day. That's like a normal word.
Swath?
So if it at some point it's going to probably calm down. I said maybe have this one shake out for a few days. If it makes a convincing bottom, then you go for a long. I mean, 106 is still in play. God forbid 100, I suppose. But yeah, you're still actually underneath yesterday's close or yesterday's bottom. So we have not made a convincing low. You close at 111. You have a bottom here just at about 110. You're trading at 109. So I would say step one has not been achieved for a bounce on Dick's. 106 is going to have to be the next level to watch if this one is going to right the ship here. Yeah, it's still just nasty. Obviously, some of the reason it's down 2% is a little bit of sympathy to the other retailers that are getting their butt kicked today. But I won't be looking for any kind of a rubber band bounce play until this shows some kind of bottom. Had it held yesterday's low, if we were trading at 111, 112, I might have taken a shot at this today. But you're not even holding those levels.
I was just trying to see something here because I just saw someone in the chat here. Oh, we don't even have shortable shares for it. But yeah, this yellow here. Wow, I didn't notice this. I mean, normally we'll be scanning for names that are doing increased volume into the end of the day, but hello, yellow. You want to talk about some names that go down to the pink sheets to die? Not this one. This is pretty high up for yellow, I feel like. Didn't this only get to like 350 or something?
First day,
yeah, and then now, you know, you're down to 80 cents here on the pink sheets. Do we have Jeff Mendel today? No, he would have came here by now. 80 cents. All the way up to $2 there yesterday. So just a shout out to those of you that are trading yellow or might have had this in your account from before, because this.
I'm incorrect. Let me.
No, I have the chart.
Oh, you have it? Yeah,
Yeah, it's
it was
$4.
higher.
So here it is right
higher.
here. So e-signal. So our platform, like others there, they don't transfer over the symbol. So right here, this is how high we got up to $4 on Yellow Corporation. Obviously, they flipped over into the pink sheets, and as you can see right now, right back into like where we were in April and May before. Not bad at all. So you went from 50 cents up to $4, back down to 80 cents on the pinks, and now you're back up to $2. So just take a look at this, and I want to thank whoever that was in the chat, man. I don't know who it was, but yeah, hold on a second. I'm not trying to wait a second. I'm not trying to block that Surge Trader thing. Yeah, anyways, wherever it is, it's in here somewhere. I don't know, but someone brought it to our attention, and I think that this is what we have to do when we see things like this, because we know that there's probably some traders trapped on yellow, and maybe you didn't notice it, and you're like, I'm just going to hold this until it gets a pop. Well, this is a pretty good pop, man, $1 to $2 in 2 days, so just watch out for yellow here coming through. Thanks, Rob, at some point here today. So thanks for the shout out there on the Let's Go props up for you guys, because that's a good look there. So
Netflix
yellow.
just went ham.
Netflix just went ham.
It's up $5 right now.
Oh, higher.
Higher
Isn't that so
sign-ups?
funny? We were just
That's freaking hilarious.
as
There's an AI bot listening to us right now. First, they're putting in like when we say like if I say scalp trading, it throws a thing in the bottom, and then we talk about Netflix, and it goes $5 to the upside. So it looks like, and there it goes again. You guys are awesome. You guys are on point today. It's an A+ day for Fabian and Ramin already. $5 up with higher signups on Netflix. I mean, they win. It's just that simple, man. I don't even know what else to say. Whether it gets to, it's already broken. I mean, it's at 420 right now. So
Yeah.
if it breaks at 420, 430 was a level previously. Just go back a couple of weeks. 430 was, I guess, the next resistance level up. Man, if this can hold the 418, like in and around this area, anywhere 418 to 420, if it can hold that off the open, and then and the futures can hold on to 15,000, I think Netflix has a really good chance here. I don't like chasing it in the pre-market because its spread is literally $1 right now. $1.20 is the spread on Netflix. I don't think you can really trade it up here, but if it can hold on to the 18, yeah, this could be a bit of a rocket ship today. I mean, the market's looking for something to be good, and why not Netflix?
I agree.
Quote that. Netflix, yeah, so 2.6 million people in the US signed up for Netflix last month. So that's coming from Bloomberg right now. So still some details coming out on that, but a heads up for Netflix. We'll continue to watch that. We're past 9 o'clock here. What are we doing? Let's get into the future. Sharif's going to have a look.
Yeah, let's go here. 4,400 is the level to look at. We closed just a smidge below that last night, 43, 99.5. If we're looking for a long, let's see if we can hold 4,400. Possible resistance at 44.25 and 44.37.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know. I'm still seeing volume going off here on Netflix. As far as what is happening elsewhere, make sure you grab that every single morning. You can scan the QR code. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live. You get that right to your inbox every single day for free. We're happy to do it. Yeah, still, guys, pushing through 420. 420 again for Netflix, 1.6%. But let's talk about Nvidia here. As I mentioned when we came on, almost feels like a bit of a pregame here ahead of the main event, which is going to come after the close tonight. So much anticipation for Nvidia earnings. The chart, however, not a lot to look at today.
Yeah, no, and yesterday was a bit of a tough day as well. Ended up, gapping up aggressively, and then we saw on the midday what it did. Now, here's the thing. My question is, are the orders front-loaded? Has it gone as good as it gets for Nvidia, or is there more demand? We know the Chinese were buying, the Saudis were buying. Are there more parties out there buying? We will find out shortly. 420 tonight, right?
I believe so, yeah. I've seen that a couple of times. So we'll stick around and hang out with Sean. After 4 o'clock, he'll bring that to you live on the recap show. Make sure you hang out for that again. Around 4:20, guys, we'll get Nvidia tonight.
You're really milking that today. I love it, Brendan. We need a 420 counter on Brendan. That's at least 4 already. We'll probably get a few. But if you say that aftermarket with regards to Nvidia in terms of price, then it would essentially be. I mean, that's almost the expected move, isn't it? Like if it gives you the 9 or 10% to the downside from here, let's just say, then that takes you at least till 4, actually a little bit through 420. So we're not done with that. We're not going to get there in the open market. Let's forget about that for a second. But just look at the last 2 days in Nvidia. You talk about like this is $20 in terms of movement, like actual like, engageable movement after the open. Like you miss some of this, but you still get $20 underneath 75 when it consolidates to the bottom. And then the day before, there's 450 up to 470. So in the last 2 days, there's been $25 moves with 20 of it literally capturable. I probably should have reversed to 480. I liked the 480 price yesterday. We're not seeing that. If we see that today, it's a fade. But the 450 level is going to stand out a bit. It was the dip support on Monday, and then it was resistance last week. So I think 450 is going to be a nice little linchpin level. If it holds on to that, maybe there's a bit of a bounce play there. If it flushes through, I don't think you want to fight it. Wherever the last 2 days, if you just want to go with wherever it decides it wants to start going. And if it gets through 450, if I'm fighting long from there, I'm making a huge mistake. I think you want to look. Maybe if it got out of hand, the 435 where it closed on Thursday or Friday would make a lot of sense down there. I mean, that's $20 down. So if it goes that far, like yesterday, last 2 days, it stopped at $20 moves. I think that's a much more reasonable level if things get out of hand to the downside. But yeah, wherever it starts going, I think I just want to join trend. I got away from an idea that I liked yesterday because it was relatively strong at one point, and that was Marvell. They also report, but they don't report till the tomorrow aftermarket. It's back underneath 60. It just wicked this is kind of bearish here. It just wicked the 50-period moving average on some strength yesterday, relatively speaking. So it's a rejection of the 50 period and back underneath it. I feel like if it does the same thing, wicking above that 60 level, getting into 61 or so, and turns, I would just need to be more patient. Like wait for the actual spike. I was trying to short it in the consolidation instead of waiting for it to set up and then give the short. So I was much too early on this trade. And sometimes it's not, like being early in execution is a bad execution, but it wasn't wrong in theory. So I'm looking for the same kind of thing. If I see Nvidia start to go and it starts curling, well, I know this is something you can maybe grab a little bit later. I was just far too early on Marvell yesterday. It should have been a good short for me. It was not because I was not patient enough.
Yeah, yesterday we talked about this on the 4 o'clock stream as well, not being patient enough with Nvidia yesterday and trying to break through that 480, which never wound up happening there yesterday. I'm actually going to change it up a little bit here today and just trade something that, you know, isn't going to move around based on like people's positioning in options or anything like that. Like, why not just go back to AMD, which we've traded so many times and so well, and it's just, we can get away from our trades a little bit easier than we can on Nvidia. I can properly share size, I feel like, on AMD because I'm much more aware of the dramatic moves that could happen. Like when we punched that 480 yesterday and Nvidia fell $5 almost immediately, like that was just bad news because even if you have 200 shares, it's $1,000. Like it's so quick. On AMD, you can take a little bit more risk, I feel like, and wait for your levels to come through. So on that note, I'm looking at this 107.50, maybe 108 here for AMD. I'm bearish today. I'm not really sure. I felt like the market was a little bit heavy to start with, but right now it's pretty much holding up. It's 910, and I don't know. I was sort of put off by Nvidia's move yesterday, and then what we had sort of that action at the close with Microsoft coming all the way back down to the downside. But here it is right here on AMD. Here's 107. So I feel like we stay under here or around here. Maybe we get up to 108. Let's let this one simmer a little bit. I don't see AMD moving big without knowing what's coming with Nvidia. So I feel like these are good short levels into here. 108, I mean, if we really get carried away and for some reason this really rips on a leaked number or some kind of good news, then maybe you could get up to this 109, but I don't think so. You know, dramatic move down yesterday off 110, and it didn't stop at all. So I'm thinking shorting in this area between 107 and 108 for AMD. So that's what I'm looking at as far as the trade. And just like we didn't want to get involved in it, we don't want to get too much involved on stocks when the day they report, unless you can see a big level. The only thing from yesterday on Nvidia is this 455. That held like a champ. Yesterday was pretty brutal. We lost too much money in this action there. We talked about that. So let's just come back in here. 455 and change right now for Nvidia as well. I also put up some tweets there if you want to go check those out about just reflecting about trading and things like that. So 455 coming into play here on Nvidia. I think that's going to be where you want to get to the long. Short, I don't know. If there is going to be a short in this name, and if there was, I think Neil talked about some of the levels, 465, 470, things like that to come into play. But I think for today, just because we know where our bread is buttered and it was not there yesterday, we're going to probably just stick with AMD and wait to see if we get pops into that 108. So AMD's on my mind, Tesla's on my mind today, and Microsoft.
All right, let's go to Foot Locker. Absolutely crushed, as I mentioned on the board there. 32% downside right now. 9.4% comparable store sales decline driven by ongoing consumer softness. That is really all you need to know. That first sentence sums it up. Forecast had more of that type of talk in it. So this is not good for not only Foot Locker, but some of the other apparel names, some of the other retail names, as we saw yesterday, back downside again today.
Yeah, more of it to continue, Breno. Let's talk about how they did. They met on the bottom line, but they missed on the top line. They also swung a $5 million loss on the quarter. Compare that to last year when they had a $94 million profit. They're talking about, you know, shrinkage like some of these retailers that we heard yesterday. And they're trying to lessen their reliance on Nike, apparently. And Nike is trying to focus on their direct-to-consumer business. That doesn't bode well for Foot Locker.
No, speaking of, Nike taking a bit of a hit on this as well, to the tune of about 4% here today. So all of these, as I mentioned, not going to be good for retail today.
How is like first I say things like the scalp trade, and then the thing shows up at the bottom. Then you pull up the Foot Locker story. I'm ready to go to mention Nike, and before it even comes to me, you already pull up the Nike chart. So it's a bit weird. I should just take the day off because you guys will just read my mind, and then there's no need for me to be here today. Look, Nike broke that 100 level. I just feel as if like Foot Locker's already down so far. Maybe it's almost like an SSR play. I'll get to that in a second. But Nike, if it can't get back above that 100 level, I could see a fade in there. And it's starting to get to alert to the pandemic bottoms. It's just, if Nike, I understand China, all that stuff, and retail's taking it on the chin, but they have direct sales. They're a good brand, obviously. I mean, outside of Lulu, like who else? I mean, Under Armour's pretty good. But this gets down into the 80s. I don't know how that's not an enticing buy, but that's another bridge that we'll cross when we get there. If it does try to pop, I think 100 is going to be a very big psychological level if it tries to go. Foot Locker is obviously short sell restricted. Now, I tend to think that if there's going to be an SSR bounce, Peloton seems a little bit more juicy. It's got 10% short float for sure. But you're beneath the pandemic low. The pandemic bottom on Foot Locker is 17.5. I'm not even going to bother zooming the chart that far back. But if you try to get back up to that 17.5 level, that pandemic low from 2020, I think that's where the fade is. Like this stock could easily pop 10%. You know, like a relief rally at the open. I think that 17.5 is where I would look for it. They paused their dividend, so I think they're gonna give it in the next one in October, I think it is, and then they paused it, which makes sense. Frankly, they have to do that. But I'm gonna go for the short the pop as opposed to the buy the dip on the SSR play for Foot Locker. It's tough to want a long in the retail. I understand that it's down 33%, and sometimes when you're that far down, you just only want to look for the long. but if it gets back to that pandemic bottom, which is now higher from here, I think I want to short it there.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at Foot Locker basically just barcoding from $26, $27 all the way breaking here now 25. Like, that's just going to be nasty. I wrote down here on the sticky note today that we would talk about Foot Locker, miss on revenue, more competition's coming through. And I talked about it with talking to my friends at SneakerCon this morning. It's like, is it a zero? The thing is like the resale market's huge right now. So what that means is that there's a lot of stores that are buying up product and then just not reselling the shoes as in used shoes, but just putting shoes on the market and then almost trading them like it's a stock, right? And I just think that with many of these stores opening up, they're picking up the good, the good shoes when they're released and then sort of selling them in their stores, maybe for a premium, maybe for not. Obviously, it has to be some kind of premium to make some money. But I just wonder about the brick and mortar side of everything. Like, there used to be a Foot Locker in every mall. If there still is, I'd be surprised. It's kind of like, I don't think this is going the way of Blockbuster or anything, but it's just like, it's so easy to shop now on the app, and I just wonder, margins should be increased on the app for sure, but then they're going to have to restructure and start to close all their brick and mortar stores, which is going to take a hit for them. And it's just right now, like Neil said, pandemic bottoms for this name. Retail, we thought the consumer was strong, but the retail's been getting hit pretty much this whole time. We had Target, we had Walmart, we had Home Depot, we have Costco making lows there. Neil just brought up Nike hitting some down slopes there. And there's 12.8% short float on Foot Locker. So that's something that you have to remember as well. I am playing a bump at some point here on Foot Locker. Maybe we get to $17, and that was something that I was thinking about fading. So I could see some sort of a relief rally here. If the shorts are going to want to cover, I don't think anybody thought Foot Locker was going to be down 35% or whatever today. So I could see some short covering here off the open. Just people, taking a victory lap, right? If you shorted this name into earnings, you're short now like 24, 25, 26. You wake up, it's at 15. I mean, that's a short cover, right? And so I feel like this could bump up $16.50, $17, something like that, and then we'll sit there and take the short at that. So, wait for a short covering on this. I think you can get a little bit of a bump early, but I just don't know about the future of Foot Locker. More work to be done on this one. How much money do they have? Are they going to have to restructure? Things like that. So it seems like it's a bad day here for Foot Locker. They bet you they wish they didn't get out of bed.
When Sharif came in this morning, he sat down. The first thing he pulled up was Peloton, or one of the first things we looked at was Peloton, and he instantly started laughing as it went from $7 straight to $5. And the question was, did Peloton report first, and then how'd they do? And I mean, the price action told the story here. Not good. Yeah, crashes essentially after Q4 performance. CEO points to travel resurgence and product recalls and problems that continue for Peloton, to say the least.
Yeah, new CEO there, Barry McCarthy, really trying to get his house in order. Let's talk about how they did. They missed on the bottom line, but they beat on the top line. Here's the silver lining, and this is what I was saying to Sean. They swung a net loss of $241 million, but compare that year over year on the quarter to a $1.26 billion loss. Definitely less than half. They're also trying to expand their base. They've got this new Peloton for Business where they essentially allow hospitals, schools, businesses to use an unlimited amount of users for their bikes, trying to expand into that market, Brendo.
I think the travel angle from a hotel standpoint is actually a very positive one. I've used it multiple times while at hotels. So if there's anything that they can do around that, to extend the services available to people staying at hotels, I think that's a great idea. Outside of that, not good, guys, here for Peloton.
Did you put in the chat?
Yeah, it's so 29% to the downside. It's very similar to Foot Locker, like just barely double digits short float and down almost 30%. So you're getting a very similar look. I just feel as if for Peloton, so it just had resistance in the 200 period exactly at $10. Right? And then like a month, I don't know why I'm missing a month of data, it doesn't really matter, but now you're bouncing, or at least attempting to bounce off the $5 level. So sometimes it's like keep it simple, stupid. It's put in a couple of higher lows since the absolute bottom on earnings, which was at 470-ish, 473, and then a higher low at 485. If it does that again off of the open, If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go, and you've got that psychological $5 level. Now, I tend to think I've never understood the notion of this being a really good business model for the long term. However, they've got a brand, and there's probably somebody out there that, as this gets down finally to this $5 level, that probably thinks that pieces of this, or if not the whole thing, is just a viable thing to be picked up on the cheap, or you just wait for it to get worse. But that $5 to me kind of sets up one of those easy SSR type plays, because if you wick underneath here, don't break the higher low at 485, you can probably find yourself with, I don't know whether it's just a 501 to a 485 stop or a 510 to a 5 stop, like something along those lines right at the open for a quick little bounce play. And if it goes to 550, you're happy with it. So that's what I'd be looking for at the open here on Peloton, just because it makes things easier on that 5. You know there's always going to be liquidity around the even number. So that's what I'm looking for on Peloton. Were it to get back up anywhere sniffing $7, I think that would be a short. But down here at 5, I'd probably try that long if it can hold the open.
All right. That's interesting that Brendan mentioned that, because yesterday on the after show, I was talking about some levers for Peloton that I thought were good for them. And I did mention, so it's good to hear that Brendan mentioned that about some hotels. I believe they're in Hilton Worldwides right now. So that is that if you can go into there, you'll see the high quality of the bike. I mean, I think that there's no doubt about the quality of the bike, but again, it's just a matter of being able to execute properly. And I thought maybe them heading over to Amazon was a good sign as well. But you could see cutting guidance, worse EPS, 68 cents versus 42, or something that I wrote down there. Yeah, we'll wait to see if they can get a pop on an SSR bounce, but it's only 10% short. That's still Foot Locker chart. It's still 10% short, but I was thinking maybe up into 650 somewhere up here for a bounce, but it is bouncing off 480. At some point, it's going to be a buy, I think. Whatever their market cap is right now, I've always said this about Peloton. Let's just see this out for a second here. That I thought that they would be an acquisition target. Watching the Peloton instructors and things like that, and sort of the push and pull that they have, and their subscribers are actually fine. They didn't lose on that. It's just right now their total market cap is $2 billion, and that's a lot less today. So I think it's probably $1.5 billion or so after today. So this is a drop in the bucket for a company like a Nike, like a Lulu, like an Apple that wants to integrate possibly into their app and grow that community, right? And so I could see that being done at some point here with Peloton. But again, what you're doing is you're buying the subscribers. You're not really buying the hardware. I think it's still relatively expensive, someone said $42.99 or something a month, which is going to be cheaper than a gym membership, but not much. So, it does give you that convenience. I don't mind the stock down here where we are. I mean, on the daily, I would say this is probably all-time lows, right?
Oh, yeah.
For Peloton. I mean, here we go. I just like to use e-signal a little bit better. It does show, so there's its low right there. 662 was its all-time low. That was made, I guess, a month or so ago. So we'll wait to see if actually that's weak, so I guess it was made back in May. 662, so that could be a level where you try to bump off. But wow, can you believe this was a $170 name? Like, absolutely insane right now to be at $5. Like, there's a lot of examples like that, but wow, Peloton, as he goes, man. I mean, this is a victim of COVID, right? I mean, everybody knew that it was really highly priced, but now can it get going? Is this next? I'm not going to say it's the next Carvana. I don't think this is going back up to $40 or $50, but with 10% short interest, we could see if social media can maybe get behind this. They do have new management. I said there's the Amazon angle. Let's just see where Peloton goes, but yeah, pretty ouch for now, as it says there on the board. So AMC, another ouch coming through next.
All right, let's talk AMC coming up tomorrow morning. I mean, it's effective as of the close tonight, but we won't get straight it until tomorrow morning. This 1-for-10 reverse split set to come. Here we are below right now, and actually holding below $2. It was trying to stay above it early on in the pre-market, but another day. More downside here for AMC. Yeah,
42% south in the last 2 days, wiping out essentially all the gains that it made during the meme stock craze in 2021, and its lowest point, I believe, since January 2021. We also know that Antera Capital cut its stake from 9.9% down to 6.5% in the company. We calculated that yesterday. I believe it was around 16 million shares or so. So let's see what happens today.
Yeah, a ton. 10 for 1, obviously, not 1 for 10, as I mentioned, guys, for AMC.
Yeah, the last couple of days, like the way to
didn't pay
play
for
AMC
shorts.
has just been, if you're sitting in the short in the pre-market, that's one way, and it flushes down each time. And then the next is the first bounce of consolidation you can get.
Oh,
that was
shit.
here. It was hard. It was kind of a halt to the downside right at the open that allowed the entry into 280. So you get that first leg down, and then you just hold on to that. And then it's giving you multiple 10% moves, like 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%. I don't know if that's gonna. I think it goes lower from a notional standpoint, especially after the split. But I'm not sure that there isn't a potential bounce play here. And here's what I'm getting at. It's at 195 right now. And APE, when you do this conversion, like now APE is at 179, 178 to 195 here. I just feel as if they end up converging. That could be a little bit of a bounce point once they get to that 1-to-1. I'll be looking for that, and if it happens, I might take a cheeky little long on AMC. Until then, it's a short the pop situation. If it tries to go, I'm not really thinking about a long unless they converge. And if it's breaking out, you need to wait for the next level. Like if it breaks the top, I think you're waiting for it to get to something like a 250 and calm down there, or to get to a 3, like trade it at the key levels if it starts breaking out, because it's usually just working right away, the short. And then the other short would just be if it never gets through the pre-market high, then you're essentially sitting in the short in the range, or it breaking to the downside. But just keep an eye on APE. I feel like if they get to a convergence point, you could see a little bit of a bounce play for AMC, because it's been essentially gravitating towards each other the last few days very, very rapidly, and there hasn't been any relief rally yet.
First of all, I saw that you got a few shares earlier. I can't even get any on AMC, and I put in 3,000 shares, and I don't get anything on this. And I even put in
Usually means they're repricing it.
Yeah, 500, and didn't even get anything. It was showing 4 cents a share, or 3.5 cents a share to go short, which I think is what you wound up paying.
That's what I got. Yeah.
Even 2,000 shares at 4 cents is $80, but it's not. Yeah, now, oh man, now it just went up to 7 cents. So I don't know. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait on buying shares right now for this. And what I mean by that is
7 cents a share.
That's what it just showed.
I
tried it at 3 cents a share.
3 is already
and it didn't work.
Pricey.
And then it was like, okay. And I was like, do I even want to pay this much for
That's
these
a lot.
shares? And then 7 cents. I mean, it's going to move more than 7 cents. It's just.
But you're
I know
out
I'll
7 cents.
Right.
That's
I know I'll be wrong on a couple trades. So it's like net at the end of the day, if you use 1,000 shares and you make 7 cents, obviously that's $70. Like if I trade this 10 times, hopefully we'll make more than that. But then I got to give 70 back anyways for the pay for shorts. So we'll wait. I just want to see if it gets a little bit less. Right now, obviously everyone's running to get these shares. I was going to sit at this 210 mark, get short, and then give it to like 220, maybe even give it up here to 250 in case we do get an early pop. But AMC today, as Neil, I'm not going to break it down. We only have a couple more minutes. We'll just watch how it trades. Here it is on the imbalance locator. 1.9 million shares now to sell. So as you can see, it's going to be expensive there. Oh, there, now it's disappeared. So maybe you see that? Now it's disappeared, and look what you're getting right now. A little bit of a relief rally back up to the upside on that disappearing act. So someone just bought up those shares, I guess. So here it goes, a little bit of a run now in AMC. Okay, quickly back to the boys because we only got 2 minutes.
Coming from, it looks like the Abercrombie and Fitch call is on right now. ANF just making a new high here. They're talking about lean inventory and the possibility of promotions coming in the near future. So good look for Abercrombie. Yeah, Tesla, we mentioned it if you joined us in the first 30 minutes, reducing their German output. So from the German Gigafactory, going to be down on production for the next little while anyways. 2 minutes to go here, guys, for Tesla.
1 minute ago just over 1 minute ago, Tesla
3, 2, 1, we're open. Let's go.
just broke this little pre-market range here, 28.5.
It's starting to go.
Generally, like wherever it goes from 9:30, it's a little bit earlier with 1 minute to go. It's been the trend, so got to look to see if it holds the upside. I think it's a short-term trend there to the upside on Tesla. Obviously, a big name, ANF. It's actually unbelievable to see a retailer up that much. It's hard to. I mean, the way this market has been. Like, really? Like, 20% to the upside and absolutely flying, and it's at the $50 level at the open. Yeah, it's hard to stand in front of this, but if it were to like fail 50 bucks, would there not be profit taking on ANF at the open? Probably not the first place I'm going to look to. Want to get over to Nvidia just very quickly. Nvidia making a slight move to the upside, not breaking its pre-market highs. Just yet a pre-market resistance at 460 just yet. If it breaks that, I think 70 to 75 is a short zone, which Nvidia moving $10 right away is not exactly impossible. So you kind of want to be geared up for it if it does get there. That's just how it rolls, man. Like, that stock can make that move for you. Katrine is locked and loaded and ready to go on hump day to ring the bell in 6, 5,
Popping off?
4, 3, 2, and...
All right, let's go.
What was that?
I don't know. I was just saying let's go. 520 here. I'm going to look at Peloton to see if we can break. It just stopped at 520 there a couple times, so we'll see if it can break back to the upside here once we're open, which we are now. Of course, on the NASDAQ opens pretty much immediately unless there's any issues. So here we go. We're going to be long Peloton in just a couple seconds. And then, whoa, no, we are not long. It breaks. There we go. Oops. I just punched in there. I'll punch some more in at 24. I mean, I was crossing to 25 there.
I left my order in.
I'm surprised I didn't get filled a little bit of a better price there, but I just punched in there. So some 23s, some 24s there on Peloton. I'm just going to give this to $5. I mean, that's where you have some of these labels. So we'll give this to $5 and average in a little bit here on Peloton. First trade of the day is a long.
AMC's running.
Didn't think we'd have a long on Peloton, but that's what we got.
AMC's running to the upside here through that $2 level. So, I mean, be patient. I think there can be a fade in this name, but I wanted to let it get to the upside before it happened. Tesla's booming up at 232. Wow, Tesla already making some moves. VFS, apparently, we didn't really get to VFS in the pre-market here, but it is pumping to the upside. The key areas where there was consolidation, 34 is one of them, and that's the only prices that it actually makes any sense. 34. There you go, and then $40 up here. So if it gets to those two prices, can be an interesting story, but a good move up there for AMC if you happen to be long. Again, Peloton is the one I liked over Foot Locker for an SSR bounce. I haven't even checked Foot Locker. And Peloton not really making any moves just yet. I think if it gets to 550, that's more of a squeeze.
No moves yet. Wowee. Right now, the professor was like, yo, tell your Apple to calm down. And I'm like, yeah, no. I'm not trying to calm down. It's not going to calm down. There it is, up to 179 right now. So Apple taking some names right here. Nice move to the upside here for Apple. So yeah, watch out for this name as it's trying to blast up through that 179 marker. But look at the futures right now. It's go, 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 up and away on the futures. Let's check out what my friend Microsoft is up to right now. So we had that 325 short yesterday come into play, but right now 325.50. We're still waiting. I'm actually up here at 325.85 to give this through 326. So we'll play a little bit of a short, but we need a little bit of ways to go on that. Let's check out the other battered name today.
Well, we just got 540s.
We did? Oh my God, I'm not even on
Yes.
that. I was waiting.
Peloton just did a quote levitation up to 540.
I'd rather levitate a little more than this.
Well, I mean, to me, like, it has to get to 550. I just happen to have a couple of.
Yeah.
If I'm taking an even, I usually have like the even and then the next even and then oddly enough the next even up to it, which will be 30s and then 40s. And I don't have any 50 orders because that was just, again, quote levitation. So it is headed to the upside. We have a halt alert on VCIG, so that's VSI Global.
Oh, man, I thought you were
this
gonna
made
say
a big
VFS.
move. I know, we good if Peloton halted up. But VCIG, just going to point out to you a couple of things here. About $7 on the daily, and then the last couple times it spiked, $10 level to the upside, worth watching. It's halted at 590 with a flat tap, so it's indicating an open essentially flat. But it was already up there in the pre-market. So halt alert, should be a volatility halt. It'll open in a couple of minutes there. But VCIG, two-set upside. Brendo.
Listed on that VCIG, there's a Microsoft ChatGPT collab for that VCIG this morning headline.
Catalyst.
Yeah, you don't mind collabing with MSFT at all. Okay, so we even got reloaded up here on. We got that first punch. We kept on punching 24s, and that's the thing about our show, man. If you're not all about this, then I apologize. But I mean, we're showing you live. I was showing you myself punching in to this level at 24. Then it came back and we got some more at 22. So yeah, it is a nice little upside move here. Yeah, buddy, we just got some more 40s right there.
Oh, hey,
so shout
out
something
I didn't say.
to Peloton right there. Let's freaking go right now as the cash register is in the building right now. Oh no, don't even tell me JP Morgan's going down. We have a pretty cool segment at the end of the show at the 4 o'clock show, and it's tomorrow's trade. And I was like, we just got to be shorting these banks, man. So it's nice that that went down $1. I hope someone was able to catch that right now on JP Morgan. But the daily, this minute chart looks kind of ridiculous on that. So we'll pass on that right now. Is Microsoft getting any juicy? It is. It's getting pretty close, man. We just went up to 325.12. Let's see if this can go. Come on, Peloton. You are pushing, baby. We're at 48s right now. Bang. We still have a big position, like big amount of shares left of what we've had. So if it comes to yes, there is an out at 49. So right now, Peloton is spinning it right now. So that money is pouring in. And again, this is what we talked about, again, on the sticky note and in the pre-market here, is that we could see a little bit, okay, now there's some size trying to follow it down a little bit, that there, see this size? So now it's going to be exhausted, and when that's exhausted, it's going to rip right back up to 50 again. But here it goes. Now it's gone. So let's just wait to see. Here it goes, 42, 43, and 40, nope. Okay, so now you're seeing that there was, so it stopped there. So at least 44, okay.
That's because it's SSR. Just to point that out. So that's people trying to hit the bid, but it's repricing it to the offer because there's no uptick. So the second there's an uptick, they all get filled in one spot, and then it pops up a couple cents. Just market mechanics 101. That's the reason for the long, is because the shorts are restricted.
That's why I want people to watch the show.
That's the key to it, right?
Like we just gave a free 20 cents right there. Like I was like, okay, as soon as this guy is done, it's going to go right back up into 50s again. And there it is right there. So let's see if they come back, man. We want these sellers to come. Exactly, there you go. So we want these. I mean, I still have share, like a lot, like decent size of my position. Actually, now we have half left. But, you know, that was a good out right there for Peloton. So let's just watch this thing hopefully moon.
I'm out into 575. 580 is the next level up. When earnings came out, Peloton, I'll get to X in a second, but Peloton, there was a consolidation right around that 580 level. So I'm looking to cover. It just made it to 560. I'll be all out if it gets there. To me, it's an SSR bounce play, nothing fundamental. This company's still crap. U.S. Steel, if you were watching the last couple of days, I just go off of previous support levels. So yesterday we were long underneath 32 into the 80s pretty much the entirety of the day, and that was the last bounce. So I'm just kind of doing exactly the same thing. Got the bid down there in front of yesterday's support. I've already taken out some 88s, 91s, 93s on the way to the upside. So I'm just going back to the well on that name. AMC's still going to the upside. I thought there'd be a long if they converged with APE, but the prices never got together. It is trying to break out the pre-market high. Gonna have to back off. I won't short this thing unless it has to fail the pre-market high or maybe fail up at 250. I do still think there can be a short. Apple is still trying to go. Tesla is still super strong, up at 232 here, although it's not green. Red to green will be at 233, so that's obviously going to be a bit of a level there for Tesla. For now, it looks like opening range is upside on just about everything, with the exception of Nvidia. Nvidia is now breaking the low.
Is it?
So yeah, it looks like Nvidia is weak once again. Tried to break that 460 level, could not hold through. If you get through yesterday's bottoms, that would sort of indicate that we should be looking short and not wanting to fight the trend here on Nvidia. Absolutely. Well, it's not flushing. I mean, down $5 compared to yesterday isn't really flushing.
It's at 55?
It's breaking 55 right now.
Is it? Okay, because we just took a new trade on this when we say we go over to AMD. If anything spicy got going here. So we're short at 99s. I just really want to give this, honestly, we have higher targets for AMD. We talked about that on the show again, where if we do float, so this is just a starter position. If we do float up, you know, we want to look at between 107 and 108, like 107.50-ish into this area. So this is going to be just a short against this sort of pre-market high. So if we could take 20 or 30 cents, I think we should do that almost immediately. This is against, that's 106.87. What am I talking about? Where is the pre-market high right now? It's a stupid wick, man. It's coming there. It is right there, 106.50. So we'll average it into that pre-market high. But again, we're not trying to, you know, have anything too crazy here with all of these stocks. We already got the banger on for you right now, and that is 1, 2, and a siren alert, because there goes Peloton again right back up to the high side, man. This is a great trade. I mean, we both have it, so it's, you know, now it's 40 cents in the money on a $5 name. So let's see if Peloton can keep on going to the upside. And we got a decent spot on right now. And there it is again. Let's go. Spin the money again. Screw you, Nvidia, from yesterday, honestly. But right now we're cruising. We've got 50 cents in the money on Peloton and 30 cents in the money right now on advanced micro devices, as hopefully this can come back in. So there it is. Yes, sir. Thank you. You market. This is why we come back every single day, man, because you never know what's in store, right? There's a nice move down. We talked about staying away from Nvidia and going right over to AMD. So there it is, man. You got to correct your behavior, and we did that.
And the market, I mean, the market just wicked the high. It's still above 15,000 on the NASDAQ, but it is starting to come back in. I was just double checking Marvell's rolling over as Nvidia is just continuing to flush. At the high of the day is Intel. So it's showing a little bit of strength here. If that continues to press as the market reverses, that's going to be a nice opportunity to short it. You're getting to the 450 level on Nvidia. It looks like it's going to break. AMC's curling. I want to look for a short there, but you know, Peloton didn't quite get to the target. It is turning not quite to that 580. I don't know if I don't want to trail it. I want to give it a chance to hold here and then maybe get up to that 570 and then get out. But you're starting to see some nastiness on Nvidia. If it breaks 450, I'm going to go for the short back over in Intel if we can get it. Let's go, Brendo.
Kind of sideways so far. More comments from the ANF call here, guys, saying they continue to see good trends from the APAC region and specifically China for Abercrombie.
Oh, man. That was it did dump off $50. It, like right to 50, plunged like 7. It's still holding up the top of the range here, but wow, that's 50. That short at 50 probably has already come too late. VCGI is halted again. If you guys are interested in that, it is halted up a second time. 636, 640 is the current tap. So second halt here on VCIG.
All right, so we were able to, I mean, you know, when Peloton ripped up into those levels, those were pretty easy outs for us, right? And so we talked about that. I know Neil mentioned those levels as well. So we're out of, we only have about 25% left on this trade as we took some out here, 60s, 65s, and then just now 56, 58s, so on and so forth. So as this name falls down, I don't want to take any of these bottom wicks out, so we'll have to sit here again, which I am in the 60s again. So if it does pop up, we want to be able to sit there and take said trade. AMD's not really moving. I mean, I think I got to edit this wick to make this move look a little bit, you know, more realistic here. So 106 or so, we'll put that in there, and then you can see. So this is what it looks like. It's not doing much, man. It touched the bottom of 105.50. We'll wait for that. Neil mentioned Nvidia, so you know, you can't look at one without the other. Really, this is what Nvidia's been doing today, straight to the downside. Yesterday's bottom, we thought again. Look at that wick. Oh, actually, that is 50. Yeah, 54.40 or so it looks like from yesterday, 54.20 maybe. So that could be a good long if you come back in and break that. I'd rather stay net short everything right now. Oops, right now today. We were, I mean, I was red on the day, not red on the day, we're green on the day, but red, thinking red today. We had Microsoft, we wrote down here, short at 326. The highest it got today was 325.15. I was waiting at 325.80 to get that short. So if that comes in, we will wait for that. And now that I can see, because my P&L is fluctuating, we're already out of 60% of AMD because of this. It went down to VWAP, so we took some outs right there. I still want to respect this level, maybe even this level here, 106.20. So we'll take some more short, but the market is right now hovering around VWAP and just bounced off 15,000. So to me, the market actually looking strong right now, despite being below VWAP, but you are bouncing through 15. So you got to stay underneath 15,000 if this is going to be anything, right? So let's wait. Here comes AMD right back up to the upside. Still a green name because we were able to get out, but here it comes right back up to 106.20. Okay, now it's starting to break 106.50. Good level up. We didn't even get any reloads there, so this is a big move. Is Nvidia doing it? No,
it's bouncing
it's
off.
Bouncing,
It
okay.
got to almost 450. I want to shout out Chef Joe here. There is news at 9:45. You've got services, PMI, manufacturing. You got all the PMI numbers at 9:45. That's in just a couple of minutes. But Alphabet almost 2% to the upside, but it did get to that 132 level from last week. That was a big high. I mean, if this gets taken out, Google is the one that hasn't gone yet. Like, it never broke out that actual top. 134, I believe, is that high. And if it gets through 132, that's pretty juicy. You know what? I don't want to get into this until 9:45. I think you wait for the number.
Yeah.
If I like the long here, maybe the number gives you a bit of a bounce. It could flush to 130, and then maybe you're picking up 130s or something like that. So I will wait for the 9:45 number to come out. But Google looking pretty strong. The 132 breakout looks pretty solid. It wicked that top. Otherwise, maybe wait for a bit of a dip buy in here. Nvidia was the other thing we just could quickly cover before 9:45. That just held 52s. But the opening, we're still looking very bearish on Nvidia. And I do not want to be thinking, oh, just buy the bottom, buy the bottom. No. I'm looking for the next move down. If it resolves short, I think you want to just be looking for the direction originally, which is to the downside on Nvidia. But Google looking very, very strong.
Yeah, man, we're getting jiggy with it right now on Peloton because that is all the way back up to the upside. So we'll flush ourselves on the toilet on the last piece, but we are actually saved by AMD in our analysis because we didn't get anything short. Like, we didn't have to get short. I would have probably shorted into here against 20s and then probably gotten out like, 40s or something like that. Instead, we're able to take a position here at 45 and then get stopped out on that recent high of 66. So it actually turns out to be a very, very small hit there, luckily on that one. All right, 15 seconds to PMI.
All right, let's bring you this U.S. S&P Services PMI. We'll also get the manufacturing PMI. Just fair warning, this is a flash number, so not the final one. Coming up here in 3, 2, and 1. 52.2 expected there, 51 on the services, 47 on the manufacturing. So both downside, the composite 50.4 versus 51.5, guys.
All right, so that's probably better. We'll see if the market wants to like that number or not. It seems like it's okay. You want a little bit of weaker data so that hopefully that means inflation's coming back in a little bit. I know it's just PMI, it's not CPI. But then again, we all know that, I think it was yesterday, wasn't it 44% chance of a rate hike? I'll have to double check what that was.
It's creeping up.
We did have Frank on yesterday and was talking all about those stats. So we'll find out what the odds are of that coming through very soon for you. But right now, I'm actually liking a Google 132 break. I mean, we've been up here before, stopped and dropped. So, we just resisted VWAP right there. And I was going to buy it at VWAP, honestly. But then that number was out and I was like, nah, let's just wait. So let's see if we can take a 32. And then if it does come back in and we have to punch out somewhere down near VWAP or something like that, then we would do that. But I think it's pretty solid right now. So I like that name. Let's wait to see what happens with Google breaking through 132.
Guess what's halted? And is
AMC?
That 40? No. If AMC was halted, I probably would have yelled it.
Okay.
Because I have a level 2 up for AMC.
I just saw your screen, so I could cheat. But
no, it is VFS. So 41.36, 41.37 is sort of flat open. Feels like the tap is always flat these days. It's not really giving anything away until right before it opens up. The top was 47 yesterday. I wouldn't do anything unless it's like maybe it gets to $50 or like $60 at this point. Like, those would be the levels if it continues to go higher. Again, I will not try it long. I'll just look for a big level to try a short and then take a couple of swings at it. That's about it. But it is absolutely flying to the upside. Google has not broken the top just yet, so it's still giving you the chance at that dip buy.
you only got the
Not
one
yet,
in?
but I'm looking for that VWAP. I was going to wait for that number. If it came out red, I was looking to buy it underneath VWAP. That didn't happen. Instead, it ended up bouncing right away. But I think it was right to wait for 945. You never know. Getting in right before the number, to me, is a little bit hazy. AMC is trying to bounce off $2, but it is reversing here. If it holds a higher low and takes out the top, I think that signals a bit of a squeeze. So if it holds 2, that's holding a higher low, 93, then $2, and then breaking out the top. There has not been a relief rally on this stock just yet. So it's not that I'm necessarily bullish or an ape here, but that's kind of a setting up for a little bit of a potential gap fill. If it can do it and even fill in half the gap, that's a good risk to reward.
You are a bullish ape, no. We didn't hit this.
Hell no.
There we go.
Well, it's kind of cool.
We'll see. Okay, so just real quick, we got out some more Peloton, but I don't want to talk about that. It is a good thing that we got out of AMD. Like, wow, what a difference a day makes, man. Yesterday we were just bleeding on these chip stocks. Today it's like a cup of coffee in, out, like no problem. And as this continues to rip up, I have changed my tone about today. Obviously, this market is continuing to rip to the high side right now. I'm not shorting Microsoft into 326. I will do it eventually, but I'm not going to do it right now. Not as this market continues to fly. It's just too much risk. risk on shorting this name. And I'll give you an example of why it's too much risk. First of all, we're going to take Google breaking long. Look at Apple. Apple is absolutely moonshotting right now. I mean, it's straight to the upside there. This is just a minute chart, but it's 7 straight all the way to the upside. Look at the daily chart. You know, these names are getting dripped down, bought right back up now. So I can't believe this hit 172. Now you're at 180 again in 4 days. So Microsoft continue to take names and Apple continue to take names. Google's not going. So this is pretty interesting to me. I do want to average it in down here. Not average it in, I'll get long at 131 and change where VWAP is, if we're lucky enough to get that level. If not, you know, just a couple hundred shares. We'll see if we can break through 132.
No.
And then we'll see if there's a chance there.
You're not going to believe it.
Well, I mean, you already talked about VinFast. What else won't
No,
talk about?
this is
Coinbase or something?
Dick's Sporting Goods went to that exact level on the daily at 106. It bounced at 106.06.
Yikes.
So it did make that convincing bottom. Look, you're going to be looking elsewhere. That's fine at the open. Peloton, X, it is what it is. And now Google. But right in that 106 level and is bouncing. Foot Locker is bouncing as well off that 15. So you're getting a couple of SSR names. I still believe if Foot Locker goes far enough, I want to fade this. But it hasn't even broken the pre-market highs yet. If it breaks out that top, I'm looking for a fade around 1750. That was the pandemic bottom. VFS, I don't know if it's opened back up. Did it? It's opened back up. Higher for now, above 42. Like I said, like maybe the 50 level, if it gets up there, like a halt off the 50, and then a reopen where you can just give it to, like, breaks underneath the halt price, give it to the open, and then that's your R&R. That would be ideal, but it has to get to that price first. Absolute crazy. This is nuts. Intel, still super strong, up at 33.5. We're getting to overnight resistance on the NASDAQ, and Intel's getting precariously close to this high from yesterday. If it gets up there, I think that's still a little bit of a fade. I can't see risk off not happening in some of these chip names to the upside. And here comes Meta as well, yesterday's highs. 294. Didn't think that would come into play today, didn't even mention it, but you guys can see. 294 was a pre-market high. I think that can be faded at that level for a scalp trade as well.
Yeah, I'm just going through the watch list right here, the one that I made myself. These are just names that I like to trade. Shopify leading the way at 55 and change right now. So that's a nice little upside move for Shopify. Just holding out right now. Netflix, we've already talked about that, 420 level. Alibaba's up 2% right now. I'm looking for something short, so I want to go the other way. Peloton down 20%, AMC down 11, Nike down 3 and change, Occidental down 3. That's interesting to me, as the professor talked about oil names being a little weaker today. XOM down 2%. So yeah, there's a few plays here that we have to be aware of here into the open. Looking for something to short it. Maybe Amazon weak. That's e-signal, so it doesn't play with Prosper Pro, which is, so if I just type it in, I have to go over here and look at it.
Maybe just the bank.
I would like it if it would link somehow there. I don't want to put more work on our team, but like.
Which?
No, like in trade ideas, you can link that to e-signal. And I think you can even link it to Prosper Pro if you set it up properly. Oh, we have Michael Noss coming in. The next, that's what it's called, P-Pro.
P-Pro.
P-Pro, yeah, P-Pro.
Only old heads call it Prosper
yeah,
Pro.
I'm
not been
young.
trading a while.
Amazon 134 maybe as the short is what we're looking for. I just want to see this market settle down a little bit, because I'm actually amazed that Google hasn't gone yet, despite the market taking out these highs. So I'm not 100%.
I'm very surprised it hasn't.
Yeah, I'm not super in love. But what we are in love with is, let's just go, man. Let's just keep this money train coming through right now on Peloton, as Peloton has had a nice day today, and we're still in this long and be able to get it out. So now we're back up to the highs. We're just scalping this out. Peloton, for me, the trade of the day. I mean, we only have Peloton and AMD. So, so far so good as we continue to hopefully watch some of these plays come through. I'm still waiting for Google to break, and I'm debating this Microsoft short now, but the market is just so high up. I'd like to find something else. I really think that there's an opportunity here to short. And why is that? Because the NASDAQ is right at 15.8 again. So we're right back up to this level that we sort of said we could have a look at. If you did go short the NASDAQ right now, you may want to look at this level, 15.1120 there. So you got to give yourselves at least 40, 50 handles up to that high. So, you know, probably worth it though, because a pull right back down is 80 handles. So I think there's a short here somewhere. I just got to find the right stock. It might just be Microsoft right here honestly, against 366.
Yeah, Intel's already
326.
turning. Well, Meta's almost at that 94 level. So like that's the one. It's kind of right there. So I'm going to go for that. If it gets like one more push higher, and I think I get a shot at it, it's kind of me the R&R. It's a scalp trade. If you try to risk about 20 to 25 cents on it, and it pulls back and gets you to 93, but maybe we're not even going to get a chance at it. A little bit frustrating. Don't really have any longs that are still on. I got out of Peloton and hit my price target. Once again, just looking at the levels, right? Like if it holds $5 at the open, which it did, it broke out the local high, it went to the first resistance, and so I'm out of it. If anything, I'd be looking for a fade. That would be it. Tesla, not really there. AMC's not doing anything. As you said, Google doesn't want to seem to go.
Yeah.
I was looking at XPeng because that was super strong at the open. I'm like, oh, that's 17 level, alert 17, XPeng. And then it just never got there. Broke 16, stalled out already. Maybe this back underneath could be a little something. I'm kind of bearish on them. Brendo.
A little one. CGen starting to go here. CompuGen, Truist, I just saw out with a buy rating on this one and a $4 price target, guys, for CGEN.
All right, so we got 21 cents on the first bit of Microsoft. I just want to give this. I just wonder if this market's going to fade off that level. That's all. I mean, we thought that Microsoft would be a short here against 326, so we're just going to try it. I mean, the market's well up. We're well above VWAP here and starting to take out some highs. So that's why we'll ring the register on a little piece there and then be cautiously waiting for the rest. I'll take another fill up there near more near 326, give us an average price of around 325.80 or something, so right around here. We're only short, we're flat on this trade right now, but we did take a little bit there as it came right back into that level. We took a 40 print. Now we'll wait to see if we can get a 325. I mean, it doesn't matter, we could get mashed out of this, but we're down here at 325, 25 to see if we get a fill there. But here it goes. This is just because we've looked at it, and if it's going to hold out, it may hold this level. So that's all that we're looking at right there in for Microsoft. We're now into the short again. Not into the short, but we've got an average price. We said where we would roughly be there. It is 82s right now for Microsoft. So if it falls down, great. We are well aware of the risk associated with this trade. So, and I think that's what you always got to be aware of is,
Apple 180.
you know, where Apple 180, see, like these stocks could go, man. It's going to be led by the big guy over there with Apple. So here goes Microsoft. We have our stop. If it takes down 326, fine. This is an early trade. We've done the work. We want to put on trades a little later in the day with more size once we can see big levels. But there it goes. We knew this was going to be a problem. There it goes. Damn it. We knew this could have been a problem. What's up, Brendo?
GDX, guys, saw a few gold miners flying by there on a scanner. GDX, the ETF, obviously for miners, back to the upside today in a huge way. 2.6% on heavy volume.
I was in Apple in front of 100, 180. That's in and out like pretty quickly. Risk a couple of pennies on it. But if this is breaking the top, I don't understand how Google is not there yet.
Right.
Oh, my goodness. I got to step up the dip buy. I'm just going to change strategy a little bit on Alphabet because it's forming a nice consolidation. If the futures take out the top, I still think it's up 2%. I mean, it is still the strongest name. It's just a matter of it making that move. I want to dip maybe to the 50s. And try and pick a little something up in front of VWAP. Still like the breakout. The high is 132.08, so it has to break that to make a fresh high, which I think is definitely a possibility here. The market is showing you upside right now, regardless of what might be happening. And say like an Nvidia, which is holding at 460. So maybe we get the breakout. Even if we don't, I want to buy the dip on Alphabet quickly over to Nvidia here, right up to that 460. It wicked yesterday's bottom. That's what happened. It wicked underneath yesterday's support and is now all green. That's pretty bullish. Maybe we're just looking breakout at 460 here. Yeah, why not?
I was just setting up some Peloton because I had an 80. So first of all, we did get long on Google there. So you can see we're long at 0190, so 02 basically. But what I want to get at here, it looks like, okay, I missed, there we go, I'll just take a 75. I was going to say I missed the 77. I was waiting at 80 there, and it got to 80, so I just didn't get filled. So I tried 77s, and I just punched a little bit out there. Wow, okay. Now we're starting to go, so forget about Peloton now. We've actually made more money on Google just right now on this move back up. So, but we have to get out first, so let's just get some pieces out here. If we can, there it is, yes, we still have a big position on this, so Hopefully this can go, man. This is the trade that we've wanted. So let's go Google. We talked about that 132 break, so there it is. Let's freaking go right now. So the money's coming in on Google right now with a good take. So we're out of half there for 30 cents. Now let's wait to see if it can continue to climb. No point in getting out of this name. Let's see where it goes, man. I mean, the Google, the daily here, 134. We had stopped out there before on 32 breaks at 32.50, 32.60, 33. So, you know, if this has the legs, that would be nice, but it's already had the pedigree to stop around 132.50. So be careful for this play right now. But hey, I mean, it's still a great play. Let's just make sure. I told you I'm out of half there at 30. So let's see now where it goes. I still like the reload if it comes back into view up at some point.
Yeah, I didn't take any of Google out yet, but I did just throw offers in front of 132.50 when it stalled out there at 36. I wasn't sitting there before, but once it broke that local high, I'm like, okay, it probably makes sense to take something out in that range. You're right at resistance on the NASDAQ. So, I mean, I tried Apple there. Obviously, that's not going to be any good. Intel off 33.50 is a little bit enticing here because you can get a good risk to reward if the market flushes. If the market pulls back, flushes is the wrong word. If the market pulls back from that high, I'm going to like an opportunity here on something like an Intel. So I'm going to go for it. I just got the first fill on Google there as it reapproached that 35 level. So I was able to get that. But I am looking for a tight stop short on something, and I'm going to go for Intel here. As we go to the desk, it's 10 o'clock already.
Wowee.
Let's go to Brendo.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. U.S. new home sales data just coming through, 714,000 versus 704 expected there, so higher. Last month on the month-over-month number anyway, 714,000 again versus 704 expected there. 4.4% versus 1% to the upside overall. Overall, market is not bad. Back to the upside we go in a pretty good way here. Ahead of what is to come, as we mentioned tonight, Nvidia, their Q2 print, much anticipated. Market seems to be liking the day. Anyways, VCIG, by the way, up 100% already. On that Microsoft and ChatGPT note. If you missed it, we discussed a ton of things in the pre-market, including Nvidia, obviously with earnings. Foot Locker crushed after a miss with their latest quarterly report. AMC as well ahead of the reverse split to come tomorrow. I just saw this one as well. Oracle with a nice day. Just took out the highs there. IBD with a buy rating on ORCL. Investor Business Daily, IBD, if anyone's wondering. Apple as well having a nice day, guys, up 1.3%.
VCIG was just at the halt band. It did resist it a couple of times in there. It was at 793. It went into a halt and then 15 couldn't get the 15 seconds, so it's kind of bouncing around up at that high of the day. It is, I mean, it's still flying here. This would be that first level. Like $8 on this is the previous big level here on the daily. Like it punches through this. That could be one of those, hey, if it goes right away, it goes. If it doesn't, maybe just risk it to like 790 or something like that. It's a NASDAQ stock, just double checking that for my stop orders. Yeah, I like it. If it breaks 8 even, I was just looking at that daily chart. I think it's worth it up here. Gonna have a relatively tight stop on that breakout. I am now into Intel, into the short. Was able to get some at 38s there. I wanted to grab some if it could have got above 50, but after or 40, I should say, but was unable to get it. Ooh, Google just reclaimed 132.
Yeah.
I just trailed. Yeah, I put my stop. If it got back under 32, I'd get out because the NASDAQ's at resistance. So I'll look for a reload. If we're going dip buy hunting, VWAP is still a good level for Intel. But my eyes are on, okay, VCIG is now down at 750. Just going to cancel that. It was imminently breaking, so I didn't want to move away, but now it's back at the 50 level, so I'll cancel my order for now. Yeah, there's Google. It got to that first level up there, the high of the day, and then out. If it gets to VWAP, I want to rejoin the trend down there somewhere. Going to pop something in the 60s.
Yep, that was pretty much, whoa, bless you. That was pretty much my exact plan.
I couldn't get to the mute.
I took, that's okay, blast off right there. Yeah, so not the only thing going to the moon, I guess, is India today. Maybe Neil sneezes right there. But I'm going to go to Brandon in a second. I did just reload a little bit of Google here, but we're still in half the shares that we had. It was a small little reload. I am 100% with the trade back down here to VWAP. Right there. What's up, Brendon?
Just seeing a note from the Labor Department, guys. The last non-farm payrolls print that we got going to be revised downside by 306,000. Again, that's not typical. They usually do that when the next one comes out. So again, the Labor Department saying the last non-farm payroll is going to be revised down by 306,000, or about 0.2%.
Okay. Like that's actually not that small. The market did just get to that 51. I was in that quick little in and out break on Nvidia. Again, did not go right away. It is trying to hold above that 460. Actually dipped a VWAP in there. If we get that on Google, that'd be great. But I think if you're now, look, you're above VWAP, you wick the bottom, you're trending to the upside. I think at this point you want to look wrong until proven otherwise. So this 460 is probably worth a second shot in there. Like I said, the short I got in here is Intel. By the way, you're 4 cents away from breaking out pre-market highs on AMC. So I'm still looking for that breakout. It has not squoze just yet, but I definitely think it has a bit of a shot here. So I'm going to guide my order out. I want to try and get something in the 460 area on Nvidia and maybe give it a little bit more room as you're now trend trading to the upside. So next available dip, we'll go for it. AMC here just keeps on getting to the top and not quite getting there, but higher lows still. I'm looking for the breakout and then squeeze play to the upside. I'm not sure it can do what Peloton did. Fundamentally, it's still splitting. Remember, it's still reverse splitting after market. So overall, I remain bearish, but just a bit of a breakout trade setting up. Peloton has reversed off that 580 level a bit, but it's still trending to the upside. I think a short would need to be a failed break of that top. I wouldn't short it unless it like breaks a high, runs some stops, and then comes back in. That's the only way I want to get into that name. I don't want to chase Nvidia too far, but I don't want to. This is now, if we break the highs on the NASDAQ, Nvidia could get to 470 today. And that's a move you don't want to miss out on. So grabbing it somewhere here in the 460s makes some sense.
All right. The thing about it is that, again, we're kind of going against what we had thought about earlier just because we're watching this market. We actually liked an AMD short up here near 108, so it's kind of been doing that right now. But again, we sort of switched off of Nvidia from yesterday over to AMD, we're just talking about AMC, and now you're up here to 460. So you did bounce pretty much off of yesterday's close of 453. Yesterday's bottom was 454, sorry. And now it's a nice move right back up into this pre-market sort of level of 462. So let's see if we can get to that. I am currently like debating this AMD short against that 108. So that could definitely be something. But it kind of sucks to be short AMD and then long Google at the same time. So I'm not 100% sure, but we are still long Google, which is not really moving. What's up, Brendo?
I mentioned there was a ton of retail earnings once again today. Here's another one. WSM, Williams-Sonoma just took out the high there on huge volume. The call is on right now, just fair warning. Earnings call on for Williams-Sonoma on a beat.
We like Williams-Sonoma.
Like very much the opposite of yesterday. Like, well, I shouldn't say that because Foot Locker obviously. I really shouldn't say that because Foot Locker got its butt kicked. But at the end of the day, everything retail was to the downside. Today, you were having some to the upside. I was able to get 460 and a half. Nvidia's already at 462. I think you want to dip and rip on this thing, which would mean like just I want to take profit at every local high, and then if it's trend up, try to grab these bids. I'll get rid of that wick if I get a chance, but that pre-market wick up to 482 makes that chart look absolutely ridiculous on Nvidia and screws up the scaling. So I am in an Intel short. I was able to get some here at 39s, so I have a 39 short, giving it to 50. I feel like that's not even, it's not perfect because I wasn't able to get fills up here, but I'm not going to add to it to try and get a better price. I don't think so. The market's trending up, so this is the price I have. I'll live with that. It should be 3 or 4 cents better, but it's not. If we break 50, I'm out of this thing. AMC close to the breakout. SoFi running. Thank you, Tony Price.
Is it?
It's not above 8. Oh, it's okay. It's at the high of the day, but it's not above resistance. This chart's not loading fast enough for me. This would be when it's breaking out. So it got to like 8:30 or so in the morning yesterday, and then made a consolidation and then flushed again. If it gets back above that, I think you can run to that 850 level. I've been waiting for SoFi to make a base, and it's now made another bottom at $8. SoFi has been really good at $8. Every time it's managed to get to that level, it's been a decent jump-off spot. It's worth maybe sitting on the bid the next time, Neil. I don't know. If $8 is a good bid, why not just bid at 805 or something?
It is.
That's the market for you. You can't watch everything at once. But SoFi at 8's been good.
No, that's for sure. All right, so just an update on some of the positions that we've currently had, and we've only had AMD, Microsoft, and Google today. Yeah, just quickly here. Peloton this is another name that we've had, but we only have 10% left, and it's not doing a whole heck of a lot. So if you're wondering about like what's up with that, I'm not on that name anymore. I have 10% left. If it goes up, it goes up. It can come all the way back to flat. I don't really care that much about it, but if it does get back down to $5, I think it might be worth looking at. But watch out for a VWAP break of 540 if you still do have a decent sized position. I would just watch out for that because you guys know that those are levels that we monitor all the time here, and that is VWAP. So look at that if you can. All right, so the only thing that's really been happening to Google is nothing, and we reloaded it there at O's, and we've just been getting them out 20s. We got some 25s. I think we might have even got a 30 up there when it ripped up, but anyways, probably 25s or 26s. That's been the high right now. So we're gonna have to wait to see if that comes into play again, but right now we're just hoping for a blast up in that name. So just in a new position right now. This is going to be the fastest trade of 15 cents of all time. I wrote down 108. So the thing is that what I was thinking was on AMD I know Apple's just mooning. We keep on, all right, here he goes, it's gonna get out. But we keep on seeing 60s here. So I thought maybe we could get a little bit of a one-to-one trade here, but yeah, it looks like this is 15 cents on very, very small shares. Just wanna give everyone an update that because, we're long Google now. So that was really the problem with going short kind of tech names is that I'm really long because of where the market is. So let's not give back anything on this AMD trade. Let's just wait to see if it works out. If it does come back into the 60s, we'll take it, and then that will be that. But right now, just a small little scalping position here to start with for AMD.
In fairness,
yep.
I was short Apple 179.98. Yeah. That trade, I'm not making it up, it lasted less than 2 seconds. Less than 2 seconds. I got the fill, and then I got, it stopped out, and I think I got it at 02s. In 2.5 seconds. I can probably check the fills on my lunchtime or something. Abercrombie, ANF, I'm not going to say the full thing, that's ridiculous. ANF, $50. Once, twice, thrice, OB thrice. If it breaks 50, it's 10.5% short float and a retailer that's up 21% with the market absolutely booming. Oh, this could go squoze like big time. How is this stock 10.5% short? In your face, whoever's shorting this thing. That's not usually what you look like. It's not what it looks like when a stock has a decent short flow. And we're now up at 646 on Nvidia. I'm going to get out in front of 645, but if this breaks 50, I'm taking a shot on ANF up here if it breaks that $50 level. That is just not what a daily chart looks like when a stock is 10% short float. So some people are caught off guard today.
All right, we are... we got stopped out of AMD, but we're at the highest spot we've been at all day. So, I mean, that's going to be good for us as Google continues to make moves to the upside here. And we'll just wait. I did want to look at Amazon as retail's been really weak. Obviously, lately, Amazon down 0.3% right now against a strong market. So that's something to take in consideration. We just got a 26 fill, so that's 27 cents right there on Google. We want more than that, but I mean, we've literally got the high. That's going to have to go. So let's see if it does at some point there for Google. I want to look at Amazon. So here goes Amazon. Let's have a quick look at this. 134 has been the top, right? And so that's good underneath all these lines. Looking pretty good for us. That's 135, 136 so far today. Although Neil's just talking about ANF, we know retail hasn't been great. We saw the Foot Locker number. We see what Nike's doing today as well. I feel like this is a decent short against VWAP right now, but I've already said that my piece. I don't really want to go short in this market. You're starting to break out now. Here's the NASDAQ. So I think we just got to surf for some longs. You're now breaking this 51.20, right? This is the level that we said you'd want to look at right now. So here it comes, 15.120 right now on the NASDAQ. But hey, we've got the good long. I mean, we've got Peloton long. We did try a Microsoft short. And actually, Microsoft's not really doing anything right now. So this could be another one that's setting up for a possible short against that 327. So I don't know, but I'd rather stay long, that's all.
Yeah, this market is breaking to the upside. I'm going to answer. We had a really good question just now, but I have to go over a couple of things here. One, Nvidia already got to 465 pre-market high, so we're going to register on that one. Powered up for Nvidia. Like, it showed you the wick bottom. It made it opening range was the break of the upside instead of the downside. It continued a little bit, so we just grabbed the $4 there. I still think 70 is a short. If we pull back anywhere on the way to 70, I'm going to be playing trend into that level. So if we get a big kind of a dip buy consolidation, we're going to grab that. ANF made the break of $50. I don't know. It's a little bit lackluster. I want to say, you know what? I don't want to dip buy this. It got 50 to 50 and a half, so I did scalp when it got that first $0.50 because it's a breakout trade, but not exactly flying for a squeeze name. I'm not seeing acceleration through it. I'm not going to buy more at that 50 level. Still a good one. How did we find it? Someone in the chat was asking, how do we find ANF? Well, you can have scanners up there. That's a valuable one. I have a scanner on Trade Ideas, which is going to have that up for a Momo trade. It's at the high of the day, but also earnings. We're talking about this in the pre-market. Brendan brought it to us a couple of times today as well. So you're in the right spot. We're going to give you guys all the movers that we find, and it's going to throw out the names. We're going to show you the chart. We're going to go over trades that we have and maybe talk about some ones that set up that we can't even get to. But Abercrombie and Finch, 10% short float, a retail name up on good earnings with an absolutely gorgeous daily chart. I mean, that's literally the polar opposite of what is going on with, say, like a Foot Locker or like yesterday, and Macy's would be an example.
Oh, yeah.
So they're getting squoze here, but that 50 break is the high of the day. If it gets back under, I'll give it up because you're not churning through that level and then pressing immediately through the next stop higher. You want to see in a squeeze, it's just taking out levels and buyers are stepping up. You're not really seeing that yet.
Yeah, so VCIG, Global, a lot of people talking about that one. Again, so the reason why I don't trade these names that often is because I find them really hard to level up. Like if you're just going to use 100 shares or 50 shares or something like that, and try to take advantage of these moves during the day, and maybe you hit them a couple times, then I feel like it's worth practicing this and trading this. It's just from what I've seen, especially with traders around here and in my 22 years of experience, when you're looking only at these kind of stocks, what happens is eventually you'll give back your whole month on one wrong trade because you'll finally go to 1,000 shares or something when you've only been using 50 or 200 and you think you finally figured it out. So my advice is to anybody trading these is when you have the winner, just make sure you take a little bit out to reward yourself. Still hold on for those big time trades. I mean, there's probably people making a hell of a lot more money than I am today trading this. So a huge move to the upside, but you also want to look at past levels. Like look at $8 here. Right? So if you've been long VCIG and you didn't get out something near this $8, then you're just not zooming out. And I just feel like those are levels that you have to look at because these are gaming stocks, like they're just being gamed is what I'm saying. So you got to watch out for past levels because where there was support before or resistance could come back one more time. Like look at this thing holding 3 so nicely, right? And here's the nice move up. So, you want to be able to look and say, hey, am I reloading here at 650 or am I dumping it? And if I'm reloading, then where am I getting out? Because this halt and that halt could turn the other way. And the next thing you know, this thing's at 580 or something. And then now you've lost $1 when you just made $1 on the way up. So that's trading. Every single style obviously has its ups and downs and its risk management profiles. But just watch out for a stock like a VCIG. I mean, an example was that VT. I always forget it was VFS. So I already forgot about it. Again, like great trading, right? $30 to $44. You're not going to see anything else move $14 in this kind of a fashion. So that's a great trade if you got it. But now look, if you don't get anything out up here near past highs of $40, well, now you're down $3 again. So just be careful with all of these trades. Don't trade it by value, trade it by past levels and where you think it's going. It's just make sure you have an outside shot at risk management because that's what you need here on these kind of names. And Peloton's still doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's stalled out, but it's not. I don't know. I still think there's going to be a trade there on that name, to be sure. There's something that's still going to. I think it can break the top and then maybe pull back.
Yeah.
Because to me, when the market's booming, and when I say the market, I mean whoa, what is wrong with my Apple chart? I mean like the actual, like the NASDAQ's going 1%. You have Nvidia, Apple, Google, like all these names are strong. I tend to feel that's not as good for some of the I don't even know the right word for it, squeeze-ish type names or the names that are like high flyers or gimmicky kind of stuff. I usually feel as if when that extends and continues going in the broad market, those tend to come back in and the money flows from one to the other. Apple still holding that 180. It's not flying past it. We're just holding that top. And the NASDAQ did not exactly claw through that big level up there, that 150, like yesterday's high. We got there, we're consolidating. If you bounce off 15.1, so you hold this consolidation and break the top, I think you're going round 2 on a lot of these names. Until that happens, I'm looking for the dip buy. We got out of Nvidia at 64.5, looking for the dip now maybe into VWAP, Apple. I mean, 179 would make a lot of sense if we can get it. Ooh, I'm now out of ANF. It did not hold out. See, it just didn't have the buying above 50. That's why you want to take the profit on there. Didn't have the buying above 50 that I would have liked. So we were able to grab the out and then just give it to break even and went to break even and get out of the trade. It can still trend up. Maybe we can reestablish above 50 or get VWAP in here. I am still holding on to a little bit of US steel, looking for reentry, but it's going to have to fall for that to happen for me.
Okay, well, we have, I mean, I'll also just do this. We have another position. I mean, it's going to be Microsoft. So we've been getting out. Oh, first of all, look at this size following Peloton down. Remember, it's short sell restricted, so I got out. I only had 10%, so I got out 5% at 58. This size has been following it down since 60. We'll see if it continues to go. I'd like to keep it on here to show you what I mean. So there it is, so 57s. Did they just wipe it out so it's not following it down anymore? Let's see if it shows up. No. So I feel like was there a big print there that just went through? No, I'm not seeing it. So I don't know. You can watch it, but we got out some at 58 right there quickly. Oh, the new position alert that I hit this for was Microsoft. We've already been in this name. It's just, it keeps on bouncing up here. And then if the NASDAQ is going to fade out a little bit off of this level, just a little bit, then we do think that there's an ability not just to make the money back. It's not that. It's just Microsoft today. Obviously, it's up and it's up nicely. Let's just see if it does have a little bit of a pullback. We were short yesterday off some of these levels. Let's see if it wants to work again here today. I do have another offer to get more short right now, but this could easily not be the one. So let's wait. We've been getting out of some Google as well on the upside there. See, now Google's fading out, so hopefully, wow, there goes Microsoft. Did we just get, yeah, we did get some shares there, didn't we? Yes, okay. So I'll just double checking because my net just blew up a little bit there because we did magically right there get an 80 fill on Microsoft. So I'm like, what? We talked about getting in some more shares. Yes, sir, there it is, awesome. I'll take credit for the fill, but our net is skyrocketing right now because we did not expect to get that kind of a fill right there on Softies. So far, so good on that one. Yes, sir. All right. Anything you want to go? Because we do have a recap from Brendo.
Tesla's getting close to 235.
As all the segments are this week, brought to you by Benzinga. Register now for a free 2-week trial, guys. Sign up today for 50% off their premium news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV. Use capital letters. Make sure TTV will get you 50% off for life, available for the first 100 who register. Scan the QR code or use the link in the description. It'll take you right through to their checkout. Shout out to our friends over at Benzinga. A few little ones to talk about. ITOS, this one, up on a deal with, they had a combination trial for a cancer treatment with Roche. So some positive results from that out this morning. So ITOS still holding on to 17 right now. VCIG, obviously a huge mover as well. By the way, Benzinga with charts built in as well. So VCIG will get you there. There we go. 650 coming back into play right now, which was the initial high in the pre-market. If you missed it, yeah, teaming up with the big one, Microsoft Azure and OpenAI on a collaboration for them. Apellis was a little bit off the low there, but on the watch list this morning as well on positive data from this treatment that came out early in the pre-market as well, guys.
So I was going to get to, like, you have Tesla getting to that 90, that 35 level. Also a bit of a pullback here in Google. I'm going to get to ANF in just a quick second, but Alphabet just had a sloppy entry in and out and kind of immediately punched out of it, had the wrong sizing on. But I like the dip buy. If you're going to hold trend up here, give it to like 130, 180. Otherwise, wait in for VWAP. Tesla, okay, we didn't get to 235 there, but it looks like you're on the march, right? So you're on the march to that 235. If you're stair-stepping up into it, you can pull back and maybe hold the previous breakout, and that would be a setup. AMC just broke out as well. So AMC breaking out that 10, which means quite creatively I'm long at 11 because that's the first cent that it went. So if AMC is going to get to the upside, now look, this is a breakout squeeze type idea. I think if it goes halfway to filling in this gap, I'd be pretty happy with it. So every 5 cents, I'm going to want to take some profit out here because I do not fundamentally think this is This is not like Neil the ape thinking market's going to go up and AMC is going to follow along because fundamentally it's great. No, it's that it's been tanking into this and it has had no relief rally and it almost converged with ape in price. So that whole thing is already played out. It's SSR bounce. A lot of reasons why I think you can give you that 10% bounce, but I'm taking profit all the way up here on AMC. So new entry, but always ringing that register and taking profits on any kind of, I don't want to call it a gimmicky trade, but it kind of is. It is pure squeeze play. So I'm into Google. That's a new entry point. What do we got going on here in small cap range? Oh, forget about small caps for a second. SMCI. Super micro computer, where that 275. Shout out to Michelle Meir in the chat. If Nvidia is running and the market is going upside here, this obviously should have been a name. Like, look at it, already made its bottom. You can see it there. I'm just going to get some 20s out here on AMC. That's going to the upside. You're at the 50 period on the daily on SMC, up 6% already. This stock is absolutely flying right now. I don't want to chase it up here, but a good look. Maybe if it can hold trend by pulling back and then retaking that 275 to the upside. It just wicked a pretty big level. It's a 50 period on the daily, so maybe it's due for a little bit of a pullback, but a good upward trend there. I'm looking to join back in the trend in Nvidia. That's my flavor, but nothing wrong with that SMCI as well. Nvidia good out. It's near that high of the day, but it hasn't given me that dip buy entry just yet. 62s, the pre-market high, 60s where we entered it ourselves. Those are the two levels I'm looking for that dip. And as said with AMC, when it gives you profit, take it. Gets them out 15s, gets them out 20s, now holding on to half the position when it goes that first 10 cents. So AMC to the upside looks like it's going squeezes as well. That's a pure breakout trade, folks. Nothing fundamental about me liking AMC long.
Another T here, but up to 320. Microsoft. There it is. So we just got another T, I was saying right there. Microsoft ripped up over 327 right there, so we got out. But just before we left, you guys saw us taking this profit when we were short up there a little bit out, but it's still a losing trade as it breaks above 327. I keep on trying to fight these longs, obviously, or these shorts, sorry. Obviously not working out for us. We'll just stay with, Google. We just got another out there. And I don't know, Google just went back down to 132. Like, what's up with that? It is having a hard time with this level, but now we don't have to get out of anymore. The market's really ripping to the upside here. Those of you that bought Apple on any of those dips, man, this name was 172 not too long ago. Now you're up to 180 and change and still going higher, man. You just had a good breakout trade again of 180.20 right there. Up 15, 20 cents on this name. So it's been good so far to the upside. Let's take a look at Foot Locker. Not Foot Locker on the Venture Exchange. Here it is, Foot Locker right now. Maybe it's soon to be. 15%, no, sorry, $15, down 34%. We did bounce off 15 pretty damn clean right there. So, yeah, Foot Locker looking like it's in good shape right now just on the day because it's given you this bottom. So we'll wait to see if it can come back again for Foot Locker on that bottom. Is AMD struggling at 109? I know you just got out of some Nvidia, which was nice. Why is my chart's not updating? There, that wick is 109 and change. So I don't know if the market's going to turn around or not right now, but Nvidia definitely looks like it's trying to. Yeah, and then AMD is, and then Nvidia off 466 as well. So some nice pullbacks here in some of these names.
Yeah, you're definitely stalling out a bit here, or you know what, stalling out's the wrong word. Consolidating is probably the right word when you're trending up like this. Try to get the terminology right so you guys aren't thinking this is going to pull back for sure. I wanted 62s or 60s. If we're just consolidating to go higher from here, I don't want to break out this high. I don't want to throw good money at necessarily a setup that I don't love. I did get that Google or the Alphabet 132. It just got to the high, so we're back in, do the same original scalp trade, and then hold for higher because all roads lead to 134, I think. So that's 132 on the daily, which that's not split adjusted. There you go. On the daily, you're looking at 134. That would be the target for today on Alphabet. So if it breaks the high, I think you get some out in front of 33, and then you want to have something on board for that 134 level because it's absolutely a gong show. This market is essentially just going, we'll go one way one day and we'll go the other the next day. But really, when you pull it back and just take a calm, sober look at things, we made a big volume bottom, and have been stair-stepping up into this breakout, which has 150 to 200 points, potentially to the upside. So the longs are the way to go. I tried a couple of shorts. Apple lasted 2 seconds or something approximating that. That short trade. Intel lasted a little bit longer, but I mean, distinction without a difference. That was like 5 minutes I was in that trade. I don't know what's going on with that chart, but it broke that 50 and we got out of it. Everything else has been longs that have been winning for you. So, don't look the gift horse in the mouth, take your profit, but there's definitely a trend to this market and you don't want to fight it. Yesterday, did not join the trend of Nvidia. Today you want to. That VFS, didn't get to 50, nothing burger there. Just thought maybe it was going again. Jennifer just said in the chat, shout out to everyone in the chat pointing out the names to us that we're not covering, because that's what we need. We can't cover it all for you, but we try to do our best. It is going to the upside and bouncing off of VWAP, but this popping is when it moves $5 or $10. This is it consolidating, which isn't a horrible place to try to get trades on, because you could maybe go 37 long with 50 cents risk or $1 risk in here. I'm not looking long. If it was setting up a short with a consolidation, maybe that would be a play for me. AMC still stalling out here at that 15 level. It got to 20, pulled back, popped up. It was an offer at 18. I took a little bit out more there. Still have about 40% of it. I'll give it to break even. Next offering in front of 225, and then we'll see what happens. The market's still looking pretty strong, but this one's a squeeze play.
All right, we'll ring a little bit of registers there. We just took 20 cents on the AMD short. I mean, we were looking at, we'd like to get more than that, obviously, especially if this market does fade out, but we are also looking at Nvidia pulling back off that 66 level, so there is something to look at here, hopefully, on AMD, and hopefully it fades back into something like this 10, let's just put a bid there, 107.80, something like that. Well, first of all, we'll put something at 108, and then we'll go a lot lower than that. We'll go to like 107. 70 something, 107.71. I don't know if it's going to come in, but let's see if it's going to play off of this level right there, 108.82. We'll try to short this into 109. We talked about AMD and how we were looking at some of these levels. Yesterday's level is 110, so we don't want to, look at it today. It's actually really lucky that, Microsoft we're down on. Microsoft is our red stock of the day. AMD is flat, especially now. This was not a great trade, shorting it off the open, but we were able to get out of there ASAP. And then we waited for some sort of a level to develop upside, and now we'll short this. The reason for the short now is basically a play against earnings. There's been a lot of hype, obviously, about what tonight is going to bring, and often you'll see, buy the rumor, sell the news. So, let's check back.
Which is what they're doing on Nvidia, 100%.
Yeah, let's check the poll here. So, yesterday's poll. If anybody wants to read this is a pretty good one here, reflecting on trading journey and stuff like that. So go ahead, take a look. It's pinned up there right now. But where was that? Oh yeah. This is pretty cool too. Go over to my account here. I'll show off the new coffee machine that we have right there. So this is it. We're getting ready, baby. Right now, pouring up the coffee. We did talk about Peloton. There it is. We did talk about Peloton early this morning. But what I wanted to do was check out this right here. So what do we got right now? 460. Wow. Can you believe how even this is? So will Nvidia break 500 on earnings? That is, with 460 votes, this is like the presidential race right now. Like we have to go count these ballots in Georgia ASAP.
Even with Ross Perot in there.
Yeah, exactly. Ross Perot here.
Actually, I think that's exactly what he got in the pop. I think he was about 10 to 15%.
What is going on? So we do have to ballot check this, because that is very, very close. So here, I'll put this in the chat. You guys go over and see what you think. Now, I wrote this yesterday at 455, so it's not like it's that much difference for Nvidia. The price is where we are right now, NVDA. But, you're getting closer to that 500 right now than you were $10 ago. So, yeah, Nvidia right now with a nice move up today into those earnings plays. Wow, look at Google. Dun, 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 dun.
Awesome.
Great trading there for Google today, breaking through the level of 132. We knew we liked that. Here it is on the 20-minute. There it is right there. We've hit its head up against 132 numerous times, man. This goes all the way back to the beginning of August. We just hit it a couple days ago. And now today, with the NASDAQ going, That's the key out of all of this, right? I mean, every single day you can find trades, but if they're not with the market, especially on a name like Google, then you're not going to get the extended move. And that's basically what we're trying to see right now, right here, right now. So, all right, AMD fading out as well. So we're short now at 65. Let's take a bid there at 55, so we do that, and let's just see if it can bleed the rest of the day. I think every short, Neil, I think is a scalp at this point, with the NASDAQ being up 1.2%.
I don't think you want to fight it. Before we go to crypto, there is somebody else reporting tonight. Snowflake is reporting. They're breaking out the high here. Just want to alert to 156. But while this is happening, do not forget sometimes it moves along with Palantir, and Palantir is getting awfully close to $15. So, I mean, the breakout, I still think, I mean, if this gets above, it's got room, it's 14.93, the market's going upside, it's been stair-stepping down. Both these are going to go at the same time. So let's go all the way to Brendo at the desk, which is like 20 feet.
Yeah, it's not that far.
And talk a little about crypto.
Hey guys, yeah, this segment of the show brought to you by Moomoo. Sees earnings opportunities as big tech companies like Tesla, Amazon, Apple, Google, Facebook, they all reported already, but check them out next time. Moomoo equips you to make the most out of these opportunities when they're released. Check them out using the QR code or click the link in the description. Shout out to our friends over at Moomoo. There is BTC right now trying to hold desperately onto 26,000. So we did get a little bit of a pop. I went into a tighter time frame here. This is a 3-minute chart. So a little bit of volatility coming into play here as we get the equity session going on a Wednesday. But yeah, just chopping around 26,000 once again following this PMI data this morning. If you missed it, PMI manufacturing side declined 47 in August from 49 in July. The overall composite PMI to 50.4 in August. That was slightly lower than expected as well. Here's Ethereum back to 1,700 at this point as well. Still green overall for BTC, holding on to that 26,000 mark. Here's 16,000 or 1,650 essentially right now for ETH, guys. But a little bit of green anyways in crypto land today.
Well, look, if the Nasdaq's up 1.2%, there better be some kind of green in crypto land. Otherwise, that's not good at all. But we are going arrows up here. I took some out there on. Google got to 132.80. It had a little bit of a pullback, so I grabbed some out there at 70s. It looks like it's still going. 134 does make a lot of sense for a level. It is at the market's flying. We're now 1.2%. I don't know if I want to fight anything to the south side, but there is something that we did not mention yesterday, which. So digital brands had a reverse split yesterday and did pretty much exactly what you would expect, which is flush to the downside. Well, it caught a bit of a bounce. And a lot of times these, whatever you want to call them, short names or reverse split names, they'll catch a bid and then just start running. It's already made its move. It's halted up once. If it takes out the local high, generally speaking, this setup has been reverse split, find a bottom, and then get back up to the top. Either reject that evenly at the $20 level or break it out and continue to go because now the float is smaller, so therefore it takes less to push it to the upside. So if it does do that, stair step up would be first holding that whole price. AMC just got back underneath. That's why I took out 40%. I'm not trying to fight this. You get the breakout trade, you take it, make the money. If it wants to bounce off VWAP, I'm sure there'll be another trade out there for you if you want to go stair step to the upside, but not the way I'm going. I only wanted that breakout. Work, hold higher, and go again. If it goes all the way back in, I'll just take it out 1 cent underneath where I got in there. So AMC did work. I want to go back to Peloton as well. I mean, this is just barcoding right now. So that it feels like it's gearing up for another move up. With the market booming here and everything else squeezing, I feel like the next move up on Peloton should be faded. If it gets up back to the high at that 580 and cannot take it out, I think this is going to be the short opportunity on Peloton. It's only 20 cents away, so let it happen. Let it try to get to 80, and then if it fails, short that. Because you're not necessarily shorting something which is following the market. You're shorting something which is down 20% on earnings and really just squoze to the upside.
All right. Yeah, I mean, you just talked about Google. I mean, Google's still working, so we'll leave that alone. What's been working for us to the downside, of course, we've just been sort of cheering on AMD here as it's trying to fade out a little bit. So we have 40 cents. It was just 50 cents in the money for this. Here it comes back in. So we just resisted the 25 dump right there. So it came into the quarters again and resisted. So now I actually have a bid there. My other bid was at 108 and change. So now we have one at 108.28 to see if we can get that fill to come through here on a, come on, let's go back into the downside. Let's just check out SoFi. I know there's been some talk. Come on. Yes, sir. There it is. Yes, we get it.
Oh my God.
I don't know why we're hitting oh my God. We have some more cool ones. Let's go props up because we got back into that one. So that was good. Don't be afraid to trade names that, perhaps you haven't. SoFi's NASDAQ stock. Don't be afraid to get back into names that maybe you've lost on just because it's just like that Google break, right? I mean, we were sitting there wondering, like, why is it not going through 132? Like, why is it stopping? Why is it giving these reloads and this and that? And then eventually it behaves properly and starts to go back up to the upside. So that's good. Just a quick little note here on SoFi. I know a lot of you guys are talking about it. It's been great. This is a breakout candidate for sure at 830. The only problem is on the daily, you're going to run right into 850. So we've already been up here a couple times, and then it stopped at 850, like here. So basically, the last 5 days, 850 has roughly been the top. So I almost like, you guys won't like this because everyone's long SoFi, but it's almost a fade off 850 when it starts to look like this. I feel like if it bumps up into 850, into this area right here where we've already sort of been at the last couple days, then I feel like that's a fade back down. But I still like to play, and I do like the long if it comes back into VWAP. But a break one way or the other, I just don't know if you want to take too much risk here because if you break 830, I feel like 10 cents is going to be a great trade. So if you can get that on SoFi, probably worth it. We did talk about yellow, so I just want to talk about that quickly. I haven't made any trades on it, but it is coming back to the downside. And I want to thank everybody in the chat because you indicated to our traders that it was at $2 earlier. And I feel like that was a fantastic out. It stayed up here for a half hour, man. So anybody could have got out there. So shout out to our viewers for giving that heads up to anybody that does, I don't have them, but to anybody that has yellow shares. That was a great opportunity because you might have felt like, oh my God.
How am I getting out of this?
Yeah, it's going down to the pink sheets. What am I going to do? Blah, blah, blah. And then you got a sort of a saving grace there today with a nice bump up in yellow.
So we're going to go to Sector Watch. I am in Palantir at 98 here. It's about 200,000 shares at the offer at 15. Even the last couple of times it had even dollar levels that it showed weakness at. It was a good scalp trade. But this is like Apple. Like I don't expect if it breaks evens, I'm just right out of it. So I'm not risking anything past that 15 even level. And I want to alert to Starbucks here because this market's going upside and Starbucks is getting killed. They're down 2% at the low of the day. So let's go to Brendan for Sector Watch. But Starbucks, there is something that doesn't look very good today, and it happens to be Starbucks.
And that's China shit.
Hey guys, yeah, all about tech once again today. A ton of green on this board. This is the S&P 500 so far. Again, all top left and bottom left, which is where these are found. Nvidia back to the upside today after yesterday's sell-off. 2.7 there for AMD. There's Intel. I saw it earlier. 2.25% as well back to the upside. Broadcom 1.6 for Apple. Nice day right across the board here for all of these, including Netflix on that subscriber note that came out in the pre-market there. 3.5% now for Netflix. CRM even having a pretty good day, up a full percent. Amazon, the only one not participating here, dead flat on the session. Interesting to see, along with basically the rest of the retail group, all dead flat on the day. There is some weakness in the energy space today. Healthcare names, pharmaceuticals specifically, downside a little bit. UNH as well, downside ever so slightly. Tesla off the highs, but still holding on to a gain. But overall, you minus all the big tech names once again today. That kind of a day. We're back to basically flat for the market, guys.
I don't like breakouts at this time of day, but that could be wrong on Palantir. I did not reverse it. Sometimes you want to reverse, but I'm just not going to do it. Above 15, I still think can be a long. I just don't want to do it right now at 1040. I do have Meta waited for this level a couple times and didn't quite get in there tight enough there. Now that I'm risking 15 to 20 cents, it's a little bit better than risking 30 to 40. So I got 85s. Again, I'm not even trying to have this hold past much. It's scalp trade. If that's all if that's all that's available, is a scalp trade out the short because I don't want to go into a long breakout here and I'd rather dip buys, then that's what I'm going to do. If we get back into 293, it's like just get in, get out, and then be happy with it. Ooh, that's the reason for this. There is the scaling a little bit better. So if we get that move back in, I'll be happy to take it. As I said, Palantir, Much like that Apple trade that didn't last very long, I was in it. Got some 97s, got some 99s for 98 price. It broke, got right out. I think I got like 15.5 somehow, which is weird. Sometimes you get that good level on an exit if there might be some midpoint there, if you use the right key. We have a couple of keys we can use. One of them, Scan. Frex is a good key for us here at Day Trade the World. That can sometimes give you that midpoint. You save a little bit of shekels there. But this is still strong. I just do not want to join it until we're like consolidating higher. Stair step up at this time of day instead of just taking a breakout's the way I'm going to go. So into Meta, if it breaks 94, I am out of that trade. Nvidia, there was no dip to be bought. There will be no dip to 62 even. Sometimes you just got to get out in front of it. And Nvidia, that means maybe 60, 70 cents. And then just be willing to do it because Nvidia is through the high of the day.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, it just broke 66. Well, okay, no, it broke 66s, but it's back underneath.
Google, by the way.
It just pulled back. Google as well. It's going to get to 134, and I'm going to get out of it in front of 134.
I'm feeling dumber and smarter every day. Like it's like a weird little thing there because, you know, I'm watching Nvidia because we do have a bigger position now in AMD, so we have to be careful about that trade. But it's just, this was such, I don't want to say well, I mean, no trade is easy, but this was an easy trade. Like breaking through 132, it's great that it held today and started to go back to the upside. Hey, Randy. But it's a monster move today for Google, Randy, up 3.25%, still climbing. I know you're an Apple guy, but Google continues to work on cloud storage. Who do we use here for storage? Google. Okay, I was going to pass you the mic, but that was an easy answer right there. So there you go. And I think that you are going to have a big continuous move to the upside here as Google has some new features in some of their phones. They've talked a little bit about that. I don't really understand what the catalyst would be other than this daily break today. It's been really strong off earnings. I mean, that's all that I can really think is that a lot of these tech names are now under the 50-period moving average, or they were anyways, maybe not after today. But Microsoft went down to like, what was Microsoft, 360 down to 312, Apple 190 down to 170. Google, this is their earnings day right here. We should put those earnings markers on here, man. I got to speak to somebody about that. That would save us so much analysis all the time. It's ridiculous. But 122, yeah, and I'm even yelling at eSignal because I can't get them on there. But anyways, 120 down to the downside and a nice little move back up. I just feel like the strength is in Google and people want to buy strong names. So that's the name right there for Google. But before I go back, we just got some 71s, I think, here. We need a lot lower on AMD to make any money here. So hopefully this will start to fall down. Again, it's not a huge position. It's in the hundreds rather than the thousands. So let's just see. AMD's been taking our money on the short side here today. We are positive on the name, but it's position pending. So we have to watch out for that. And then just because we talked about Google, I did take a piece out. I have less than now 5% left. So we're almost out of everything on Google here as we wait for the short to print. I don't know if it's going to, though.
Yeah, Google, it's getting really close to, I think almost, it could be quits for it for me. But Meta might not be done. We got in at 85. We got out at 05. So about 20 cents worth of risk there on Meta. Just come to my screen for a second. It took out the top. The local high is gone. This is a trend to the upside. I think joining the trend will make some sense if we get back into it. But up there, I'm going to take the shot at the risk to reward of the R&R trade. Ooh, you just wicked the high on Nvidia. It just wicked the top and is coming right back in there. Let me just check out what my buddy Marvell is doing. It's, okay. This never really got away from 61, did it? This is the 50-period moving average, 61.5 on Marvell. It never broke yesterday's highs. So I said if I was going to look for the sympathy short off of any Nvidia curl, I'd be patient and allow Marvell to show me something, which was this is the lower high. That's a trade that I missed yesterday on Marvell because I was shorting it here, and then it broke out, and then I missed it there. So if Nvidia is trying to curl and we're at a top, this is literally 10 cents worth of risk on Marvell, which I do like. Their Intel is very strong, but that's not setting up the way I like. I already tried that once. Palantir, I didn't take the break. It's back at 15. If that can hold $15 on Palantir, hey, I mean, I like the stair-step long upside. I just didn't want to take the breakout. That I want to work right away and be almost like a squeeze-style trade. So I might go back over to Palantir and give it a second shot if it can hold out. And now that I've said that, I probably jinxed it on Palantir. Like it just got back above, and I'd probably just jinx that because now it's at 99, so it's probably going to flush here. But as I was saying, like if it can hold 15, stair step up, show you a consolidation above, I do like the notion of a long there. Google's time for a trail stop at this point because it's getting really darn close to target. Right now, if it gets underneath 133, I probably grab it out. If it presses 133.50, I move the trail upside to the quarters and then work off of that. How have we not talked about Netflix since the open?
Been on it, baby.
Sharif, the professor's been all over it. But
Has he?
all you needed was 420. I don't know.
He says no.
He just said I'm on it.
I heard him say that. He's been watching.
He's been
Yes,
watching.
He's been watching.
Well,
He's
I
been
mean-
watching Netflix. How?
I'm always
Apropos.
I watch Netflix all the time too. I mean, it'd be nice if somebody
Yo,
traded
start
it at
focusing on
420.
trading and stop watching Netflix.
Anyways, congratulations.
Congratulations!
Because it ain't bad. It's not bad. Nvidia's been good. This has actually been
Come
moving
on,
more.
AMD.
So there you go. So I don't mind Nvidia long. It's been a good one, but Netflix has been obviously better. $10 to the upside since that 420 level. No, nothing. No one wants to hit a
Netflix ain't got what?
420.
We've had it so much today.
Okay,
where
fine.
is that weed Batman? We need to find that weed Batman. I'm going to go over to the board afterwards. These guys are too hard working.
Okay.
I'm just going to search like weed Batman or something
It's
like that.
at the 50 period on the daily, which is at 432. Might be not a bad place if it holds up here. It's at 40.33. So if it can hold here, consolidate, it actually has room to still fly. But that 432 is the 50 period on the daily. Marvell, again, the new position for me. If it cannot press higher as the market presses higher and Nvidia turns around, then I just kind of like this. Risk 10 cents. If it gets underneath 61, then I'm better than 1-to-1. Once it gets under 61, start taking some profit on Marvell. Maybe it gets to VWAP here. But I was not patient with it. Win or lose, at least I was patient with the entry today on Marvell. For the reversal trade, as I said, Google, if it breaks 50, that's going to be a trailing stop. And ooh, there is one thing that I should have kept with. And that's A&F. Had the break, was working right away, and then I stopped out break even, never got back in. A&F now up 25%. 25% to the upside when most of retail is getting its butt kicked this quarter. So Abercrombie wins as usual.
As usual.
But look at the daily chart.
Has it been strong? I don't know.
I mean, the shorts have been, $14 to now 52, essentially. If you're just talking about going back. I mean, this is the daily chart. You have to pull back pretty far to get to that 14 level. But let's just call it here. Since May, it is more than a double up. That's not good for shorts, and it's 10% short. The shorts are literally crapping themselves right now. But if they're wearing A&F, maybe they're looking good while they're doing so.
Or not, but yeah, I don't know if anybody wears A&F stuff, but they must.
I mean, I don't. I'm just kind of
look at the quarter. I don't know.
Maybe I own something. I have no idea.
Who knows? All right, so basically, obviously, we've talked about, we got a grade out on Google there on the upside of, and like I said, we're less than 5% right now, so if it bleeds down, it bleeds down. We got a 133.30 fill there, so that was good, man. $1.30 in the money, we'll take that over and over again. Now my whole morning pretty much is just not my whole morning, but we have the only position I have right now of any substance is AMD. And, look at the price. We're short at 80. Our stop is O's. So that's 20 cents, slippage 25 cents. All we've gotten is 60s a couple times. We've got 65, we got 62s there as well. So we're taking 20 cents on the way down, but that's all that it's giving us. And that's why I keep flipping over and I have Nvidia up on another screen as well, because it's just about watching this. If this really drips down, then we can, or like flushes down, we have some bids to get picked up on AMD, but at the same time, we have to watch out. Like if this breaks, we already have our stop in, so there's really not much to do. I'm just waiting to see if this flushes off this level, because then if it just kind of hovers around here and just is sticking around, then we can continue to take those fills on AMD. But if this just kind of starts ripping up, we may decide to get out of AMD before it's too late. But it's already only a 20-cent hit. So here goes AMD right back into the 90s again. This is completely fine for us. Let's put on a little bit more here. It's not, like I said, we've been getting some out. We just punched some in at 90 right there. You saw me do that. So hopefully this now can come back into the downside. Very, very small amounts of risk here. We've been shorting it on the way up and getting out just, like this was a good short. Like what's wrong with getting out here? This is 108.80. That out is 108.25. So we've been, I can't talk about it and then it breaks. So, now it's breaking up through some of these levels, but what I was getting at is it's all about risk to reward. And I feel like today, we got smacked around, where's Nvidia? That's 467. Okay, well, we got smacked around a little bit before on Nvidia yesterday. So we go back over to AMD today, and it's just Rip City. So we can get off of this. Here it goes, breaking through 10, and we'll be out of this name. AMD continues to work to the upside. So in what was a position there, I was hoping that could have flew to the downside there, and we'd be a little bit celebrating. But for right now, it's up to 109, and it looks like these chip names, man, what a difference a day makes. Yesterday, they couldn't find a bid. Now today, they don't even think about going down. So that's why we love trading, and we're here every day. Randy just grabbed the ladder, so
I don't know what he's doing with that.
I don't know about that. But if you are interested in campus with Day Trade the World, I'm going to do a read when we get back from Money Talks.
Dollar back downside right now. We did start the day once again with a decent amount of strength for the DXY. I'll show you in a second here. If you missed it at 10 o'clock or 9:45, we got this S&P manufacturing PMI to 47 in August. Downside, the overall composite PMI edged lower as well. 50.4 from 50.7, the prior reading on that. So both heading in a direction that I think the Fed overall would like to see. We get up to 104. We've been talking about that over the past few days. This area, 104 up to 104.5, would be the next area of resistance potentially for the dollar. You can see this move has been faded, though. We're just going red back to the downside for the dollar overall, guys. So basically flat across the board as far as everything else is concerned ahead of what is to come. Remember, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we get Jackson Hole, the big day, the headliner. Friday morning, 10 o'clock, we'll hear from Fed Chair Powell.
All right.
Hole.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Daryl Flinch. That's pretty much exactly what I did. So shout out to you. Using more shares at key levels. I think that's very, very important. As AMD now flushes, you can see 108.80. We're still in it. So yeah, hopefully so far so good. We'll take another piece out there at 80. Just giving some pressure off of this name. Like I said, if it goes down, we'll win, so it's all good. But if you are part of the Day Trade the World community, then you know how good it is to work here. Join the largest prop trading firm in the world, and you can join it on a campus, a part-time basis right now, man. Join the exclusive community of like-minded individuals. Learn how professional traders view the markets. I mean, that's why I keep tweeting out level 2s and things like that all the time to show everybody that this is what we're dealing with and sort of what you can see on here. It's completely free to join, and you can get funded. I have millions of dollars in my account. You can get funded same way if you can put up the numbers. So phase 1, market introduction. Phase 2, platform. Then you get your training. You're going to be in our simulation mode, TMS right there, and then you go live at the end of it all. So, earn your way, eat what you kill, and so far so good with this program. It does stop. We are taking the last cohort right now at September 5th. So if you are interested in joining Day Trade the World, join us right now with the campus, and I feel like you'll be more than happy with what's given to you. Obviously, we know the guys running this, and they are fantastic, and they may have been trained by people that you see every day. So, so far so good here with some of these trades. Google, man, really bleeding back down. Glad we're out of that name. Let's see where this goes. It's funny that Google's given back so much. Meanwhile, I'm short AMD. If I just put on the same amount of risk right here on AMD, then that would have been nice. But for right now, it's hovering to the high side. Again, showing you exactly the point of trading the names that you should be trading. And right now, it's all about the chip names. And AMD's up 3% today. Nvidia's up similar. And we're trying to go to the upside on these. So, be careful with what you're looking at. Trade the right names. Trade the right sectors. Today, AMD does not look to be a short.
In the markets, I'm going to show you the chart of the market in a second, but I'm out of Google on a trail. It got back underneath. We talked about that. We're going to get to 133.5. If it had broken it, I would have moved the trail up. Instead, it just turned around at 133. Your trend upside here. So at this point, I'd be looking for a place to rejoin the trend more than anything else. I'm back into Palantir. I said if it can hold at 15, I'd try to go for long. So it holds at 15. Go for the long, back in here, 4s and 5s, give it to the local bottom. If it breaks the high, gets them out 15s, 20s, yada, yada, yada to the upside. But here is what's going on with the NASDAQ. We got 3 minutes, and we're going to fire you over to the professor. And I guess it's the last day before he goes on vacation. Mad Max as well. He's going to Barcelona. Hoping he's going to have a lot of fun there. But look at the NASDAQ. This is a 15-minute chart. There has not been a red candle on the NASDAQ since the open. Not one. NQ there is all green. I mean, the ES has one solitary red candle. I'm not really sure what's incredibly weak there, but yeah, I mean, it's just super strong in this market. So I want to stick with the trend. It's entirely possibly reversed. So anything at this time of day, usually really tight stops on it because you're entering at the highs, or maybe if you're trading Starbucks, you're entering at the lows. But yeah, tight stops in here. Give it to the local high on something like a Palantir, which is breaking out. And then the other name, which nobody cares about because they're not Nvidia, that's going to be Snowflake. I mean, people care about Snowflake, but everyone's been talking about Nvidia. Snowflake reports tonight. It was looking like a big breakout candidate. It's back above the 200 period on the daily, but it just wicked the 156 top, but still trending up. It's holding 155. If this can consolidate and retake the high, this could be a runner into its earnings where anything can happen. Just want to get that out of the way. So 2 minutes to go. I am still keeping my eyes on two names. One, AMC. Can't seem to break out from that 210 level again. We were in it the first time, not doing anything the second time. And then where everything started today, and it's almost like we haven't come back to it, so we'll end the show. Not really ending the show. The show doesn't really end until aftermarket, 4:30. We're on all day long. But Peloton, the story might be over. I thought it was going to pop to 580 again and give me a short. It has not done so. It is just pulling right back in. This is not a reload at 5. That was a breakout SSR play at the open. It doesn't mean I like the long back there again. To me, it's done. Move on to the next. And the next is earnings board, which is going to be put up right about nowish.
There it is. I don't know.
Futu?
I don't see any names that I would be concerned with on this
Weibo.
board at all. I mean, none of these names are gonna do anything to the NASDAQ or, none of them have really been talked about over the last 6 months at all.
You don't think Splunk's going to move the
I
market?
mean, Dollar Tree, we've talked about that a little bit, but of course we are just sleeping on Nvidia. Everybody's waiting for that name to come through, so we'll wait to see what Nvidia has in store for all of us tonight, and then of course Snowflake. Palantir had a decent quarter, so we'll see if Snowflake can repeat that as well, and then if you like ANF, maybe you like Guess as well, so you can check that out if that is something that you did want to have a quick look at there. Guess. All right. Just real quickly here, because that's earnings, but we have everybody's favorite segment on the show coming up right now.
Yes, that's 28%.
All right, and that is what the hell is for lunch. So today, if you said chicken dinner winner, then guess what you would be today?
F1 stocks.
Yeah.
Having ribs tonight, though.
You would be wrong today, because today is very exciting.
Oh, nice.
It is a traditional English fare, pub fare. It is English-style fish and chips with homemade, it says house-made, which is good, tartar sauce. Not bad. Hopefully will come. I mean, again, we get the salads, but hopefully we'll come with some nice crispy French fries or something like that as a side. Throw it on a salad on there. Put a little bit of healthy spot. But I like fish and chips.
I love fish and chips. I
fish-
have no problem with that. The problem is we eat the salad. So
I think fish and chips is a very good staple. Like if you're ever at a bar and you're like, okay, I don't know what to get, I'm going to get a couple pints, but a little bit of fish and chips right there. So anyways, that's what's for lunch around here, but we are done.
This is one of those where I think we'll go to Brendan first, but this is one of those where we can actually talk about food, throw it to Brendan, and then he might actually give a thumbs up on it. So let's see what happens.
He likes fish and chips.
Fish and chips, Brendo.
Yes, that's a thumbs up.
Brendo?
I think it's fake, Brendo.
Frozen fish and chips. I'll leave it at that. Here we go. We were talking about a number of retail names throughout the morning. Williams-Sonoma, one of those still. I just noticed right now. Testing the highs, 140 coming into play right now. For WSM, should be a good look if we do get above that. Beat top and bottom, looks good. Forecast, great for Williams-Sonoma as well. One of the best performers so far today. If you joined us in the pre-market, here's a few other things we were dealing with. Nvidia, obviously, ahead of what's to come tonight. Foot Locker as well, absolutely destroyed off of a soft report from them. AMC as well, reverse split to come, effective tomorrow. There was a positive note on AI this morning, 2.5% to the upside, holding up decently on high relative volume. Apple as well, 2% at day highs. All about the NASDAQ. Let's go over to Sharif and Max.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Max. I'm Sharif. Wow, what a day it's been. 15.2 question mark? Possibly here. 15.186 on the NQ. We're dancing with 44.40 on the ES, and it has been a green day You guessed it, in anticipation of Nvidia earnings. Check that out after the bell. The Catena at 420. Max, what's the day been like, brother?
I don't know, a little bit frustrating for me, just terrible execution on my part. I was in the right trades, in the wrong prices, that kind of thing, not getting out. But yeah, what did I trade today? Like Foot Locker and this Abercrombie and Fitch. And I tried once on Nvidia for the dip. I figured yesterday's kind of low at 454 made a lot of sense for a long. I try it once, lose nothing pretty much, and then it goes down to 452, back up to 454, and that is the level. I just didn't try it the second time, which obviously, you know, would have been a pretty nice trade here.
Yeah.
Up a mere $13 from that price.
That's it?
But yeah, that Foot Locker as well. I was in there off 15. It was a good trade, but I didn't get enough out. I really thought, I mean, look at Foot Locker's daily chart. This is ridiculous. We're down from $25 2 days ago, but we're down from $45 2 months ago.
Unreal.
I figured, you know, if anything is going to bounce really hard off the bottom and like put in one of those days where it takes out the pre-market high and you're like, how the hell is this at $20?
Right.
It was going to be this. So I was holding half the trade for that dream and ended up getting stopped out down here below 25s. Does end up being a decent trade, but I was like 80 cents in the money, took basically nothing off up there. It's still holding up though, holding below VWAP. I'd like to see it back into this 15.15 kind of level. There's a big reserve at 15.15 earlier on in the day, which, oh yeah, you can see it in here. It was reserving on the offer for like 5 minutes there. Definitely could have added off of that reserve, and it never actually went back below there. So clearly the stop should have been 15.14, not 15.25. But yeah, we'll see if we can get back down in there. I'd like to catch a bid again. That ANF, you and I were just talking about this before we came on. Have you ever bought anything from here? I said no. You said no. But apparently, you know, the lower price merchandise doing well in this inflationary environment, and they're at all-time highs. So I tried the 50 break. I figured it was a short squeeze. I was adding to it. I tried it a couple more times, kind of flat trades on these ones. I don't know, just kind of this. I mean, the spread's nasty.
Yeah, it is.
6 million shares of volume on a $50 stock. The spread's going to be nasty. Liquidity's going to be nasty.
And it was worse earlier too.
But buyers have been showing up on the tape.
Oh, they have. And there's probably positioning in this stock because it is one of those ones, we'll talk about that more as the show goes on. It is one of those ones that is in play at the moment, right? Anything discretionary, expensive, not needed, they're getting hurt. But now when you delve a little deeper into Abercrombie and Fitch, you know that they own Hollister. Hollister is their higher end brand. Abercrombie, the lower end brand. And that is absolutely doing well at the moment. We saw that in spades this morning with Foot Locker. We saw it again with Dick's, and we saw it with Macy's. A whole bunch of these more discretionary retail names are been getting hurt. Let's get to my ANF trade because paper-handed, more paper-handed it could not be. I think I had a fantastic fill. Got in at 48 and a quarter, and then I just took the break of 49 for 79 pennies. Probably, definitely should have been staying in this one, actually reloading at that 48 spot. That was a nice buy in there, and there you go, stair-stepping up. I think we danced with 52, not quite making it up to 52 for ANF. I think 51.90 is the high. We're at 51.39 at the moment, 40-ish area. So we'll have a look and see what we're doing there. People saying I got that backwards. I don't really care. Hollister, American Eagle, I mean Abercrombie, whatever. You guys get it. The point is, they are more discretion. They are non-discretionary. Names are more staple. So they did fantastic, and they didn't have a glut of inventory, which a lot of these ones are having problems with. They're having to mark down their products, which tightens up margins, and that's not a good look for them. The other one I was really looking at was Netflix. We saw this one do real well this morning on that pop-up early on, 9 o'clock, right before the bell. It got the new data point that it was adding subs. The password crackdown was sharing crackdown was actually working. And there you go. It does a little bit of a dance at the bell. Up and to the right it goes. I was actually thinking that I was getting into this one when I got into Abercrombie, which is probably not something good to say, but I want to get in at that 420 point. And yeah, didn't end up getting into this one. Kept telling myself, Sharif, get in on a retracement. Didn't do it, and it's still headed to the north side, over 5% at its highs here at 435. Looking to get back into 434, but it has been very strong on the day. Lots of stuff going strong. We'll get to more names in a second. We're looking at some small cap names as well. Peloton also on the radar. It had a bit of a tough morning, to say the least.
Yeah, SMCI right now, absolutely blasting off. We always forget to trade this name. I mean, only 1 million shares of volume, but up 10% from yesterday's close. And pretty much 10% today, 260 all the way up to 283 is now the high. Holding the teal all day. I mean, maybe these low volume trades are just the easiest ones to take. I don't know. Maybe I'm overrating volume, Sharif. Look at this. Teal.
Are you kidding me? This got an upgrade today. I didn't even notice this was up
ridiculous.
9%. Man.
People in the chat were going a little nuts about this one. But also, super easy to execute on. 260 fail break. You take less size because this stock has no liquidity. But, you know, you're risking $1 and you get $20. It's not so bad. It's not so bad.
Are you kidding me on this back?
Even, you know, 50 shares.
I mean, I haven't seen this one on the right, but we talked about this, Max. Didn't we talk about the reversal candle on SMCI? I'm like, hey, you know, let's not put too much stock into one reversal candle. Oh, baby, did it show up. This is what I'm talking about here. Usually when you have a big pivot point, then a lower, longer body, or whatever you want to call it, a lower wick.
The hammer.
It's typically a reversal candle, and there it is, baby. And this morning, I would submit to you, is as a result of an upgrade by Wedbush. Yes, Wedbush liking this name. It should have been on the upgrades list, I think it was. There it is, come to the screen. Super micro computer shares are trading higher after Wedbush upgrades the stock from underperforming to neutral. I believe the PT on this bad boy is 250, which is kind of funny because it's way above that, 282. So I guess maybe they're looking for a pullback of sorts, or maybe we're going to see one of those ones where there's a revision in a few weeks. SMCI, though, all the smoke. Now, does this one sell off, though, if Nvidia misses, right? We know that they're a computer supplier. They call them the Internet of Things, I think. Yeah, what is that? Optimized IT solutions, Silicon Valley-based accelerated computer platform. The application is optimized server and storage systems for a variety of markets, including enterprise data centers, cloud computing, AI, fifth generation, edge computing. No, so they don't do the Internet of Things, but they're in a slew of these tech names.
SMCI supplies all of the chip companies
That's
with
what I thought.
Something, right?
Yeah, that's what I figured.
That's what I thought, yeah. So, yeah, Nvidia
It's a good look.
Yeah. And they had bad earnings. That's why Nvidia and AMD and everybody got smoked.
Right.
Because they're not supplying that many. I don't really know what they supply. They supply something.
Well, they're in all those ones. I just cloud, AI, 5G, edge. What else? Enterprise data centers. I mean, a lot of those ones are like there's a lot of overlap in between those ones. But look, let's bring in the big tech chart here because there is a theme here, and it's up and to the right for most of these guys. Meta, 2 1/3. Microsoft, 1 1/4. Google, 2 1/4. And this is all to the good here. AMD, 3 1/4. Amazon is definitely the laggard. I submit to you this is probably because weak discretionary retail spending. Amazon has underperformed lately, guys, even though it was on the receiving end of multiple upgrades earlier on in the month and into late July, 0.4 only. And oh, my friend Apple, I am very pleased about the performance of this stock the past couple of days, adding hand over fist on the private account nearer that 172, and I am rewarded. Tesla, it started the day bad, a quarter to the good now, but it's definitely lagging the market as well, like with Amazon. In case you missed it, Tesla looking to ramp down its production at the Berlin Gigafactory there, which this one, it actually wants to expand. They want to build more Gigafactory at that plant, looking to build a battery plant there as well. They want 1 million cars a year produced out of that plant. Now they're looking, at least for the moment, maybe in the short term, to cut production. Nvidia, what's Nvidia up? I don't know why it's not showing me here. The Nvidia is up on the day. Max, where the hell is my Nvidia ticker? Why can't I see it?
Nvidia is up.
Where's my Nvidia thing? NVDA.
2.2%.
Oh, it got moved into Chinese ADRs for some reason. Yeah, obviously it was
Whoopsie.
moved. But yeah, Nvidia, what'd you say it was?
2.2%.
Yeah, 2.2%. So 2 1/5 on that bad boy. As yeah, we eagerly await the earnings report there. Knocking on the door, Max, of that 467, 468 area, a bit of a top now. Holding the teal on my chart, which is a 21. I know yours is a 20. Mine is a 21.
Mine's 21 as well.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, SMA or EMA?
EMA.
Wow. Okay, so Max and I both have the teal here.
All right.
As oh, that's nice. Interesting. Okay. It's a good look there. What
I'm
else you
long
got?
Foot Locker here.
Okay.
Looking like it wants to continue the bounce. Didn't get down to 15. Puts in a little reversal candle here. So if we get down to 15, I'll add to this. If we break out of 50, I'll add to this. I think if we break this downtrend on Foot Locker, we can get back up to 1650 and higher. I still think the bounce could definitely happen today on this name. We don't want to get down to low of day. 15 was a whole lot of bamboozlement down there. Lots of buying down there. Bids that couldn't get filled down there, and now we start to come back up. I think if we can't touch 15 again today, then we're going to go quite a bit higher, but we shall see. Apparently 13% shorted. I imagine more people have piled into that short in the past, whatever that is, 7 hours. And we'll see. Maybe some people start to get squeezed out. If not, I'm out for a 15-cent loss, so not too big of a deal there. Tesla, I'm kind of looking for a continuation play, but I want to see it back down below 233 and buying close to VWAP there. The market just keeps going, and Tesla's kind of pulling back. So maybe Tesla's going to be weak today, right around yesterday's close at this 233, but not wanting to give it up at the moment. I don't know. I'd rather see it kind of fail break below 233, below these wick lows here at 232.75-ish, and then right back above 233, and then you're playing on the Momo back through, rather than getting in up here. I think this is too high to be buying Tesla for that continuation play, given how weak it was yesterday. However, if you look at the past 2 days, we're still holding well above, what is that, Monday was down here? What's today? Wednesday?
Wednesday. Hump day.
Tuesday, Monday. Okay, we're holding above Monday's high, and we are holding well above Friday and even Thursday's levels. So, not looking bad on a higher time frame for the continuation play. This 234.25 from yesterday afternoon was super, super strong. We haven't really decidedly broken through that and held above yet. It's still kind of holding to the upside, that 234 kind of 50, let's call it, area. So got to get through 235, back into those higher levels. 241, super, super key level on Tesla. So if we're breaking that today, we're looking pretty bullish overall. I don't how much more does the NASDAQ have in it today, though?
I don't know, man. It's
we're
going,
push that
bro.
Much higher. Who knows?
I'm not staying in front of this bad boy. 15.2 incoming, guys. We're 8 points off 15.2. Let me look here at Netflix because, I'm really lamenting not having gotten in this name. So is it overextended? I'm not going to really care. Oh, it's up 5%. It's got to retrace now. What does the price action tell us on the daily? Looks like this 440 is a bit of a top here on the daily. Right? Multiple rejections off this 440 area. I don't know what the hell this crazy wick is here, August 1st. That's obviously incorrect. But this 440 area seems to be interesting. Maybe I'll put a stop order to take the 434 long. Let's have a look at the 5. Yeah, so we definitely broke 435, retracing in. We didn't even touch the 7 EMA, but we're having trouble taking 434, going back to about 15 minutes or so. Multiple rejections off 434, but higher lows, no question about that. Let's see if we get it. I could just guess that we break it. Otherwise, if I do that, I'll have to give it to at least 432.5. That's the bottom end of the range. I'd rather just wait for a decided 434 break. Now, it may be too late to the party for this one. If that's the case, that's fine. but we shall see what happens with this bad boy. Let's talk a little bit about this VCIG. I know the Katina man mentioned this in passing, and his analysis of what to do with these small cap gappers, I couldn't agree more. There's a lot of bamboozlement, a lot of manipulation with these stocks, so you gotta take your profits when you can get them on these bad boys, and you gotta be super quick with the keys, otherwise you're gonna have resting orders. But it's a good name. I mean, there you go, the spike right at 8 a.m., the news drops, you get a retracement back into 5 1/4, the market, the bell rings, and boom, multiple halts to the high side. Let's look at the one so we can actually see the halts. There you go, up halt right at 9:30, another one at 9:37. It's a bit more stable at that point, doesn't actually end up halting, but you get that eventual break of 8. For now, and I say this, for now, it seems to be holding VWAP here. It's a good look. It's able to hold VWAP. We have a bit of a local top here for some reason at 720. 720 was also a bit of a support area before the Huadunk into VWAP earlier on. Maybe if we break through 720, but we've seen this dance before. You take the break midday off a key resistance level and it Huadunks right on you, right? So if you're gonna take this break, you may get 15, 20 pennies. Just make sure you have resting orders or quick with the hotkeys because it doesn't typically spend all that long in this area. And then, you know, eventually in the more liquid time of day, it'll probably take that level if it does. So that's my little rant on these small cap gappers. They are what they are, and if you're good at trading them, you're well rewarded. Trust me, I know there's a lot of people online that are able to trade these with success. Someone was telling me KRE, another person was telling me CCL. I'll look at CCL real quick here. The Carnival Cruise Line. My sister's on a cruise right now, and she's like, there is an insane amount of people on the boat. There is lineups for everything, Max. Whether you're waiting to get a drink, you're waiting to, I don't know, pee, you got to wait everywhere, right? Here's CCL. I don't see the headline for this move. I wonder if it's a sympathy play into something else, but there you go. You get the spike. For some reason, volume coming in spades around 11 o'clock, Max. It takes 15 3/4. It goes up to 16.34. Right, trying to hold 16 here. You got a 16.05 dip, and now we're dancing. I'm going to look to see if one of the other cruise lines is responsible for this move because I don't see anything here coming up for CCL as a reason for the move up. Let's go ahead and look at the watch list. Cruise lines, what else is moving? CCL, then I have RCL. Anything coming in for RCL? Nope. How about NCLH? No, nothing. I'm not sure. If anybody knows what the news catalyst on this is, I would love to know because I don't see it here on any of my cruise lines anyway. So yeah, cruise lines all green, by the way. You've got CCL up 2 3/4, RCL up 2 3/4, NCLH up 1.1%. Airlines are also up marginally though, not really doing a hell of a lot. Yeah, before I send it back to Max, I'm waiting here on the other side of 434. If we can break that 434 on Netflix, I'll give it a try.
Yeah, it's interesting, those cruise lines. FULC, also people calling out in the chat.
Yeah.
I actually
Upgrade
added
this
to
morning,
my,
by the way.
Upgrade this
It got
morning?
an upgrade this morning, believe it or not.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm looking at that 650 level. If I can just throw a stop in here on my Foot Locker. All right. Yeah, FULC. This one has a 650 high from yesterday. Starting to go today, light volume, 6% shorted. I imagine the short float is much higher at the moment, given that it did a bunch of shares. I think this thing did like 70 million shares yesterday, which we can, yeah, like 75 million shares yesterday with a 58 mil float. So I imagine the short float currently is much, much higher than is reported. But we have that 650 high from yesterday. So I think it was pre-market, and during market hours, we got to that 635. Where's 930? Yeah, exactly. So I think 650, even you could say like that 637 breakout from yesterday's morning action could be something quite spicy. This one went through 610, which was the initial high. I don't know if there's like necessarily any edge there. I want to see the volume spike. I want to see it continue to take out new levels. And yeah, I think if this gets through that 640, then 650, I mean, I don't know. I think we were looking at this yesterday, and it had some much higher levels. You long?
And I'm long Netflix.
Oh, Netflix.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Go
yeah,
Netflix.
Okay. This is this one. Yeah. That's 650 could definitely be something on this one. 675 or 670 is the spot where this one kind of consolidated after this dump when the FDA, right? Yeah, FDA, not FTC. FDA paused their drug. Now they let them continue the trials and they spike back up. I think that if we get through this level, you know, that's a pretty big gap to fill. Obviously, $6.75 all the way up to like $12. I'm not saying that that's where we're going, but you know, maybe we're seeing $7, $8, $9 today if the volume really comes in. I mean, we've seen that kind of thing happen before.
Max, we just took $1 right away on Netflix like that. Took that 434 break. Like, okay, we're having trouble with this level, and it was definitely not a counter trend trade by any stretch of the imagination. We're going with the trend. We found a bit of a local top, couldn't break it. Now I'm lamenting not having had more because, well, there you go. It looks like it's still continuing, but that was a quick buck in the money on this bad boy. Up 5 1/3 now. Where do we stop? We're up $22, I think, since the open. I'm going to have to check. Let me look at our friend Netflix over here. Let me switch back. Our friend Netflix is up 4% since the open, up 5 and almost a half now. Wow, man, I should not have taken this out. Look at this thing go, bro. Unbelievable. Here comes 436 on Netflix. Yeah, I should have definitely held. I thought, you know, Buck is good. Let's go. Buck's fine. No, definitely should not have done that. Should have had more to scalp some out, but there goes Netflix now looking for that 436. It's up $22.30 since 4 a.m. today. The volume, always a little bit suspect on Netflix. It's not like the other mega caps, 3.62 million shares. Eek, why did you get it at Netflix? I am in it. It should hit 340 today. Your thoughts? Well, that's what, you weren't listening to me. I was talking about 340 being a clear level on Netflix on the daily. Let's go back and talk about that. Here we go. You have a bit of a local top here, no question about it. Sorry,
and we
440.
were just at 400, so like 10% move basically in, what is that, 4 days?
Look at this, bro.
Crazy.
It's, you know, definitely had a fantastic year, no question about it. Where's January? Started here. We started at 275 max. We got as high, almost as $500. That bottom, though, at 175, taking us back into late spring, early summer last year. Not this year, last year. Bit of a flat bottom at 175. You were adding around there. You are a genius, and I want to be your friend. It's a good look today on Netflix.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough to buy the dip, though, on Netflix, if we're totally honest here, because that one had a multiple quadrunc on earnings scenario there for quite some time. If you were buying those first dips, you were getting absolutely smoked until it finally puts in the base.
Right.
But yeah, great run, similar to a Meta or an Nvidia or even a Tesla. A lot of these names have given you, you know, double ups or even more.
Yeah.
Crazy.
For example, Max, based on what you're saying, 145% year to date for Meta. 243% for SMCI, Nvidia, 220% year to date. Guys, and there's, I mean, this is an underreported story. Let's talk about this. Look at these crypto names year to date. Now, crypto clearly year to date, I mean, BTC and ETH, they're not good. But these actual mining names, look at this. Riot, 222% to the good. Mara, 236%. BTBT, 333%. Some of these micro strategies, 138.5%. This is, I think, one of the most underreported stories of the year, how well these mining names have done, especially in light of the fact that crypto's price, and by crypto we're really talking BTC here, has not done well. So, interesting look for...
Weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, man.
I mean,
anyway,
they got smoked last year.
They got smoked, but year to date, it is a fantastic move. And Netflix continues to go to the high side. We're going to see 437 here anytime. 436.98 showing up on my chart. What a move up for Netflix. knocking on the door of that 437.
Great trade there.
Not good enough,
Sadly, you got out, but
paper hands galore, baby.
I mean, you get shown $1 in 10 seconds or whatever that
it
was.
literally
like,
was. It literally was.
Sometimes you got to just take it. Obviously, Netflix. I mean, and you're buying the highs too. It's kind of tough. I do not blame you for doing that at all. Foot Locker, I'm still watching. I ended up adding to it, and now we're starting to go. I think 1550 break makes sense to actually even add a bit to this. So I'm going to do just that. If we do break 1550, see if we can get a little trend reversal, get through VWAP here, see if we can touch 16. I really thought when we were in this 1580 level that we would end up getting that 16, maybe 1650. But I think similar to like Dick's, where it put in yesterday quite a flat bottom during the middle of the day, and then bounced from 112. I think it was 111 all the way up to 113. That's kind of the idea that I'm looking for here. I mean, Foot Locker's down 33%. Is it going to close down 33%? I don't know. Possibly. I feel like we get closer to 25 or something like that. So, I'm pretty kind of bullish on this Foot Locker setup right now. Hasn't been able to touch lower. Now we got to go, see something else. It's been basically consolidating since, 10 a.m. It's 11:30 now. Decent amount of bets have probably been placed, so we'll see if we can get a little bit of an explosive short covering here into that 16 level. Other than that, I mean, Tesla, I guess that price was good to pay, but I didn't think that was the way to go, paying up that much. But Tesla through the high 235.50, the new high, holding above 235 now. I don't really have a setup for that one anymore.
Your friend Carvana is on a nice move today. I don't know if you had an opportunity to look at it. We just broke 40, 40.50 the high. Do you know Carvana is up 752% year to date? What in the hell is this stock doing? Nice. Used cars prices are going down. Somebody tell Carvana this, because what's the short float on this guy again?
Currently sitting at 42, according to Trade Ideas.
Why, man?
It could be higher now. I mean, people could be placing bets right now. It is like 3 weeks delayed or whatever. That's probably right, though. 42%. That's a lot.
Unreal, man.
Another one, NVAX, also highly shorted. I don't think this would have changed, but
today, quarter point.
47% short. But yeah, really doing nothing. And
you always know when Wainers is having a good time, eh?
Oh yeah. I have such a hard time not looking back when I'm sitting here. I get so distracted. But yeah, I mean, it's holding above 9. We were talking about 850 2 days ago being, kind of a line in the sand, and now we're trading above 9, holding above 9, doing okay volume, I guess. We'll see if we can get that 10 break later on today. Even, looking at that 960. That was yesterday's high that we topped out there in the pre-market this morning, unless that's probably an 8 a.m. dark pool wick, but I guess we can check. Yeah, I guess today's real high is 950. 953. So yeah, you take out 950 again, I feel like NVAX could get going again, potentially. I mean, I don't have any setups on it when it's only doing 7 million shares of volume right now, though, so we will wait on something on that. But I know people in the chat are talking about NVAX. I wonder what Moderna's doing today. I haven't even checked that, but probably up again. I mean, yeah, what was yesterday's closing price? 116. Oh, nice little flush here off the open on Moderna. So finally, the somebody calls BS on this move up. And, we get a little flush, but trading back up. I mean, we were talking about 110 being a crazy price for this. We're now holding at 116 right at yesterday's close at the 50 period on the daily. So good spot potentially for a reversal. I don't know if Moderna has a short float. I think we might have looked at it. I think it's 7%.
It was,
4%, or 5%, let's call it. So, nothing crazy, but, we top out right where we were basing out before. Let's see if we get another move on Moderna. I certainly hope not. I certainly hope this COVID thing is done for good. But if it's not, I mean, you got to trade the trade, I guess, even though I want to ignore that this
I couldn't agree
pandemic
more,
is
but-
happening at all.
It's annoying.
It is. It's annoying, and it's just unfortunate for us if this thing picks up again and people decide that we have to be locked into our homes or whatever. That would be nuts.
I forget what headline I saw, but like some company or some institution instituted a mask mandate down in Texas or something like that. I was like,
Texas,
really? Well, yeah, Austin is kind of that spot now. But yeah. Max, CCL, man, we got to take this seriously. This is a bull flag continuation here. The
4%?
break, yeah. Well, there was clearly volume coming in spades, like I talked about 11 a.m., and it's just been adding to it. That 1575 break was clear as they get. You get a big pump up into 1635. Obviously, there's going to be a retracement on something like that as people take profits. 1605 was as bad as it could get, but here we go. We're going to take those highs again. 1635 the high. I'm seeing 34s here show up on the book. 35s just showed up, some size here. Let's see if we can take that out. But good look for CCL. Lots of stuff running today. Again, somebody telling me that CCL had a headline yesterday. I had a look. There we go, a new high a day on CCL. This is what I saw. Holland America line, new 28-day legendary voyage in 2025, an epic exploration of Greenland, Iceland, and the Arctic Circle. That ain't going to do it, guys. It ain't going to be that. Let me move down more on the 22nd, see what it was. That's it. So they're telling me you're moving up on a new route? I don't think so. Right? Something more fundamental is happening here. I just don't happen to know about it, sadly. So maybe we'll get that news headline later on the show. It'll show up on the news blotter, or somebody in the chat will explain what's happening. But 4% for this name don't make a whole lot of sense. But anyway, let's trade the price action. How can we get in here? Well, we're definitely extended. There's no question about that. We just made new highs, pulling back a couple of pennies now, 5 pennies. If I really wanted to get in, I don't know how I'd get in here, to be honest. It's going to have to be a little bit of luck. I don't see any discernible patterns. And let's go to the 5. I haven't looked at the daily to figure out some charting here.
We were recently, I believe, at 1950 on CCL, so I'll double check.
What'd you say, 19?
I think we were at 1950 before.
1950, okay.
Double check.
That's a couple of bucks from here, man. A few bucks from here.
Yeah. So we broke down from 17. So 17, pretty key resistance level. I'll
Interesting.
pull it up here.
Okay. That's a good look.
So if we get there, do we think that we have the juice to put in, a 12 or 15% move? This is where we were consolidating before.
About that. Yeah.
You get there. I feel like fail breakout at 17 could be a pretty great trade. I don't know that we have the juice for that. Like CCL is, what's the ATR? CCL ATR 50 cents.
Yeah.
We've already done, close to $1 off the lows. So yeah, if we do a 2 ATR move, I'm totally down to short $17 on this. I just don't think we get there. But short float still actually, interestingly, 11% on CCL. I thought that these cruise lines would have had some short covering by now, but I don't know. Well, they must have been at like 30, 40% during the pandemic. People used to trade the you-know-what out of these stocks. I remember during the pandemic, everybody was trading CCL, RCL.
Yeah. Well, they did really poorly.
Of course, they were docked.
Yeah. And those aren't cheap. You know what I mean?
Those
are big assets to have just dormant there, depreciating, because that's what it is. It's a capital good and it depreciates. Okay, guys, Palantir is making a move here. We got to talk about this. Somebody sent out a super chat. I didn't get to acknowledge them. Let me move back. Carolina Vieira, shout out to you. She wanted me to let Neil know that Palantir was moving. The Katina man also alerting me to it at the moment. 15 and a quarter we are at on Palantir. I'm not seeing a headline, but I'll look in a second. Now, it's interesting. This is, let me put in the ticker here for everybody, PLTR. All right. Now, why is this interesting? Because we definitely did a bit of a dance. Now, we didn't hold it strictly. You can see the wicks down into 15, but a lot of the closing prints, let me move back into that area. A lot of the closing prints nearer that 15 and a quarter, and we are at that level now. So interesting look here. Do we find an area of resistance here? Are we going to break through? Palantir, what is it up now? What's the percentage up? We're up almost 3.5%, which is not that great, but it's not bad either. There's a lot of volume coming in. Basically went red to green on the open, and it hasn't looked back since. What's the catalyst, you ask? Let's look. Nothing today on Palantir. Anything yesterday on Palantir? No. So obviously some positioning likely, but we'll keep an eye on that. No question about it. $2 super chat. Thank you very much, MM. And then they have a Hey You animation. Hey You.
A nice teal pair there.
There you go. Yeah, it's teal. I think that's probably meant for you, brother.
Nice.
There you go.
There was someone in the chat asking about Nifty ETF. They want to invest in India. We don't do investments here. We do, trading. So I don't really know anything about investing in India personally.
It's up monstrous.
Is
okay,
it?
so quick data point. Amount of money, American money, flowing into foreign ETFs. Can you believe India was almost double that of China's? $1.5 billion flowed into Indian ETFs year to date. Compare that to 630-something million. The only one bigger was Japan, and it was like sizably bigger. It was almost $6 billion worth of American money flowing into foreign ETFs. So,
I mean, if you
that's
think
the
about
first
what
time, I think.
American companies are doing, you got Tesla, you got Apple talking about moving into India. So
Exactly.
that makes a lot of sense. As far as like investing, I don't know, I can't really help you there. I've never made any particularly amazing investments in my life, so I wouldn't trust what I'm talking about on that one. But if you want to talk about trading it, I don't think it does enough volume to trade intraday. So maybe look at individual stocks. I don't think that Day Trade the World has India. I think Obi was talking to me about that.
Okay.
He wanted to trade India, and we don't have
No.
India for some reason.
Yeah.
I think that there's some market rules that prevent that.
There's plenty
probably.
of
But
brokers
there's all
will
the
allow you. This one will.
that allows you to
This
trade
you
India.
can get the entire world, essentially.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Shout out Jay Lee, good friend of the shows. I think a Toronto resident as well. Shout out Jay, wants me to have a look at KRE, Spider, S&P Regional Banking. Now, we didn't talk about it today on the show, but I know that the FDIC is going to release new banking regulations. I didn't have an opportunity to read the article. It is on my reading list for today. But we know what happened last time. It was a bit of a red herring. They started talking about capital requirements, increasing capital requirements for some of these banks when we didn't have a capital requirement issue. What we had is an accounting issue where they weren't marked to marketing their losses on long-dated treasuries. And we know what happened with that. They had to liquidate, and they had to take huge losses, and that caused big credit problems, credit crunch problems. All right, here's KRE. What have we been doing here on the KRE, Jay? The low here we made was early May, but it has made a series of higher lows since that time, all of which have been bought up. We are at that kind of, the bottom end of this, or touching the trend line essentially here, 42.5. We rejected off the 200 EMA. When was this? Late July, and kind of been retracing down since. We know it's been kind of not a good look for banking as of late. Holding up on the day, KRE though, why can't I see the percentage of how much this is up? What's going on with this platform? In any event, we're up on the day on KRE right now. We'll keep an eye on this name. Yeah, we'll see. What does a 5-minute look like here? Let's have a look. It's up and to the right, baby. We kind of flat top broke through 43.5. Put the ticker in again on this bad boy since we zoomed in. Yeah, flat top break, pardon me, at 43.5. Now we're talking about 43.85, 44 incoming possibly. Yesterday's high, that green or red move, we got about to 44 2/3. So we definitely are still within yesterday's range, haven't really broken through there. The pre-market, on much less volume, saw us all the way up to 44. So we'll be looking at that whole dollar level if it comes into play, but it was a beautiful red to green move off the bell here. And then if you missed that, you could have had that flat top break at 43.5. Good look for the regional banks today. But I want to definitely do a bit more research into those new regulations coming in.
Foot Locker broke that 1550, so it looks like the trend is reversing here. We've got,
Nice.
we had lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. We've just broken that flat top. Now we got the next high at 1560. I'm not really looking to get out of any of this. I want to see this breaking that 1560 and getting higher. You know, I'll stop out, basically break even at this point if we do fail this level, but I think, you know, we could really get going. VWAP is right here on Foot Locker. So, yeah, looking good. Definitely a trend up and starting to really, you know, starting to curl, starting to push. I think that 1560 breakout could get us into that 16 level, and that's where I want to be taking profits to start. I think we can get to the high of day here at 15 or 1640. Where's 930 though? Yeah, that was the 930 price, 1640. I don't think the stock was open at that point though. So really 1590 is the high of day. So we cracked that 16. I think a lot of people could be getting stopped out of this Foot Locker position down 33%. Obviously, you know, terrible outlook. However, you know, eventually these stocks tend to bounce, and that's what I'm banking on at this point. Not any kind of you know, fundamental reason for Foot Locker to be going up at all today. Just bounce off the bottom. You know, people getting short that are expecting this to go through low of day,
Right.
And they can't get there. Other than that, what's going on? 15
Some resistance here.
right now.
Perfect. You and I think we're just as alike, yeah.
But I still have my 15-150 lineup, and I think that's probably where we support at. I mean,
Yeah.
if we're going to be super bullish, obviously that's where we support at. So
Yep.
we'll see. Maybe buy something. Maybe just buy NASDAQ at my line. What if I just try
Go,
that
baby.
for
Well,
once?
we talked about this. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm dropping equities. I'm going to the future, baby. All right, guys, here's what I was talking about. FDIC slated to propose new long-term debt rules for regional banks next week. So this is what I was talking about. This is what they're going to do. They're finally actually getting to the crux of the problem. Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation will on August 29th propose new long-term debt issuance requirements for lenders with at least $100 billion in assets, according to a recent notice, in what will be the latest response to the failure of the 3 regional banks earlier this year. This is what we're talking about. So they had so much cash that got deposited because of the influx of cash after COVID in deposits. So like, yo, we can't just keep all this cash on hand. We have to buy treasuries with it. So they went and they bought long-dated treasuries, 30-year bonds, 20-year bonds, and all those bonds dropped in price as yields went up, and then they had to sell those when there was a bank run, and they couldn't. So this is going to cure that exact problem where they're actually going to have to update the price of those quarterly. And I think they didn't even have to update it at that time. So the banking watchdog wants to ensure banks of that size can absorb capital losses before the FDIC's deposit insurance funds does. If they have ever failed, the proposal comes after the FDIC covered all secured and unsecured deposits to Silicon Valley and Signature Bank in a move that cost the DIF billions of dollars and sparked a debate on who should shoulder the cost for bank failure. So it looks like they're actually going to get to the real problem here. FDIC, August 29th, slated to be the day. Today is the 23rd, 6 days from now. Interesting look there. Oracle tanking news, says Irish Mac. We'll have a look at Oracle in a second. But Carvana, still an interesting look here. I want to bamboozle my way into this as it makes newer highs. 5 2/3 max now up on the day. What's it? Oracle news, Neil? Okay, so Neil's looking. Let's have a look at our friend Oracle. ORCL. What is this doing? Oh my goodness. Okay, I don't have the look. Let me have a look here to see if there's yeah, we don't know what the hell is going on with Oracle, but there is a big boy move on Oracle here. 120.45 the high, and now we are talking about 115.89 here, Max. The current price action, 115.82 the low.
What is that, a 1-minute chart? No.
That's a 5-minute. So here's the one.
So we've been missing this for 15 minutes?
Well, we just found out about it now. Yeah, see, I get the price spike updates, but there's information overload over here.
Yeah.
We don't have the headline yet. We'll keep you guys apprised once I do find out what the hell is going on with Oracle. But big move here.
Yeah, big move indeed. Big move on Tesla too, but just no way to find myself into that one. Find my way into that one. Google, I want to try at 132. Foot Locker, I think I want to stop out of because this is not going, but we'll see. I don't know. We touched like my
Neither do
price, 1540. I'll probably bail out of that. Looking like it's actually
Wow,
kind of bidding up right
Oracle.
now. Yeah, Oracle is still
It's
getting
just
smoked.
Neil is very displeased with the fact that he doesn't know what's going on with Oracle. Oh, he owns it. Okay, well that's probably why. So
Oh
here we
my
go.
God.
We are really headed down here, guys, on this Oracle trade. Now we just broke 132. Do we get short here, bro? I mean, like, well, this is a dangerous trade. I don't like to get in if I don't know what the hell's going on. What is going on? 112 possibly incoming. The volume is really taking off here, guys. But it's just too spready to control and much too volatile for me. I'm not getting into this, but going with the trend here, if you guys are brave enough to punch into this, good on you because you have been rewarded. We still don't have a headline. I'm still waiting for a headline. Is Brendo at the desk? No. Brendo's not at the desk, so we can't look at Icon at the moment.
If this gets to 110, I think I might try the reversal trade on like a fail breakdown there.
Yeah, that's a
But
good look, but I think it's just
I think I
dangerous.
gotta wait for that,
Yeah.
that to come in. Also, it's
What's the daily level
better
on
to
that?
have the news on.
Do we have a
something like
daily
this.
level on this bad boy? Let me pull up the daily over here. I mean, Jay was saying it was at 115 yesterday, but Jay doesn't really explain the move. We definitely have an interesting area at 112 over here, Max. We had a dip below that August 11th, at which point we got to 111.13, lucky number 13 there. But the majority of the closing prints north of that 112, we're holding above it for now. Yeah, a bit of a flat bottom break there. What an ugly, ugly move today on Oracle. Sorry for anybody holding this, but yeah, that's the way she works.
That is the way she goes. You got to take the risk with the reward on these. But nice bounce right now, $2 off the bottom, almost $3 off the bottom now. That's the kind of thing that I would have been looking for, but you know, never got to a clean enough level for me to take that. You know, you got to be very, very specific with your levels when you're going to try to take a bounce like that. But now it's over $3 off the bottom there. So nice bounce on Oracle. Maybe you should have been paying attention to that one a little more than this Foot Locker. We saw on Meta there was some news one time where it went all the way down like $15, something crazy.
Yeah.
Then all the way back up.
Yeah,
and
it was
took out
me
the
and
high.
you live, remember?
Were we?
Yes, we were. We're like, what is money?
What is happening? Yeah.
Right, and we didn't know, and it took like 10 minutes for us to find out.
I think I got a $1 reversal off the bottom. I was like, sure.
Yes.
Then it goes another 10 or 15. But yeah,
is
these
this
crazy
just an
moves can get
exhaustion
reversed.
buy? I mean, a lot of the times we see this. You have that big move down, then you have the profit taking buy, and then you get, you know, that curl back up. And then as more people find out about it, you see the Huadun coming in again. So we're doing that again here. I mean, do we take the short here and give it to 115.5? There it goes again, Max, right back below 114. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen, isn't it? And we're going to talk about it and not take it. Back into 113. Here we go. We know the low. What's the low on the day on this bad boy? I hate these charts, man. Like, even my platform over here is crap. 112, like, say or give or take, 112.10. That's the exact low. Decisions. 115.5 was as good as we could do on that exhaustion, you know, buy move, the cover move up here. Maybe we get up into that area. We look for a short again and give it, you know, just a couple of pennies. But right back into that level, 115.5 we go as people buying this bad boy up. I hate trading when I don't know what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
Oracle. ORCL, is this updating?
I don't have anything on my news blotter.
Neither
here.
am I. Anybody in the chat, if you know, tag me, and don't tag me with conspiracy theories like Elon is selling his stake and stuff like that. You will be thoroughly ignored. No, kidding, of course, right? But you got to tag me with some real stuff here, guys. But yeah, that 115.5 broke. Here comes 116. We're seeing 115.75. A few 5 shekels away now from that 116 as it gets bought back up. Lots of volatility in this bad boy. Here comes 116 again. Lots of orange showing up on my tape, meaning above the ask. And there we could break 116. Thankfully, you didn't take this short off that 115 level. Nice buy back up. What do you got over there?
I'm just watching this Foot Locker position. It is still trending up. It's not kind of as nice as I thought it would be. Adding to it has not paid off yet, but let's see. Looking for this 1560 break. I'm probably going to punch out of this in a second because it is just selling off. It is bad news. You can't hang on to this forever, and the market is bouncing up. Didn't even get to that 15,150 on NASDAQ. Neither market has touched the teal on the 5-minute all day. Like crazy, crazy move up. 15.2 looks like it wants to break out right now. And there goes Apple to the high once again.
Oh, baby.
Crazy, crazy.
Go Apple.
Nothing giving you a dip.
What the hell did Softy
Google got
just
to
do?
VWAP, but not to
Look
Softy.
at Mr. Softy. Like
Softy
one
just
5-minute candle
straight
just
up.
jumped up $1.50. What is that? What is happening on Mr. Softy here, bro? That just jumped from 327 to 328.82, like in one 5-minute candle. That's a big move on our friend Softy there. Nice move on Softy. Unusual options activity says computer on net options. That comes vis-a-vis Benzinga. Shout out to Benzinga. Jay Lee, only news on Oracle was yesterday. Joined the VMware cloud infrastructure, some kind of cross agreement thing. Okay. I didn't even, do I have that on my, for Oracle? Yesterday, yes, I do. White House Cancer X Initiative. No, that ain't it. No, I didn't even get that one that you're talking about, Jay, on mine. I just got some White House Cancer Initiative for Oracle. Not seeing anything. Not seeing anything, guys.
I'm wondering if there's anything to short on like a double top here.
Yeah.
Tesla is not at that level yet, so I don't really love the short on that one. Like 237.50 is where that would have to get to. Apple's at like a random spot, I think. 180. 181.50 is maybe not bad on Apple, but yeah, I'm not really seeing anything to short. I feel like we've missed the long at this point. You know, Google hit VWAP there, which would have been decent, but I wanted it to hit that 132 price. Figured it could support around here and then blast back above VWAP. Sadly, it couldn't even get to VWAP. So yeah, that one kind of just going up without me. A little bit of a lag on Google, although it was kind of blasting off earlier in the day, obviously. So it's already kind of put in its move. Yeah, Tesla through the high there. Does Nvidia want to top out? I don't think betting against Nvidia on its earnings day, though. I feel like, you know, that short squeeze could be on. However, we have been kind of flat, realistically, since 10 a.m. today on Nvidia. So maybe Nvidia does like a little fail break of 468 or 467.50 and then does a reversal back into VWAP. I feel like that could be actually a decent trade. So I will leave Nvidia up.
These charts are messed up, man. Yeah, like Microsoft just froze it and made me look like a fool. Like, look at this. I mean, it didn't actually do that move, but yet look at the chart. I mean, I'm not making it up. Here it is, guys. Like, it made it look like Softy was flying to the north side. I mean, these, oh my goodness. Anyway, yeah, disregard what I said about Softy there. Anyway, made it look like it shot up and it didn't. I can't get it all right on this show.
Jason asking where I think Nvidia goes tomorrow. I think it goes either above 500 or below 400, depending on how they report tonight. I think it'll all be done tonight too. So, yeah, that's my bet. Either we miss earnings entirely and this is back at like 380, or we smash through and get through 500 and maybe we're taking, you know, a 520 break or something crazy tomorrow morning. But well, you will be. I will not.
What am I going to do?
Taking the 520 break on Nvidia tomorrow.
Oh, me? Oh, yeah. That's what I do. I trade Nvidia around here. No, I don't, bro. You know that.
Hey, you're fine with Netflix. Why not Nvidia?
Well, Netflix was setting up. I mean, not as volatile as Nvidia. You have to say Netflix a bit of a slower mover, to be honest. And Netflix seems to trend, man. Where Nvidia is just it's a beast. But anyway, lots of eyes will be on Nvidia tonight. No question about that. Make sure to check that out with the Katina Man. He will be covering that. Comes out at 4:20 p.m. 4:20.
420?
Apparently, it's so slated. Meta's at day's highs, guy. Apple is at day's high. Tesla as well. Not so much on even Amazon, man. And Amazon's definitely been the laggard. But we have a bit of an interesting top here on, I would say, Amazon. Let's have a look at that. The pre-market high, and I don't want to talk about the 4 a.m. high, but definitely around 9:15, we kind of got to that 135-ish area. We had a bit of resistance here, and we definitely had a flat top where we weren't really able to print above it or stay above it. We were able to print, but not close above that level. It looks like that 135 level is now being taken here on Softy as it does that V-shaped retracement. Guys, come to my chart while I'm talking about Amazon. 135 break on the level. Here we go, 135.17. It's looking to take out the 9 a.m. high. Let's call that 135.20. This one keeps going. We had a 4 a.m. high of around 135.40, and yesterday's price action saw us go above to 135.90, 136-ish area. So good look today on Amazon as it continues to be weak and definitely weaker than the bunch, but that's the Christmas tree retracement there. Shout out to our friend Randy for that. But yeah, good look here on all big tech names, Max.
Nvidia gave me the trade that I wanted, so I'm now short 468, looking for this to fail. NASDAQ just kind of wicked 15.2, so let's see. This is looking like it could give me a decent fail break. It only got to 20s, so that's what I like to see. I don't want to see it getting to like 50s above 468, and then I have to risk way more. Right now, I only have to risk like 25 cents plus slippage, so probably 55 cents. But yeah, we'll see if this will fail break on Nvidia. Looking like I may just get stopped out right now. But if the market does turn around from here, this could be a money trade back down to 465. So let's see. Bit of reserves up there, but no, we're already stopped out. So not a bad fill on the stop out, 20 cents. That's fine with me. I was looking for $3. Nvidia wanting to keep going. Could have taken the scalp there for 60 cents, but I think, you know, you're probably normally risking a whole lot more than that on this name, so shouldn't be taking those kind of scalps. Still kind of chilling up there, though. Maybe I can try this again? No. Can't just keep doing the same trade again. But maybe could have given it an extra couple cents there of risk. Some weird reserves in the high 20s here. It doesn't want to print up there. I feel like this is just going to blast off.
Oh my God, look at Oracle. Completely bought back up, almost.
Just like that meta move that we talked about.
Yeah, very
all
unusual.
the way back. Wow.
Very unusual. Here's the only headline I'm getting, and this came in at 10 a.m. Watching Oracle, hearing investors business daily swing trade buy stock. That's it. That comes to us via Benzinga, but that was way earlier than the actual move. This came in at 9:59, just 1 minute before 10. And the stock started tanking around 11:30. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense unless they were really positioning in there or some unusual options activity, forcing market makers to kind of get on the other side of it. We'll see as the day breaks or as the day continues, we'll get more information on that, obviously. But that was nice. If anybody took that dip trade, you were rewarded. Obviously, a very risky trade. Max ES here at day's highs, 4,442 1/4. Breaking above the previous high, much in the same way here with the NQ taking 15.2, at least for now, 15.207. The new high a day on the NQ, it's up 1 1/3. The ES just a smidge below 1%, 0.95 to the good today on the ES. Good look for these markets as we all wait for Nvidia's earnings. I think that, you know, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. I think we'll probably have a fantastic day if they hit, and we'll have a really bad day if they miss. I think a lot is riding on this play, Max, as we wait for that 4 o'clock. And then don't forget, Jackson Hole starts tomorrow, but Papa Powell on the mic at 10 a.m. Friday. So that's going to be really interesting. And there's other Fed speakers. I'll get the schedule for you guys soon. It's not just Papa Powell on the mic. There's going to be plenty of people speaking at that conference. It is a federal, what is it called? FOMC meeting or something? It's not a meeting. It's not one of those obvious official meetings.
Yeah.
What is it called? We'll get it for you. Yeah. Well, whatever.
I don't know. That Foot Locker got me out right at the bottom there, so they were hunting me and they found me there on Foot Locker. Now going back up to VWAP, but you know, not as kind of explosive of a stop out that I thought it would be above this 15.50. So I guess I'm not expecting much over 15.60. We take out $16. I'll probably try a breakout there, considering I think everybody will just get stopped out on the day at 16 unless they're really, you know, looking to add to this thing. So yeah, I think 16 is the next attempt on Foot Locker. Maybe, you know, just should not have added here.
Thank you.
Add down here. I don't know. Whatever.
Call it Symposium, by the way.
Symposium.
Yes. Thanks
What
for
a
the
fancy
Katina
word
man
there.
Isildur. Max doesn't care about J Pow talking. He only cares about gains, baby. Well, I don't think you're wrong. I'm on that, Isildur. Max is very much an intraday trader.
This is true.
This is true. All right, keeping an eye on some other movers here. Netflix continues to head up almost 5.5 now for our friend Netflix. Is this it? Where did I put this? Oh, wow. Palantir continuing to make days highs as well. Let me get Netflix back on here. Yeah, good look here on Netflix as we dance with that 437, 436 area. The high a day on Netflix, 437.02. We're back into 435.80. Trying to hold 435, touching the teal now, and possibly going to start breaking below it here. Bit of a triple top off this level on the 1 minute chart here at 437. So has Netflix done as good as it can do on the day, and we're going to start looking back? Well, we definitely know we have a support level at 434 because we weren't able to break above it multiple times. So if we get back into this level, it'll be interesting to see how we trade. Do we find support here, or is there going to be a breakdown? I think a lot of it have to do with how the market's doing too. Even though Netflix a bit of a secular mover with its own catalyst, rejecting off 15.2 right now, we are, for the moment, on the NQ as we come back into 15.185. But I would say, really look for a trend change here between 15.1 and 2/3. That seems to be the bottom end of the trough on the NQ on that pullback that we had around 1140 or so. So still lots of room possibly to the downside if we start retracing here on the future. Keeping my eye on some of these other names. I think I'm going to take Peloton off because it's not doing anything. Well, it's curling back down, but it's not volatile enough for me. Let's put Palantir on the side chart here as it is coming into that 5.25 level. In fact, 15 and a quarter, 15.24 the high right now. Hasn't been able to break that $0.25 level. We'll keep an eye on that one as
well. Foot Locker broke out right after I got out, so takes out that 1560 going for 1575. This 1580 is really kind of the high of the intraday move. I mean, this opening candle, 1590. So I think anybody on the day is probably getting stopped out over 1580. I want to see what happens on a 16 break on Foot Locker. See if we can get into like 1750, something like that. If this actually does kind of short squeeze, again, 12% short float. Keeping an eye on that one. Nvidia, I picked the wrong dollar apparently. Apparently 469 was the right dollar to try that on, but still holding the teal, still trending up. Nvidia looking pretty strong, even though the market is kind of reversing off that 15.2 like we figured it could. We'll see. Maybe Nvidia's got to move back into VWAP. I don't really have a setup on that one. Not going to risk $2 to try to get a what is that, $3-4 move here. Apple maybe gives you an opportunity at that 180.75 level that it's been consolidating at all day. Maybe you could go long here. I feel like the market needs a little pullback, so maybe a breakdown at this 180.75 price gets you into VWAP, a little 75-cent scalp here. I'm not sure that I want to take that on such a strong name, but I feel like that's the move that's going to happen. Market really needs to pull back here and see, I don't know, come to one moving average at least on this 5-minute chart. It's been just straight to the upside. Rejects a key level here at 15.2. Now maybe we have a decent pullback in it off of that 15.2 price. Yeah, what else we got? Foot Locker not quite doing it yet. Waiting for that one. I really think Foot Locker does have the juice today to do a real move. It really won't get anywhere near that $15 level. So I feel like we could get that move on Foot Locker. I think paying up at $16 isn't going to kill me. So I am willing to do that. ANF kind of actually setting up a little flat bottom break here of 50.80. Maybe the move is over on ANF, And you could short back into VWAP, back in that $50 level. There was definitely a buyer at 50-50. Big reserves on 50-50 here and here and here. So maybe 50-50 reserves again, and you could take the reversal of that breakdown. I don't think I'm willing to take any more shots on this one. And there goes Foot Locker. All
yeah,
right.
I was about to say, your friend Foot Locker is having a day right now. 15 and a quarter, just broke. 3/4, pardon me. What is this, bro? We're going into 16. This is a VWAP reclaim here.
There. Yeah. I'm upset that I'm not still long at 1540 right now. It's exactly the move that I was looking for. But yeah, it is now breaking out. Now some volume coming in. This is a very large volume spike for today. Looking for the break of 16. If I see anything on the tape that gives me a shot to get into this one, I will. But don't want to pay up here and have it flush into VWAP on me or something stupid. So got to be patient, waiting for 16. I think 16 is the level that people will be making decisions at. Although you could say that we just kind of false broke the high of day here. Although that would have to get back below 80. So maybe that's the price. Maybe we can get long 80s right now if there's some kind of reserve on the bid or some large offer that gets broken here.
The Katina man is short Amazon, eh?
Short Amazon.
Yeah, which isn't a bad look, seeing that it is much weaker than the other big tech names. And we talked about this 15, get it together, Sharif. 135 and a quarter area, high of day, 135.30, coming now, breaking below 135 again. Possible support at 134 3/4. It was kind of like the lower end of that range, 134.70. A lot of prints, the closing prints above that on the 5-minute chart on Amazon. But yeah, definitely an interesting look there, no question about it. As these discretionary retail names really get punched in the face. Now, Amazon is a bit of a hybrid. Number one, it's probably not suffering the same type of shrinkage as some of these other retail names. Now, I know there's Porch Pirates and stuff like that, but here's the look on this one. It is kind of a mix, right? They have discretionary items and they have staples. You can get a lot of stuff that you need day in, day out on Amazon. There's no question about that. So I don't know if it's going to suffer the same type of fate, obviously, as some of these other names. And we know that it's not only relying on retail, lots of diversified business in this bad boy, not the least of which their most profitable wing, cloud, AWS, man, props up a lot of what they do. A lot of cash comes in from that bad boy. So yeah, taking it on the chin today, not even taking it, it's up half a point. Definitely not performing as good as these other tech names, but yeah, I think it's not going to suffer the same fate, obviously. I want to talk about this MFH, Mercury FinTech Holdings. What is this one doing? Here's the 1 minute on it. Now, this was strong earlier on, small cap gapper. The float, well, it's not small cap. It's 1.5 billion shares, okay? China-based holding company, principally involved in the provision of digital asset infrastructure. Does it have a headline? I don't see a headline. MFH. But it's got volume in spades coming in here lately, at least. Still only about 2/3 of a million shares done, but the majority of it coming in the last few minutes as it breaks the high a day, looking to take $2. It started the day off at $1.20. That was yesterday's close, incidentally as well. Not really able to take two quite yet, but good volume spike on MFH. But tread carefully with this one.
Another MF, eh?
I like that. We've been seeing those lately. What else we got here? Let's keep looking. AMD, Nvidia coming off their highs, but just barely as the market does its little dance with 15, 1 3/4. Right now, hasn't made a newer low on the NQ. I'm keeping my eye on that. The ES also just a smidge below the highs, 4 points off the highs. And Foot Locker continues to go, but VCIG, we talked about this small cap gapper, breaking now down below VWAP and looking to take decidedly break this trough over here, which is at 6 1/3. If it can kind of get below that, might be an interesting look on VCIG. Giving up the ghost there on VWAP, Max.
Yeah, that $8 level looking pretty juicy on VCIG. I tried to play 7 into 8 on the kind of reclaim of 7, but that never played out. So we'll see. I mean, that one's still kind of on my watch today. Oracle just continuing up after that crazy down move. That's nuts. You are long.
Yeah, we'll see what this one does. I'm looking for that 118 take. We'll give this one a try. It was another higher low, so if we can break through that 118 top, it's an interesting look. If not, we'll have to give this to about 117. That's the bottom end of the trough. See what this one does.
Interesting there. Tesla coming back in at 235, so that I think 235 is the spot. If Tesla pulls back into 235, I'll try that. I'll try that long. I'm still watching Foot Locker for the 16 long. Watching it consolidate here above that 1580 where it stopped before. Could be possibly long right now. I'm just thinking that the risk on this 1580 is a little bit more arbitrary, and it could dip into 1560 and then take out 16, where I think the real stop out scenario is. I think 16 can go kind of directly to 1640, and then we'll see what happens from there. Grab, interesting small cap, not really going anywhere, but that was a nice flat top break at 370. What else we got? What else is on the volume leaders? K-View, once again on the volume leaders.
Yeah, I was just talking to Josh back there. He's been trading K-View all day in anticipation of the ad. I think it's the S&P 600 is getting added to, something like that. Somebody fact check me on that, yeah. But it's an interesting look there. Obviously, we know J&J spinning that off, so that will be an interesting ad on the close. So make sure to keep your eye on that, guys.
Yeah. And J&J, I know that Josh was also trading J&J today and had a banger short on that one.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Oh, it was J&J
My bad,
that he was trading. Yeah, J&J a volume leader again today, so really getting smoked on this deal going through. Interesting action for sure. That 166 was support before, and that's basically what we reject off today. You take that 166 back through, it gets you to 164. This Foot Locker is taking way too much time. Getting bored watching it. Let's see. Oh, you're back over 118? Let's go, Sharif.
Well, we got to stay above this bad boy because last time we wicked up here and we did bupkis. So
that is true. You got to get up above that last high of 118.50.
Exactly. Sure. That's what I'm looking for there. But we'll see. We'll see what this one does, man.
If this
Bit
is
of a
bogus,
risque trade.
Definitely risky. Risky. But if this is bogus, you might get right back above 120.
Well, that's the thing, right? If we can break above that 118.5, that'll be super interesting to see if we can actually get back up there. We had wicked up into 118, I think 46, 45 was the best we could do there, but we're definitely doing that dance with no pants here at 118. We just need to run higher lows throughout. That's what kind of got me into this trade. Kept seeing that retracement, higher low, higher low. Let's see, do we get the run through that level? I don't think this one is really market dependent. Still up a 1.25%. We still don't even have a headline on this bad boy. Some people telling me that the headline came in yesterday. I looked and I didn't really see it. The best I could do here was to see that Investor Daily was in this swing trade on this. I don't know. We'll probably find out after if there was positioning on this bad boy, but I think I'll give this to 117.5. Breaks down below that. Probably just cut this trade. Here we go, right back down to 117 and 2/3. Let's see if we get some continuity on this name. But yeah, a bit of a tough trade. Yeah, I'm out.
Fair enough. I'm long Foot Locker now. It just dipped down, couldn't get past 1575, so I punched 79s. Now I just punched a little more, so now we're in 81s. Looking for this to go straight over that 1590 high and then add through 16 once again. I think Foot Locker's got the juice today. Let's see if this buying can come in. I'll be stopping out below that low of 1575. Looking like this does want to go though. Buying coming in off that level for sure. Now 1593 is the price that we got to touch to break out. But the last two breakouts have worked nicely. So let's see if we can get 3 in a row here and straight through that 16 price. A little bit of size on 16, so I think it's worth adding through. But yeah, we'll see what happens up there. Definitely if 16 fails, I don't want to be hanging on to this. Here we go on Foot Locker. Nice little move here. Volume coming in just as I get in.
Good move.
That is how you want to trade. Never want to be out of the money. Let's see if this can get through that 93 price though. That topped out at the same spot. See if we can get through 16. I think that's the key spot. That's where I think the real trade is, off of that 16 level. I think we can really snap through 16 and get flying. But got to get there pretty quick to scare out those short sellers, I think.
Yeah. Palantir back at highs as well, 15. No, it's at 15.18. Sorry. The charts are acting up again. Nothing I can do about that, but let's bring in the side chart here and have a look at what some of these ones are doing. Max talking about Foot Locker. There you go, coming into 16. Palantir rejecting off that 15.25 that we talked about. Now look at Netflix, kind of giving up a little bit of the gains. $3 south now off the highs. 437.02. We're at 434.10. Bit of a move down. VWAP on my chart, 429. So if possible interesting short here. BCIG I mentioned earlier, kind of breaking down below VWAP, but holding that 650 level. Carvana, good look for the short, 40.68 now coming back into 40. Do we find support at 40? Last time around we had trouble breaking through that $40 level. Might be an interesting look there once we get into 40. Let's put an alert on that bad boy. Put it at 05. There we go. And yeah, that's the look there. ANF kind of been dead money for the last little while. 51.90, the high. Stair stepping down actually. 50.70, broke 51. VWAP on my chart, 49 2/3. Possible target area for some shorts. Looks like the NQ kind of a little bit off highs, likewise with the ES, as we definitely get a move down in some of these names. Did we break this level on Palantir? Oh boy, these charts. What is the price on Palantir right now? 15.18. Okay, so we're not there yet on Palantir, but it looks like we did break it. Got up above into 15.27. I'll have to use P-Pro 8, man. P-Pro 8 way more reliable than this platform at the moment, but 118 flat top here. I got my still on Oracle. I mean, I got in, I can get back in, no problem, but we're a series of higher lows here with a bit of a flat top at 118. I feel like if we break through 118 decidedly, this might be an interesting look. Or, it could be a bit of a double top with possible short through 116 3/4. We'll have to let this one develop, but there, I see a lot of buying coming in on Oracle here, man. I should have been adding at that position. There you go, right back into 118 again. So higher lows with a flat top. This one's gonna go, man. This looks like it's gonna go. Good look there on Oracle. What's Palantir up to? I don't have, yeah, it is, man. Palantir is not at 15.18. This is frozen again on my computer here. 15.30 now on Palantir, looking fantastic, breaking that 15.25 that we talked about earlier. That was a local resistance level. There we go. Lots of volume coming in this one. The volume. V 24, almost 25 million shares now on the day for the $15 name. That's fantastic on this. Let's go to the half an hour here and see where some levels are. Let that one load. It's a nice move up on Palantir. Yeah, we're definitely above highs locally here. And then when you zoom out, yeah, definitely we're going to be looking at that $16 level. Maybe even a smidge below. 15.80 seemed to be a bit of a top going back a few days. So we'll keep an eye on Palantir.
Speaking of 16 levels, 16 looking highly probable at the moment on this Foot Locker, just waiting on this breakout. We got size on the bid. We got some size on the 16 level. And we're dipping again, so gonna have to punch out of this one for flat. Not gonna take a loss on a move that was in the money, but still 10 cents in the money right now. Waiting on this breakout. I feel like 16 is going to happen. I mean, the buying is has been pretty aggressive into the level. All the dips getting bought up. Not able to push down. Definitely the trend has reversed at this point. It's just how far do we want to go on this uptrend? Still down over 30%. I think there's a lot more juice in this.
Juice is loose.
Move up. Holding the teal for now. So maybe I got to stop out at the teal, which is basically my price. That's actually sounding pretty good. And I do have the order to get more long at 16 and small profit taker here at 16.40. I really think if we take out 16, like that's where the real buying starts, but who knows? We'll see on this one. Definitely like the fact that volume's kind of increasing on this move up, and you know, we are not making any significant moves down anymore. Nvidia did end up pulling back basically to where I wanted it to, that 466. Actually, I wanted 464. So bouncing off of 464 now. Tesla didn't get to where I needed it to go. 235.75. So Tesla just a monster today, trending up all day, not going anywhere to the downside at all. I had like, what did I have on my, I think I had 228 that I wanted on Tesla today. Where was it? Yeah, 228 I wanted to, no, it wasn't 228. I think it was 225 I wanted to hold on Tesla today. So nowhere near my dip buy level on that name today. Just straight up out the open. You said when I sat down, this is your type of day. You must be up, you know, $1 million. I'm like, no, nothing dipped, man. Other than Nvidia, which I gave up on after one try, which was kind of dumb, I guess. But yeah, like, you know, a lot of these names just went straight up out the open. Very difficult to execute on that. My eyes are still just on this this Foot Locker, waiting on this breakout. Buying off of the mid-80s once again, but kind of slow. Here we go. Let's get through 90s. Come on. Get that aggressive move. I want to see a volume spike like this one through that 16, and then, you know, we'll see what happens through there. But looking good once again. Little wick bottom once again. Could be adding on these wick bottoms if I wanted to, but you know, I'll stick with the size that I have here, and then once we get that confirmed breakout through 16, that's when we add the size that we really want on this one. Market flat. We haven't even gotten to 15,150 though. This market doesn't want to dip at all. Just touching the teal on the 5-minute and rebounding a bit. So I don't know. I mean, we're just not getting the dip buys that we want today, really, Sharif.
Yeah. Interesting look at 432. Zion asking about Netflix, possible to get in there again, as we did have a bit of a support level around there. I wouldn't guess here, just a random level. I think 430 may be the level you want to look at. We had more of a consolidation range around there. The 432 a little bit random, so I'm going to be hands off on Netflix for a while. But it was a great triple top there, rejecting off that 437. If you took that short, good look for you on that. But the one that I'm keeping my eye on is Oracle, as it continues to make newer highs. El Pablo said that he had news for me on CCL. Tag me, brother. Just go at and then type in my name so I can see the red show up, and then I can definitely give you an answer on that or announce it. But I still don't see anything here. All I see is this, an options alert. Carnival options alert, September 1st. $17 call sweep, 15 near the ask, 2187.241 versus 1031. Open interest earnings 99. This is a lot of options talk that I don't really understand, but for whoever does, this is what's showing up on my blotter. It came in here 1121. How come it didn't come in earlier? Because I definitely didn't see that at 1121. I can promise you that. But there you go. That's a headline I'm seeing there on CCL. Keeping an eye, though, on this Oracle at 118. Definitely an interesting look. Here comes Netflix into 432. So Zion was talking about this one. Fantastic short off these levels, man. That's like $5+ in the money on this
triple
move.
Top there.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
You can even take the breakdown of that. Like 435.
The 435.
Break. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you risk $1, you get 3 so far.
Fantastic.
Looks like it wants to head down towards that VWAP level, 430. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Nothing else really pulling back though. Google at VWAP. So Google I want to see at 132. Not there yet. Still waiting on that. What happened with that Apple level? Glad I didn't take that breakdown at 180.80. That did not work. Right back up. So everything just still not getting to any levels that we can really trade them at. So we wait. We wait for a real dip. We wait for some kind of exhaustion move to the upside that we can short back into like a VWAP level. I mean, almost always these names end up touching VWAP. So we'll see. Maybe this is one of those just pure squeeze days where none of the large cap names even get down to VWAP. But I kind of doubt that, to be honest.
Your friend Nvidia is putting in a higher low here,
Yeah.
above 465, looking to take 467, possibly 469.08 is the high of day. Curling a little bit here. It might be an interesting time for a long. Zion's 432 level is holding on Netflix for now. We'll keep an eye on this guy for sure. Keeping my eye on the side charts. I was looking at the indexes to see what they were up to. The futures contract is really what I mean. We're holding this interesting level here. This 15 kind of 175 area on the NQ, finding some support there. Definitely rejected off 15.2, but for now we really haven't made any decisive lower lows. In fact, on the ES, we're holding above that. We're at 4440. We've been dancing with this level for a while. Very much near highs though on these futures. So careful with the shorts here on these big tech names until the future really gives up the ghost. Save and except for the ones that have been obviously weak. I know Max was talking about Tesla putting in a good day now. Tesla almost up 1.5%, but Amazon continues to be the laggard out of the Magnificent Seven, if you want to call them that. 0.58 only to the good green, albeit by a small amount. Meta just put in a bit of a top there at 297.40. Interesting look there. Several red candles in a row now on Meta at 297 level. Interesting. Here we go back down. I see possible support here, 294.5. It's a bit at the lower end of the range. We'll see where this one ends up. But yeah, interesting look for some of these big tech names as we are definitely green on the day on these bad boys. 432 holding. Here's Ion. Are you long, my friend? El Pablo, CCL, 2 messages. In 2024, Americans must have a visa to go to Europe. We already knew about that. People booking heavily before that. It's not even a visa, brother. It's just like a $15 thing that you have to go online and sign up for. It doesn't cost that much money.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't that big of a deal.
Yeah,
here we go, 16 bucks. Let's go, Foot Locker. We're filled. We got more size here. Looking for this to continue. Looking for this to squeeze. That was a decent amount of size that just got filled through 16. So let's see. We are bidding up. Still going.
Okay.
Need to get through this 05. Come on, Foot Locker, you got this. There we go. 06s, keep going, keep going. We got this. Come on.
You tell that stock.
It's too slow, too slow. I mean, you know, you're buying a stock down 30%.
Well,
Let's
that's
be
the thing,
completely honest here. But yeah, I mean, this is looking good. Holding above 16. We'll see if we can continue to blast higher on this one. I got my profit taker all the way up there at 1630s. So we'll see if that gets filled. I feel like we do get filled up there. I think that this has, you know, another dollar in it probably. As kind of crazy as that sounds, you know, the bottom kind of appears to be in. I mean, I don't want to go off of this. Let's go for a second. But, you know, we got a bit of a wick bottom here. Look how far we're down. We're down from $50 since February. I mean, I feel like we can get back to like $17.50 today. So let's see where this goes. Looking for a continuation of this breakout right now. No selling quite yet above this 16 level, so still happy with this breakout, still not taking any profit yet. Let's get through 06.
Attaboy.
Come on, baby.
Definitely a mean reversion trade there,
yeah.
no question about that. We all know price trends, volatility, mean reverts as, yeah, show them. Just zoom out a little bit, Max, so people see the big boy drop.
I mean, let's go to a 5-minute just so you can see this.
There you go.
I mean, we got some spots.
Exactly.
This is this 1630 area or 1650 area is where we dropped to initially on the move. That's typically kind of where you would find resistance the next day. That is where we found resistance off the open. So I'm thinking, you know, we can go touch there again. And if we break out from there, then I think that, you know, 1750 does make sense. I know it sounds ridiculous on a $16 stock that's down 30% to be expecting another $1.50 move out of it. But, I mean, shorts are going to want to cover at some point. I don't know that Foot Locker is going bankrupt necessarily. It may be.
I don't know.
I mean, I haven't necessarily looked into it, but I didn't see any headlines like that this morning. Definitely hurting, definitely a terrible guide. So, yeah, I don't know.
And they rely, they even said it in the call today, we rely more on middle and lower income brackets for the majority of our sales. And those are the income brackets that are hurt most by inflation.
Yeah.
The upper echelons or the higher earners are less affected by inflation for obvious reasons. So when that happens, sales dry up. In addition to that, their margins are getting squeezed because we talked about the theft. We talked about some other stuff there. Nike's pulling out of there. Nike's trying to do more of a direct-to-consumer look. In addition, they're trying to increase their brands, but the consumer's going to want to buy it, right? So tough sailing for this one. We'll see how they do. If they can recover, fantastic. I mean, I shout out to my friend Alfred again. This guy was buying in the same way that he bought Tesla. Well, he bought Tesla in 2019. This was a pandemic play for him, Foot Locker I'm talking about. As soon as those stimmy checks started going out,
seriously,
he started buying this knowing that where people would be spending. Yeah, he did real well on this. And all you got to do go and look at the March 2020 and then the move up into 2021. It is a monster off that level. So shout out to Alfred.
Shout out to Alfred. What a creative play there.
Yeah. Well, I only talk about his good trades. He's had some bad ones.
Yeah.
He's had some bad ones. I shout him out for the good stuff, but he's not perfect. There's no question about that. Max, we just broke 432 here on the Netflix, pardon me, and we were looking at this level. Zion was looking at this level as a possible interesting level here, and there he is again in the chat talking about it. So we'll see if we get a curl off this 432. It's been a big symphony of red candles since about, going on 40 minutes here, since 5 minutes to 12. Do we get support at 32? Looking for a few green candles here to, show me that we can hold this level, and then we might be interested in another long on this bad boy. I'd like to see possibly a reversal candle show up on my 5. Looking for, that hammer candle, whatever you want to call it, but not coming in quite yet. Definitely not going to just jump into this one, but looking like it wants to hold 432 here. If you were to get out, there we go. Some buying coming in on our friend Netflix here, Max. Let's see what we do.
Foot Locker now looking real good for this breakout through 1605, through 1615. Now we're starting to go. Volume's picking up. Short squeeze is potentially happening on the day at least. So we're heading up there towards my profit taker now. 30 cents in the money. I mean, I wish I was $1 in the money from those previous entries, but whatever. This is still pretty good, pretty solid. Looking like this stock does want to squeeze today, does want to mean revert. That 1540, 1550, or 1640, 1650 kind of area looking like the target for me. And we'll see. We'll see how far we can go on this one. I think this has got a lot more in it. We're just filling size everywhere on the ask. Volume's picking up. There's 1624 on the ask. Let's see if we can get through 1625. There's a little bit of size. There we go. All right, the squeeze is happening. Let's go, Foot Locker.
Wow, look, that is a
now
serious
40
squeeze,
cents in the money. Somebody's trying to average into that nasty short. They get filled. All right, let's take a little profit here. So we're out of a bit now. We'll see if that 39 gets filled, and then where can we go from here? I think 1750. This is some nice buying that's coming into this name now above that $16 price. Glad I stuck with this one.
Yeah, good trade, homie.
Yeah, good trade for me indeed.
Yes, keep an eye on that. I'm also keeping an eye on our friend Vana, because I don't want to look at Oracle because that was a good trade that I completely screwed up. But let's have a look at Vana. Is on New York, right? Yeah. I was looking for a possible 40 hold. Looks like we are getting the 40 hold here. So let's go ahead and get some sharage into this bad boy as we break through the top end. And there it's going here without me. So let's go. We're long into this name. We're long into the Netflix. Let's see if we get some continuity on this bad boy. I wish I got a better average price on Vana at this level, but it did break that 40 and a quarter area. And I was looking for a possible, getting it on the back end, as Neil likes to say, but it is quite spready for this type of name. So got to be careful on these names here as we move up at this level. Out will obviously be the break of 40. We're not going to give this one any room south of that. Jackson Hole, I'm getting notifications here about Jackson Hole, keeping my eye on that possible move for tomorrow, no question about it. ANF also put in a dip. A nice hammer candle here on Abercrombie.
Is it?
Okay. Broke through 50, now got bought right back up into 50.42. We'll see if that one can hold. Keeping my eye on Netflix.
That was probably a trade to have, that 50
Saw
hold
that?
right there. Interesting.
Yes, sir. 37s, I'm in on Vana. We definitely need this one to move, but keeping my eye on both these trades, both, yeah, they're both a little suspect at the moment, but we're gonna see what happens here. How's that, what's it called? Foot Locker trade looking, brother?
Looking real good, actually. Just hanging out here, hanging out much higher than anybody who's short on the day would want it to hang out. Obviously, if people are trying to swing short, they're probably thinking this is money fills, so got to be careful on that. I've got 30% out right now, looking for higher for the remainder, but we'll see. We get back below 16. I don't think it looks very good anymore. Obviously, this kind of trend has to hold basically 1605 now, 1606 for the trend to continue. If that does occur, you guys know exactly what I'm looking for, 1650, then 17. So let's see if this one works. 1750 would be the ultimate target. I don't think we're getting much higher than that. These are, nasty earnings. There's a reason this stock is down this much, but the dollar is what I was looking for. Hopefully that's what I will get on our friend Foot Locker here. Apple putting in a double bottom right now.
Interesting.
I
Well,
don't think the market's gone down far enough.
no, and
We
the
need a
ES is
real
right at
pullback.
highs. And the NQ is not at highs, but the ES is at highs.
Yeah.
So it's a good move here on the future. The ES looking to take 1% here, 0.95 at the moment. The NASDAQ is up 1.51. So definitely strong other day as it's led by tech. We know. I think really it's been banking holding back. Banking is green. It's really energy, I think, holding back the NQ here, or the ES, to be honest with you, because most of the other ES-related sectors are marginally green. They're not red. I don't think it's holding it back. So we're going to keep our eye on both these trades that I'm in at the moment. Netflix 40s, Vana 47s, just marginally out of the money, 3 pennies out of the money on Vana. We're in the money now here on Netflix as we pump back into 42.80s. Don't want to paper hand this trade because last time I took a buck, which was nice, but that really wasn't the move. Looking for kind of that reversal candle and a move back up, possibly into 435, but I don't want to overstay my welcome on a volatile name. Look, it had a fantastic headline. They added subs. That's what you look for, especially in a time where subs are hard to come by right now. The streaming kind of industry is really getting exhausted. It's maturing. It's not growing at the same pace that it was growing before. So to add subs, that's really kind of what you want to see if you're looking as an investor. And I think big money's looking at this name, no question about it. So if we can have some sort of move up here, that would just be aces. Div, can you analyze PayPal? Look, bro, I think PayPal is absolute trash. I talked about the fact that I think PayPal is trash, and I'm not interested in that stock at all. And I'm sorry for saying it that way, but the fact of the matter is the Apple Pay button and the Google Pay button are much more convenient in my perspective. And, aside from, a couple of apps that they have, is Venmo owned by them, right?
Yeah, I think
the
Venmo is.
Cash
Which
App
people-
and stuff like that.
People do use
The
Venmo quite a
saving
lot.
grace for PayPal is they have over 400 million users.
Yeah.
That's a lot of data that they can use, that you can sell, that you can somehow monetize. Other than that, I don't really think that it's a stock that I want to put my money into. So, and besides, I'm focused on these trades at the moment, so I really need to focus on that. But I spoke about it. I spoke about it on Monday. If you want to have a rewind and listen to that. So Netflix, who hit that? The Katina man, who hit that? Anyway, so keeping my eye here on Netflix, keeping my eye here on Vana.
Yeah, I'm still watching this Foot Locker trade. It's still holding the teal, so I'm still in. If it trades below 16, we'll be out of this one now. But yeah, looking like the bid is stepping up on this dip. When you're trading these SSR stocks, you have to be willing to hold through a dip and wait to find out where the buying starts and the selling stops. And if you don't get past that point, which is that 1605, exactly where I was wanting this to hold, now my stop very clearly at 1605. Boom, through that 15 price, going for the high again. Let's go, Foot Locker. Let's go. Get through 40s. I got no profit takers currently sitting on this one. I'm waiting for higher prices. I want to see, some more squeeze action out of this one. You've got to imagine with all this high volume that people have now gotten short in this area. If we take out this high again, then they are likely to get squeezed out. So, that's the idea. Hands off for now. Stop now, 1604. Let's see where this one can go. Just going to trail this whole thing out right now. Market just made another spike up towards 15.2, but hasn't gotten through it yet. So looking for that 15.2 to break out, and then see what happens on some of these large caps. I mean, if we get another double top or another kind of 15.2 rejection. Tesla at 238 makes a lot of sense. That was a key level yesterday, that 238 area. So I would like to see potentially a short on Tesla at 238 if we are wicking the high again. It's not quite there yet. It hasn't dipped into 235 where I want the long.
VCIG is going.
Is it?
Big. 650 held. We're now getting into 750 on VCIG. Ooh. Big boy move on VCIG there. It was a nice curl through VWAP. So hope nobody shorted this bad boy because, you just broke out now. Here's what I talked about earlier. If we broke through that 715, 710, 720 level, we may not be hanging out here for that long. So make sure profit takers are coming in on this bad boy because we could retrace as quickly as we got up here. So shout out to you guys, whoever took that. A good look, absolute hold at 650 there. In the same way that Netflix doesn't seem to be holding 432, my out on Netflix will be 431 and a third. Stop is already instituted, looking for that 432 hold. Otherwise, I don't want any part of it. Carvana, we're a smidge in the money, got up to 40, 46, I believe. Yeah, we're long. Where are we long? 37. So definitely, not far away from where we've entered, looking for a curl back up, possibly into 40.75. Otherwise, that will be the end of the trade for me. But wow, there comes right back down to 7.25 does VCIG. And that's what I tried to say. It may not hang out at that level for very long. Make sure you're quick on the keys or you've got resting orders. These small cap gappers are bamboozlement central, right? So
I've got an order to go long through $8 if we get there. I think that could be a pretty good squeeze. This has halted once already. I feel like we take out $8, we could halt again. But, that'll be breakout or bailout scenario.
I love that.
This goes right away or else I am gone for sure.
There you go.
But, these squeezers, they take out the high. 6% short float. I imagine it's much higher intraday than 6%, given that we've done 40 million shares of volume and this has a float of only 2 million shares. So the bamboozlement will be real on this one. However, if it can go, I believe I saw a high of $11 recently. Yes, that is the case. And this 8 level is pretty key. So did this just IPO in April? Possibly. 1150 would be the next actual level over 8. And then, you got 25. So do we get to $25 today? I'm not saying it's impossible. We've seen those kind of moves before, for sure. So, we'll see where this 8 break goes. I think 8 break goes into like 840 and halts somewhere around there, and then we see what happens from there. Obviously, this prior halt, it halted twice already. Both of the halts were not great.
ES stays high.
They opened flat. ES is at day's high?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
So the NQ is not. It's a smidge below 15.2. We haven't taken 15.2 just yet. Obviously, we took it earlier, 15.207, the HOD on the NQ September contract, but the ES at day's high, 4.430 right now on our friend, the ES. We're in the money now on both positions, but not by far. I'm still nervous about both of them, but I want that 4.33 take on our friend Netflix, and I want to get above there. It's a series, two higher lows now, but We need that higher high through 433. It's a slower time of day. We may or may not get it. I will be out if it breaks 431 and a third. But holding here a much larger position on Vana as we retrace. But the volume slowing down, which I don't like. We're trying to get through that 40.5 level. Haven't gotten through it yet on this last ascent up. The high a day, though, on Vana, 40.68. It's an interesting look there, keeping my eye on both these names. But Netflix making me sweat, baby, as it is doing that dance with no pants at 432. I just don't want a lower low here. If we get a lower low, that will be the end of my trade on this bad boy.
Foot Locker looking like it's going to come out in a second here. I didn't put the stop at 05s, so not out yet, but we did just give up the teal, so let's see if this can hold or not. It looks like it does not want to hold that 16 level. I guess that was the squeeze when you get that high of day volume and makes a top, doesn't get through. But we'll see if we can hold 16 here. Yeah, unless this bids right back up, which it did, that could be an interesting spot to add the shares back. No, I'm not going to do that. Let's see if we bid back up right away. We take out 15.99, which we just touched, 15.97. I'll be out of the remaining half of this. I did take a little more profit there on 16.12, 16.13, just because it wasn't quite going as fast as I wanted it to. But we'll see if we can soak up this dip once again. All the dips so far have been soaked, so we'll see. We'll see if we can keep going. Obviously, that opening high of 1640 has not been breached yet. However, this was before the stock was open, I believe, because there's no volume here on that 930 candle. So we'll see if this can continue. I feel like it can. We just got to get right back above that 1606 price.
Man, who gets booked on marijuana charges now, man? Leave these people alone, man.
What?
Cowboys
Football?
defensive end Sam Williams arrested on marijuana, and well, weapons charges I can respect.
Yeah,
I can
weapons,
get that,
I think, yeah.
but leave the man alone with the weed, man. What's going on there, Katita, man? Sure.
Okay.
All right, Palantir's breaking highs here, guys. 15.35. Palantir's going now 4 3/4 to the north side. Good look for Palantir here as it is headed north on our friend Palantir. Whoever took that long, good on you. What's Vana up to here? We're having trouble breaking through that 40.50 level. We're at 40.47 and not quite able to break through that level. But we're going to be patient a little bit here as we are curling back up on Vana. Nice curl, very slow in the making, but hopefully we get that 40.50 break. In fact, let's go ahead and sit here, Max. We're going to sit at that point. Let's leave that one. We're definitely looking like a flat bottom breaks coming through that 432 as we are below the 50 period on the 1 minute chart. You know, it's not that important of a level, but the price action here setting up for lower highs on the 1. Definitely haven't broken below that 41 1/3. Looking for that continuation on Netflix. It may not be incoming, but Palantir looking solid. BCIG back into that $7.50 again on that name. So that one uber strong. Good look there. The Fuge curling back into 15.2. We're like 5 points below it. New high of day on the ES as we look to take 1%. 4.444 now on the ES here. High of day on that bad boy. This Netflix trade is irking me. Let's go. What's the look there on your friend Foot Locker?
Where's VCIG? Okay.
There it is, yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching this one. I was watching Foot Locker. Foot Locker, I'm still in it. That's actually looking really good. This VCIG looking very, very good. But is this a halt? No, this is just SSR. So, you know, lots of buying going in, lots of reserves there. So I think if we break that 8, a lot of people could get stopped out of this one. Let's see what happens through that $8 level. I got the order ready to go long. Foot Locker pumping up as well. So yeah, Foot Locker held the 50 period there. Foot Locker looking great to potentially take out the high again. Didn't show me any significant selling below that 16 level. So I was stubborn with it. I didn't get out, and now we're looking pretty strong again on Foot Locker to take out that high. But this VCIG definitely has my attention. There's 700 lots on the ask. If they get filled, I think this thing goes right through $8. If not, we slam down. So let's see. You can see 769 lots on the ask there at 770. Assuming that person wants to get short because they're not punching down. So if they get short and then it doesn't continue down, look out below. This could go, look out above, sorry, look out above. If they get short 770 and it breaks $8 with, now they're chasing, so 60s. Let's see if they get the fill here. They're trying. 595 lots now, so they got filled 20,000 shares. They're looking for 60 more thousand. Not going down, not going up. Reserve on the bid. Let's see. I feel like I don't know this. I mean, if you're long high, this looks pretty bad. If you're looking for a breakout high, that could be pretty good because there's obviously somebody getting short here. If they weren't trying to get short, they likely wouldn't be sitting here on the ask because this is SSR, so they can't punch down. They still are not getting filled. Let's see if they step down again. Do we snap through 60 and just go straight through $8? I feel like potentially yes, but I don't know. This one's definitely sketchy. A ton of manipulation on this name. 1.8 million shares only. Is the float. Here we go. Are they going to get filled the last 20,000? Not yet. So lots of people piling in short on this one. I would say that like this kind of 750 price would be the inflection point on this move. We break 750, we're probably going back down. But I don't know. Let's see if we can hold 750 here. This could go straight through that $8 level if shorts get stopped out. But plenty of weird action on the tape here, I would say, for sure.
Yeah.
That Foot Locker's still looking solid for me. I thought I was going to get stopped out of that one. That's now holding above 1610. So I feel like we do have another leg in us. I was worried that might be the final leg. I feel like now that's looking like we do have another attempt at that 17 level. ES just did wick the high, and NASDAQ wicked 15.2. Did anything get to my levels? Not really.
Not really.
No. All these large caps that we've been watching are kind of flat at the moment, despite this market move, or at least attempt at the high. So yeah, maybe we do actually have that real pullback in us finally back down.
Well, I'm close to getting stopped out of Netflix. If it breaks 431 in the third, that'll be it for me. So we'll wait for that one. About 5 pennies out of the money, or 10 pennies out of the money, no less. On Carvana, slowed down, hasn't made a newer low though. What's the Oracle up to? Interesting, definitely dancing with 18.5, wicked up to 19. Nothing doing there. Keeping an eye on both these trades. Waiting to get stopped out, but not moving up my stop. It's going to have to actually trigger me to get out, but not looking good for Netflix, coming back into 431 and a third-ish area, but finding a little bit of support here. We'll see if we can get a move back into 432. And then VCIG, look at that, reversal candle galore. Somebody telling me that their broker wants 400% or 300%. Oh no, 400 on VCIG just to borrow. Who was that? I said that. It was Jay Lee. Jay, who are you using for your broker, by the way? Because I know he's Canadian. Look at this. This is a reversal candle galore, baby. Come to the screen if you're able to, guys.
Yeah.
787.
Tough to short, though. We saw how hard it was for that individual to short it. On, there was a, where was it? Was it 780? I think it was 780 that there was 750 lots, and then they stepped down to 760, and it took a full 3 minutes to get that fill. So SSR stocks, very difficult to short. We'll see. If those 700 lots get stopped out above $8, that would be an explosive breakout to the upside. In theory, obviously, maybe if other people are looking to short above $8, then could be less so. But yeah, I still got my order to go long $7 or $8. I think that could be something significant. Foot Locker bidding up again, back to that 1620 price. Looking good on the 5-minute chart here for a bit of a breakout above 20s and then through 35s. I still got my eyes on the 750.
I got my eye on you. Don't, Ramin, I know what you're up to. Ramin always making me look bad. As soon as I start dancing or singing, the camera goes right on. Jay Lee, using Quest Trade, 250% MR shorts with 400% borrow rate per year for VCIG. Yikes.
I mean, hopefully you're not holding it short for a year.
Well, brother, I don't
really
even have
only need
shorts
2
here
days.
on VCIG. And with IBKR, in order to reserve shorts, it has to be a minimum $10,000 order. Like, I mean, bro, calm down. We're day trading here. Like,
To reserve shorts?
yeah, you can only reserve shorts if they're not available for short. Like, look, see this column? If it's dark green, it's not available. If it's light green, it's available.
Okay.
And then you can go like this, and then you go reserve, and there's a whole thing.
So
anyway,
to buy shorts, it has to be a
absolute
$10,000 order?
Yeah, minimum to reserve.
So what's that? That would only be like 1,500 shares of this thing, though.
Yeah, but I don't want to take $10,000 order on this thing.
Yeah, you don't have to. You just reserve the shares, and then, I mean, you're paying more, though.
Yeah,
obviously.
okay,
You're
I'm out
paying
of
more for the
Carvana, guys. It just broke through the low end of the range, holding 40.05. I could have given it to 40, right? A couple of more shekels, but not going to do that, leaving it there. It broke through the bottom end of the range, and it wasn't able to take 40.50. Most notably, there was definitely a seller at 40.50 there, so we're going to have to really rely on the Netflix trade here to get us, you know, nicely back in the money on this one. But Netflix held the 431 and a third for now. Now it's back into 432. Definitely no new high here. Sub the 50 period. We need a 433 break, I would think, to kind of get the trend back going. But you could say there's a bit of a double bottom forming here off 431 and a half. But the sellers look like they're overwhelming buyers, at least at this level. So I'm not really too confident on this trade, but we're going to let it go. We have the stop in place for triggers of triggers. Otherwise, not really doing much at the moment. Keeping an eye on some other trends here. The market looks like it's pulling off that 15.2. I think we just had another 15.2 touch on the NQ. Possible double top here on the NQ. And you also had a 4.45 touch, 4.445 touch on the ES, retracing now 5 points. I think that's sending Netflix south. This might be the end of the trade for me on Netflix real soon here as the market turning a little bit around.
Yeah, Nvidia kind of finally flushing a little bit. Some actual sell action on Nvidia right now, which is definitely a changing character of the last little while. You know, even this sell-off was mixed with buying. This one's just kind of going straight down off 467 down into 465. So maybe Nvidia touches VWAP. We can get long somewhere in the 463 range, looking for that bounce back into 466, 467. Maybe we have that trend continuation in us today on Nvidia on the market. But yeah, we're finally getting a pullback. 15,150, 15,145 maybe my target for the NASDAQ pullback to try to get long something. Maybe we got Google 132 at that point. Maybe we got Apple 180.25, which is VWAP. I'm going to be looking at some of these large caps. And for a stock that is not highly likely to follow the market, Foot Locker is looking to take out 1625. So looking good on the hold, holding the 50 period. Trend is now decidedly to the upside. So let's see if we can get that 1635 break. I got some profit takers out here for 1650 and 1714. Feel free to front run me. I'm not scared of getting those fills at all. We're running here. I think even 1650 might be a little bit conservative of a target, but you know you got to get some shares out of it.
BCIG again, Max. Again, 774. Yeah, 775.
I got to be careful. On
$8 high. It's very whippy. Here we go, coming into 782, just a smidge off the high of $8. $8 to the T is the high a day on this bad boy. So careful with this one though. It is nutty. Let's pull it up.
Be careful. I got my order to go long off that $8. Maybe that's a mistake to telling the algos in advance, but I think there's enough volume on this thing today. I think people have been placing bets below $8 that they're going to have to stop out at some point if it just continues going up. So maybe we get a little bit of liquidation candle above $8 or something. There's a dump getting soaked for now.
Let's pull that up here.
Let's see. VCIG.
Have we talked about what this company does?
Who cares?
Yeah. Well, I like to know. It's NASDAQ. Let's see what we got here. VCIG. Well, let's talk a little bit about that, but let me pull up the Netflix screen. Oops. Having little technical issues here. There we go. Now we're in order. I had to keep up my eye on Netflix. All right, VCIG, guys. What's this one all about? It is a Malaysia-based holding company. The principal activities of the company and its subsidiaries are the provision of business strategy consultancy, technology development solutions consultancy. The company operates through 3 segments: business strategy consultancy, technology development solutions and consultancy, and the other. What's the details on the float? 7.757 million shares. Definitely small, not micro. Hence why, it's moving around the way it's moving. So good look on whoever had this one. It was an absolute great hold here at $6.40. You had that initial move down at around 10:30. You got it again between 12 and let's say 12.25. What's Vana doing? Vana is now breaking $40. So I got that alert. Flush City for Vana off that bit of a double top, 40.68. Vana screws me again. No, I haven't been screwed too many times by Vana. So, bit of a loss there, but no biggie. We'll see 40 holds. If it does, this might be an actually interesting area to get long, but we shall see. Keeping my eye on this Netflix trade as we've been dancing with this 432 area for a while, but the key thing is on this, if you zoom in, what we have is a series of lower highs with a possible flat bottom break. Is it time to get short here? On on Netflix to get out of this position, kind of save myself from myself here, Max. As we make lower highs, and then we did this yesterday where we had a flat bottom, and I lamented not having gotten short off that level. That 431.40 has been holding up, but I just don't want to take this short against the trend. That's all. That's really the only thing that's holding me back from flipping short here. We'll see what it does. Back into 432 again, but we're not really changing trend. No question about it, unless we break 433 to the high side. If we do, then I think that there's a marked change in trend. Other than that, continues to make lower highs, and it might not end up working well for us here. Zion, patience is a virtue, my friend, on the Netflix long. Look, brother, I want to print on this. Why wouldn't I, right? It's just I'm calling what I see objectively here, series of lower highs. But if it ends up breaking 433, I will change my opinion. You could say that there's a bit of a double bottom at this 431.44 level. If it is, fantastic, I'm long. Why wouldn't I want that? What's the situation on your end there, Max?
VCIG, same scenario, this time 1,001 lots on 770. It was on 780 before, so same price, potentially the same seller sitting at in these high 70s trying to get the fill. When they're trying to get the fill like this, it's safe to assume that they are shorting because this is an SSR stock and you cannot hit the bid and mark it into a short. You have to get filled on the offer to get short on an SSR stock. So let's see. They are getting filled now. I think if they get filled this high, that 7 break or that 8 break seems pretty likely, but no fill yet. Still half that size waiting to get filled. This is some very, very interesting action. This is feeling like, I don't know. It's feeling like something crazy could happen. Hopefully that crazy thing is in my favor and not the other way. But we'll see. We'll see. Got to manage risk on this one. I think the risk to reward is still quite excellent. We halt up on this. I don't know. I think $10 before long is not a crazy thing to say.
How do you feel about this 16.25 top break here on Foot Locker? A series of higher lows with a bit of a flat top. Multiple rejections going back to about 12:30. So half an hour rejections off that 16.25. I know you're keeping your eye on on VCIG, but this is interesting here on Foot Locker, at least on my 5-minute chart. This is what I'm looking at before I send it back to you real quick here. FL. I know Max is already in it, but this is interesting here. A touch at 1625, reject. Another touch at 1625, and then you wick up to 1625, bounce back down. You have another test into 1625, another one over here. This is really interesting. All the while, you are having a series of higher lows, but not necessarily higher highs. So, you know, usually that resolves in the direction of the trend, the micro trend we're talking about, because the main trend is down, obviously. But yeah, interesting look there at 1625 there on Foot Locker. And especially it's above the 50 period too, that 1625.
Oh,
so if it can hold above 1625, it holds above the 50 period, at least on the 5-minute chart.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty solid at this point. I got my stop just below 16. Okay, here we go. Is this going to go finally? 780s. 780s. There are still people selling this name. This tape is crazy on VCIG, for sure. Yeah, I'm just, we're waiting on this 8 break. You figure that's where decisions get made, but we'll see. It could be the same type of bamboozlement. I think if I see a big offer above that $8 level, I'll just punch out of it because I don't want to be, you know, I think that's a recipe for disaster, seeing someone willing to kind of average in above that $8 level as well. So we see 1,000 lots up there. I'm going to be very, very weary of that action. I just noticed that spot or ES has gone right back to the high. So that's definitely helping out my Foot Locker position, I guess, if that does make a difference. I'm not sure if that makes a difference when the stock's down 33% today, and it's not the biggest cap name ever. I feel like it doesn't really.
I feel like a bit of a secular mover too,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Like,
I mean, you're down as much as it's down. It's going to do whatever it wants. I did take a small amount more profit on Foot Locker at 19s there, just to make sure that we lock it in. But yeah, I canceled the 1650 as well. So, you know, waiting for 17 break on that Foot Locker. We got our eyes on some high targets.
Oh yeah, baby.
1750, the likely turnaround spot in my mind if we do get there, but we'll see. We'll see on that. I would definitely hold through a break of 1750, whatever shares I have left, but then if it fails that, probably just bail out right away. But trend definitely up, holding the 50 period for sure. Waiting on this VCIG. We get above 80s. It never really bids above 80s. It'll. Oh, there we go. All right, we're filled.
Wow.
850.
Good call, Max.
60 now, the high, 858. Let's go, VCIG. Let's see if this can hold. If this can't hold above, I will be out very, very quickly. But we are printing here. Let's go.
Print
through
it.
60s. Get through 60s. Halting up at 858.
Nice.
Do we get the halt up?
What a move.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Halt up, halt up, halt up. Okay. I think that people are offside on this one.
I agree. Good trade, bro.
Wow, banger on this VCIG.
Is it halted?
Halted up. Tap is $9. Tap is $9 on VCIG. Halted up. We figured that 8 level would be a level.
Boy.
That is a level. I've taken no profit. This is going to 1150.
I love it. What's the top?
$9.
You.
$9.
Oh,
Tap
baby.
is 50 cents up. Let's go, baby. Foot Locker's starting to go as well.
www.max.com, baby. There's big boy dubs on that side of the bed, on that side of the desk. Here we go. 4445 now on the ES, moving up. Here comes 15.2 again on the NQ. 15.207. We weren't really able to make newer lows on the NQ, even though it wasn't really able to take 15.2. It's definitely having trouble at these levels. Netflix right back up into my level again, looking for that 433 break though, as it kind of starting to curl. I'm seeing a few 5-minute candles turn green here, but nothing worth celebrating at all on this bad boy. We're waiting for this one to print. What is Vana up to? Vana is at that 40.25, so I really wish I had gotten back into Vana right at that 40 level with maybe just like a 5-penny stop, but such is the case. We'll keep an eye on both these levels here on Netflix and Vana. Not really anything going on for me other than just waiting around for Netflix to do its thing. Looking for some more trades here on the side. Nothing to my liking though. Definitely should have jumped in with that VCIG with you, brother. That's a hell of a trade you have there.
Yeah, not a bad trade. I'm watching the tap kind of dance around a little bit. It went to 840, now back up to 878. So you really got to watch the tap on these ones. If they're going to open down, I don't want to be involved anymore. But obviously the 8 level pretty key. So maybe can I risk it down to $8 again? I don't know that I want to do that. I think, yeah, if this tap is 840, by the time it'll be 0925, so 114.25 this should open. If the tap is below 858, I will take the market on open order, very likely. If it's not, then, you know, we hold, we look for a second halt up. We look for, you know, we went on the daily chart already. 1150 is the next level. Maybe you're talking about, you know, $10 as a level as well. $10 would be a psychological level. We closed there and had a high there. So I guess, yeah, $10 makes sense as a level too. So 10 next stop, 1150, and then we got 2450. Do we get to 2450? Anything's possible. Anything is possible today.
Anything is possible.
Foot Locker not really wanting to go, so I don't know. I got a little more out just now. Do I trail this back to 16? Yeah, 15.99. I get whatever. I mean, I'll hold the last piece. Looking for that move. We'll see if we can continue the trend. I got it trailed down to here, 15.97. If it hits that, we get out, and just waiting 1.5 minutes on that VCIG for the halt open.
So it's 8:58, right?
8:58
What do we have
was
on the tap
price.
right now?
The tap is 850 at the moment. So
Okay.
I think 850 I'd be willing to hold. Anything less than that, I don't think that I want to hold this. I don't want to get like halted down on right away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question now. If this one pops up, say it goes to like 950, and then retraces back down, are you buying off the halt level?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
I will.
No.
No, I like the halt level for sport. The reason you know why I ask you that, because we talk about the halt level being sport all the time, right?
Yeah,
You already made your trade, right? But for those who missed it,
if you're looking, to get in, then I guess the halt level makes sense. Or if it holds $8, that makes sense as well. I'm just not going to hold it down to $8 when I just got in at $8 and, you know, we got the profit on it. But if I get out and then it holds $8, might as well try again, I guess.
Why not?
This is SSR, so it will show you kind of potentially some bid that can't get broken or something like that that you can potentially get in off of. So, yeah, we'll see.
How many minutes do we have left?
Not very long. 25 seconds left.
I like it.
Or sorry, 2 seconds left on this one.
VCIG.
All right, let's see. 850.
Here we go.
The open, does it get through that 850 offer? There is an offer there. Looking for this to get through there. I am going to have to bail out unless we get through that very quickly. We're about to get through that. Boom,
Woo!
70s. Do we keep going? Let's see. These SSR ones are very difficult to execute on. The tape is kind of flying around here.
It's absolutely nuts.
I don't know. This is looking not so great at the moment.
8.25. You're getting some buying there. I see size on the book at 20s. Let's see if that holds. You guys can go to him. He's concentrating, but you can go to his screen, but I'll just talk about it because I'm looking at my tape. There does seem to be some size at 20 and 21. There you go, back into the 40s, baby. Do we get continuity into the 50s? Where's the size on the ask? There it's getting eaten up. 62 hat size. It gets eaten up there as well. Good move back up, Max. That is a good look for you, my friend. Let's see what we're back at the $0.50 again. Some not too much size showing up at the $0.50 here, but yeah, I see big size at 60. By the way, yeah, there's 273
people definitely
lots.
Averaging into the short on this one. So let's see if we can hold. I think as long as we're holding above 20, I'm cool with holding this one. Not looking to hold through an $8 breakdown, but yeah, lots of buying still coming in. So. Not looking so bad. I still haven't taken profit. I think we can get through that high through $9 and potentially to that $11 eventually. But yeah, definitely a sketchy one so far. But I don't know. We're still seeing lots of green tape come through, so not so bad. Currently getting through the halt price. There we go. 70s again. Do we get through it this time? 86 is the high. Still selling coming in, but it's not dipping either. So now we're holding that halt price. Now we're starting to go. I don't know. This one's a little bit,
there you go,
bit crazier than I'm used to trading.
They're all nuts,
these days.
Small cap cappers.
I used to trade these all the time.
Oh yeah, I always look back at him because I sat right in front of him. He sat behind me, and we both traded the small cap gappers. I look, Max, are you in whatever it was writing at the time? And he'd look at me and like have a grin. Yeah,
oh, yeah.
I'm in.
Oh yeah.
Here we go, back on Netflix. I'll let Max concentrate for a minute. Netflix making a nice move back up into 84s. Can we break 433? A series of higher lows. The Qs are now, the NQ is now at a new high a day.
$9. Let's go. Halt up again, baby. Let's go.
Are you kidding?
I mean,
I thought it halted again. I was like, are you serious? I love it. All right, man.
I'm calling on it to halt again. Let's go. Take out that $9. $9 straight to 10, halt up, and then 11 before long. That's my dream.
The future's pumping here. The future's pumping aggressively. 15,215, 44.50 coming in here on the ES. Big tech is curling up. Netflix, wake up, bro. Let's go. Come on. Let's move back into 435. Bit of a double bottom on Netflix. I'm trying to be as patient as I can be, but it's quite annoying. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about on the MNQ. 15,215 and a quarter the high a day, breaking through that 15.2 that we had multiple rejections off. It's been a good futures trade for whoever took this one long. Shout out to you guys. What are you seeing over there?
We're still holding above that halt price. Still lots of buying going into this ticker, so I am waiting, taking no profit. There we go, 95s again. See if we can get that 9 break into $10. I think that is pretty likely at this point. Here we go, $9. $9, not quite there yet. 9 still the high. A little bit of size left there. I don't think that's anything difficult to break. Let's see if we can get through 9. Boom, 930s. All right. Woo! All right, 930s. Lots of mixed tape here. People taking profit. I think this has the juice to continue. I want to see another halt on this one. But I'm going to take 20% out there. Maybe we end up punching all of this out. If we print 60s again, I don't really want to see that.
Netflix.
But actually, you know what? I can trail this to the halt price now. 8.49. We will get out if we print below there. So yeah, looking good on this one. $9. It's very choppy, but it continues to go up. So I think that 935 high should get taken out very quickly here, and then another halt up would be the next scenario. That $10 and then 11.20 or 11. What was it? 11.40 are the targets on this one. Still holding 80% of this position on this absolutely wild stock, which is definitely short squeezing, I would say, at the moment. Hopefully we can keep going on this.
Yeah, fantastic trade there. I'm happy you took some profits. But yeah, again, it's going up again. We're dancing with 433 here again on Netflix. So positive trade so far, about 60 pennies in the money. I've got my profit taker at $1. I've waited enough for this one, and it's getting a little weak here, especially with the future pumping. Big tech is moving, and it is kind of anemic. It kind of made its move earlier. Like if you look at big tech, everything is popping up here. Meta, Microsoft, Google, Apple. Really happy about Apple, by the way. Amazon's even moving. Netflix, a bit of a dud because what had such a big move already. So if it prints here, there we go, coming into my level, looking to get filled. Let's go, Netflix. And there it is, baby. Pumped about that one as we break through that 443.40. That's where I got in initially, and there is another $1 on Netflix. Pumped about that because it almost stopped me out. Now I'm going to start complaining about that I took everything out too quickly, and I should have let this one run. But yeah, good look. Two for two on Netflix after getting burned on that last Carvana trade. Pumped about that. What do you got over there?
Same thing again. This individual is trying to get filled. Now they get filled. There was I think 500 lots there on the ask that just got filled. I'm imagining short up here, so averaging into the short still above $9. We take out the high. Eventually people get stopped out. So let's see when that real stop out is. If we take out this high again, I think this is going to go absolutely buck wild. More size on the ask. People still trying to average in short. This is a crazy name. I got no more profit taking to do. I got 30% out right now. I'm looking for this to go to the moon, go to 25 bucks, make my day. For
Boy,
sure.
man. Buy and hold.
Buy and hold, yeah.
In other words, Max's middle name, baby. 935 high. You're above 9 now. Great look. 141% to the good, Max. You got the future on your side. I know this is a secular mover, but it is a long day. I think people are feeling good about the longs today. No question about it. On this name and others, everything on my board is green. I'm going to show you quickly. Come to the screen. Everything here on the watch list is green, except for some EVs, but mostly green, guys. Even when you go to value, for the exception of energy, looking down over here, a lot of green. Oh God, nat gas, killing me, nat gas. But yeah, very green day. What do you got? Right
Stopped
back down. That's fine. Took a profit on it, baby.
Yep, too bad, too bad.
We're going to spend the money for you there, bro. You deserve it.
I think 10 break could be something on this. I don't usually want to play these when they get up to those insane levels, so I'm not going to take a 10 break. But okay trade. Could have gotten out more. We were looking for the dream. I guess probably should have just trailed it into 820 like I had before. But I mean, you don't want to lose all of the profit that you've made on a trade like this. But
no doubt about
the dream is the dream. We'll see if this can continue up. Decent amount of selling coming in. Realistically, being below this halt price is not a bullish thing, but it is kind of bidding up above it again. So we'll see. I think anything over $8 is worth a long on this name. If we get back into 8, hold it. Maybe you can get back in there. I should probably have a look at what Foot Locker's doing.
Shout out to you, Michael Lloyd. Glad I sold at the highest. Gold is green, not greed. Well, yeah, I think everybody's got their different strategy, my friend. I mean, you got nice top wick there. Hats off to you, the mad one. He's successful because he holds through when people aren't holding. So everybody does it a little bit differently. No question about that. What else we got over here? That MFA, that TTO. No, that's not doing anything. Trying to look for some other movers. Sometimes when VCIG or like one of these small cap gappers starts moving, others start moving with it. Not really for any fundamental or reason or catalyst reason, but just in sympathy. I'm not seeing anything at the moment, to be quite honest with you. So that looks like it's the only name on the block at the moment. Palantir, still good look on that. Shout out to the Katina man for calling that one out. 4 pennies off the high, finding a bit of resistance at 15.39, but good look there. Netflix, I got top wick. I'm happy about that one as it retraces back into 4.33. FL, man, I got to tell you, Max, this is really interesting. Are you still in this name?
Yeah, of course.
Good for you, bro, because this 16.25 is looking real interesting, like a flat top breakout here. I don't know how you feel about this, but there's a lot of rejection at this 15.25 area. I think if you get a nice move through that, you could see an interesting move up to maybe 17 or so. That's at around 8 a.m. we kind of wicked up into 17. We haven't been there since that time. How about the opening range?
You want to look at like the initial reaction kind of to this earnings to me, and like 18 was the high after the bounce there.
Exactly.
So
right. The opening range, if you want to go with the opening range, the high of this candle here, which is right at 930, 1642. So that's like a very much where is the price action on Foot Locker right now?
Yeah,
16 what?
15s.
16, 17. Yeah. So you've got at least like 20 more pennies, if not more, on that boy. Just basing it on the opening range high there. So, wow, I'm very happy I got it on Netflix. Look at that Huadunk. I did get top wick. Yes.
As the market makes new highs.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this one, the move has been made. I'm kind of lucky to get what I got out of this, quite frankly. And you could feel the fact that it was quite anemic, right? It wasn't really able to move with the big cappers when the market made that break through 15.2 and 4.443, which was kind of the equivalent level here on the ES. And there it goes, right back down, sub 433. Zion, I hope you sold, brother, or I hope you took a little bit of profit here as we make our way down, unless we're going to start curling back up again on the name. But there was an ample amount of selling. Is Foot Locker going again? 15?
It's going at that 16.25 again. I think that this is a trade that you can hold all day.
Yeah.
See where it gets to. I think 17 is a very realistic idea for this Foot Locker trade. So I've got it trailed, and I'm just waiting, and we'll see where we end up getting to. That VCIG just touched $9 again. Did it get through? It didn't get through $9 again. So that price providing some resistance for now. I feel like this one, given that we made a higher low here, we're holding above the halt price. This one's probably going to go. I was a little antsy getting out of that long. Sadly, could have just trailed it down to $8. It wouldn't have hurt that bad to get out at 8. But way she goes. I haven't seen these like really go nuts recently, so you know you got to play the market that you're in, and I figured that it could quadunk off of this, but maybe this is that crazy halter that just continues all afternoon. We'll have to see. Congrats if anybody's long, particularly if they are long low. I think this 1750 or 720 break would have been a nice spot to get in, risking $7, and you know, it gives you almost $2 on that breakout. Obviously, the 8 break, super nice, never out of the money, goes straight into a halt and gives you $1.20 or whatever, $1.40. If you did get out, which, I mean, Neil always says, don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah.
That is a gift horse indeed. And
it was a beautiful trade, bro.
You know,
it was a gutsy trade, and you held it. Like, it was to get into it, to hold it. There was a whole lot of guts going on there. But we're going to hit the Dollar Club for our man Zion as he printed. Shout out to you, brother. Good for you for holding that Netflix trade. You kind of gave me, you know, a little bit of support there when it went against us. It didn't wick out. Thankfully, through 4.31 1/3, you said have patience, and I had some patience at least. And good for you for holding it, and good for you for getting into the trade. So shout out to you, Google, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Tesla, Apple were all very much at day's highs. Nvidia a smidge below 469.08. The high, we're at 467 1/3 for now. That 465 level on Nvidia has been very interesting as a level of support. Let's look at that real quick here on the 5-minute chart. Every time we dip into this general area, it is bought up. Like, yes, here we came down into 464.5-ish area, but look, as quickly as we got there, as quickly as we were bought up, that second attempt to break through it was also bought back up. So that 465 area looking interesting. Nvidia, if in case you're just joining us and you don't know what's going on, this bad boy is reporting after the bell, and everybody and their mother's third cousin will be looking at this stock. The business world is fixated on how this one can perform. A lot of people even going so far as to make the statement that, you know, the trend for the overall market may rest on this bad boy over here reporting real well, because there are so many corollary effects to Nvidia doing well.
I would make that statement as well. I think I have made that statement.
Well, there you go, right?
Yeah, I think these earnings tonight are going to be extraordinarily important to what happens in the market in the next couple of weeks.
Yes, sir.
We have another Fed decision in September.
We do. We have a September meeting and a November and a December meeting. We have 3 more meetings left on the year.
So until that meeting in September, I would say that Nvidia's earnings probably determine the direction of the market.
Yep.
Hopefully they crush it, and you know, we're trending back to 16K before long. I mean, given the move today,
it's big.
Market's up 2% again today. You know, pull back yesterday, and then right through those highs once again on NQ. That 15.1, I mean, I had it written down on my notes today, 15.1 inflection. Could have just traded the futures contracts.
The future.
Given it, you know, 20 handles back down to the high, and then you get 130 right now up to the new high. Foot Locker at 1630 now, so creeping up. The uptrend continues. No trend break yet, so no out for me. Looking for this to take out that 1635. I think the remaining position that I have, which is 1/3, will be held for end of day, hopefully. Looking to hold this for the rest of the day, see where Foot Locker wants to go. I think that you look at like Snapchat, you look at some of these other earnings names that have made a move like this intraday, And they've really trended close to the close when people start getting stopped out, when they're not willing to hold those shorts into the close anymore. And then, you get that kind of stop out scenario. So we'll see if we can get another dollar out of this one. I think I can. Nvidia through the
Bro,
high.
it is pumping to the high side. Our friend Nvidia, very strong. Was just about to mention a couple of things about it, but we're going to look. 468.91, a little bit off high a day still. 469.20, the best we can do on the day. Let's have a look at the earnings board here. I know they showed this on the morning show here. Nvidia, we got Snowflake, interesting name as well, for cloud and the like there. We got Guess, which is kind of, whatever. Tomorrow we have Dollar Tree. I'll be watching this one. This is important for me because we've been seeing consumer discretionary retail names taking it on the chin. This one is a consumer staples name, so we'll definitely be looking to see if they can outperform. And then come back to the screen if you're able to, guys, for a sec here. Earnings Whisper will show you the time each stock is slated to report. Now, I think oftentimes they're basing it off previous earnings release times rather than having actual inside information. But Nvidia is slated to report at 4:20. Snowflake will be 5 minutes after the bell. In case you have a look here, these move in 5-minute increments, and you should know this if you're going to trade earnings. And I did that for a while. So you'll see it at 4, 4:05, 4:10, 4:15, 4:20. You guys get it. You're not going to see usually like 4:07s or anything like that, but there are times where they're like a minute late. In any event, there's usually something behind that. In any event, it's going to be an interesting earnings day, no question about it. Look at Netflix. Oh my God, bro. Look at this. Netflix is pumping to the high side again. Here comes 435, 434 and a quarter. Ugh.
Market short
Two
squeeze.
paper-handed trades today on Netflix, Max. It can't get any worse for me. Zion Lala, I'm hitting the dollar club for you again because my man is still holding. He's pumped. 434. Bang, bang, says Zion Lala. Attaboy, my man.
Oh, wearing shorts up here is a pain, eh?
Yeah,
I don't know what it is with these chairs, but they always hike up.
I know.
I end up with these like sausages that are in my circulation getting cut off. Nvidia, I feel like 465.
It's a little too much detail, but Max still the man.
465. Yeah, they're like, ballooned up. You never make a sausage? You twist it up, it gets like really plump.
Fantastic day on the show today. I'm positive, even though we had a couple of losers, but interesting look there. I'm just having a look here at the economic calendar. We know that there was stuff in the morning. Let me just look here real quick. We want to talk about what is possibly coming up. Waiting for this advertisement to buzz off. And let's go. Calendars. There we go. Thank you very much. What do we got here? All right. So for the rest of the day, we already had the 20-year bond auction. We had it at 1. So there's a 20-year bond auction today. The previous was 4.036. Today we got a 4.499, so a lot higher. There was no consensus here to speak of, so I'm not sure what analysts were looking for. Tomorrow, the beginning of the Jackson Hole Symposium starts 8 a.m. Papa Powell slated to be on Friday. At 8:30 as well, we'll get core durable goods orders month over month. We'll get the initial jobless claims. We'll also get the Chicago Fed national. That's not important. Let's keep going down here. Let me just keep going. We have a couple of Treasury auctions at 11:30. We have the 4-week, the 8-week at 11:30, and then at 1 we have the 30-year TIPS auction, and then at 4:30 that's after the bell, the Fed's balance sheet. That's not as important. So a couple of more than a couple of economic numbers to be had tomorrow, starting from 8:30 onwards. 8 a.m. if you want to count the symposium.
Yeah, lots of.
Should we show them what happened last year with the symposium?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, let's go here. Let's go with the SPX because we're going to need the index for this one, Max. There we go. We're going to go index. We're going to go daily. And I mean, we're not saying we're going to get the same type of correction, no question about it. But there it is. This is the one right here. Now, we had already kind of made a high at 43.23 on the SPX. Let me put the SPX ticker in there. But this was the day. It was a Friday. We made a high. We had a great day the day prior. We made a high at 4,200, and then we ended up the day at 40.57, guys. So we dropped over about 150 points, less 3 points here in one day, and the next day didn't get any better. And then look where we ended up at the October lows when we touched 34.99, and this was as a result of Papa Powell saying inflation was stickier than anticipated. We have to be higher for longer. Terminal rate was higher than expected. You guys know what happened, but that was a day we dropped a lot of pointage. What was a look on the NDX that day in terms of pointage? Let's go to the NDX. Where is it? NDX index. I'm looking for the NDX, and there it is. Is that the one? NASDAQ. I don't know where the hell it is. Hold on. Is this one? Index? That's a 100. I don't want the 100. Okay.
Isn't that what you're looking for?
The index. Let's see what the index. No, that's not the one.
No, that's
definitely
not
not.
it.
Yeah. Well, we'll have a look later, but I have it up here actually. Indexes. Here we go. Let me bring it in. For some reason I can't get it up, even though it's the same ticker. There's the August high, and that was the day Papa Powell spoke. We talked about August 26th. We were at 13,134. We ended the day off at 12,594. That is a move.
That's
13,167. We ended the day off at 12,5 something. So you guys get it. It was a big boy move. And not saying we're going to get the same thing this time around, but definitely be on the lookout. It is important if you're trading.
For sure.
What's a FL trade doing? Any
FL,
updates?
a little bit of a wick top. So I did actually get out 25% of what I have left on that kind of wick top there off of 1640s. Really dumped in, so I didn't want to see that, so I took a little bit more out. I'm trying to be stubborn, but really if we give up 1610 at this point, I'll be out of this one. That'll be a trend reversal. I got into a trade based on this trend reversing to, this downtrend reversing. If we reverse the uptrend on a weak name, I want to be out of it for sure. So, we'll lock in the profit on that one. The remaining shares I got at 1602. So, I don't want to lose on the on that ad. Although I only have 75% of that ad left. But we'll see if we can bid back off the 50 period again. Then we hold again. But I'm looking at some of these large caps. We haven't really traded them today. You were trading Netflix.
Yeah, a couple times.
Usually we're getting in and out of these a little bit more. I'm just not really seeing anything. I mean, the market's screaming. None of them are particularly screaming. Nvidia looked like it wanted 470 for a second there and then just turns around. Could have taken that relatively easy short off of 469, but I don't think that's really the play. Kind of a wick top for now. I feel like the market still wants to go, so I don't think that that's the way to go on that one. That 465, I think, could have been long off of 465. Let's just put it that way. Bottom here at 464.50. 465 has been a key level before, so could have been long on this 465 kind of failed breakdown. You have that low there at 465.05. So people thinking breakdown if we get through. It stops, goes right back up. We're holding 20s, and then we're blasting off $4 up back to 469. So if you're looking for that kind of reversal move on the market, it's just the NASDAQ never got to where we wanted it to. We wanted to see that 15,150 price. I don't know why my line got higher. I don't know how to move it. Maybe I just got to delete it and put a new one, but, edit? No. Anyway, 15,150 is where I wanted to see us pull back into. Could not get there. Blasted right through. Feels like it's light volume move up though, so we'll see what happens going into the close here. Maybe the volume comes in the other way and we slam back down. VCIG still holding up there above
keeping my eye on
$8.
that. Good look.
I think that this is still long above 8.
Yeah, I agree. Look at that
puts
double
in
bottom
kind of
at
a double
820.
bottom, yeah, 825 there. So,
Yep.
you know, you could be long off 825. Obviously a scary candle to buy into, but you know exactly what your out is here. Your out is a break of $8. So, you know, you're 25 cents risk. It went up 60. That's not really what you're looking for. Although that could be what you're looking for. That's more than a 2-to-1. I don't know. Yeah, pretty easy to execute. There's lots of size on both sides of this one, interestingly enough. So they're both on ARCA. So I wonder if that's like some kind of liquidity providing algo. Kind of a crazy name to do that on, but we've seen that on Carvana and other kind of movers before where people put orders, you know, 20 cents away from each other on the bid and on the ask for the same size. I'm not sure if that's what this is, but you know, whoever wins in this situation is, you know, probably the direction that the stock goes. So let's keep an eye on that VCIG. I don't think that I have any more setups on it, but you know, I could see the case for taking the break of 9 here. This is what we're consolidating below.
In the same way you took the break of 8?
Well, the break of 8 was high of day, and we were kind of consolidating just below it. So you would say like 950 maybe, but I think that this, you know, the fact that we topped out at 9, couldn't get through it, we're topping out here at 890. If we do a little more consolidation in the zone, then you take the 9 break. 9 was the top on the initial move up after the halt, and then, you know, took a minute to get through there, and that's kind of where it broke down from.
Yeah.
I think you could take 9 theoretically. I don't know where your risk is on that one, though. I think it's like you got to get out right away if it's not printing above 9, if it's not like, realistically, if it's not halting up off of that initial fill, then you probably don't want to be in that trade. So I feel like, I don't know. I think the risk is pretty high on this one. Obviously, we know what the target would be there. You're looking for 1130, 1140. And then, you know, if it breaks that, who knows? Tesla.
Yeah, your friend Tesla is continuing to go.
Day.
Yeah, your friend Tesla's like really recovered today. It was down. It was down big. Any headline? Let me look here real quick. Nothing on our friend Tesla.
I thought there was a negative headline on Tesla.
Yeah,
today.
definitely this morning because they cut production out of the Berlin Gigafactory.
Yeah, yeah.
But, you know, Tesla is what it is.
Yeah,
You know Tesla's paying X $20,000 for a blue check mark? I don't know how that would be. Come on with the accounting, man. You can't charge everybody $15 and then Tesla's paying $20,000. I don't know if that story's accurate, by the way. I'm not vouching for that story. I got it on my social media.
Sounds kind of fraudulent.
Well, there's constant hit pieces on Elon. He is the king of hit piece receptions on that. All right, and Netflix really.
There's some size on the offer there on Tesla.
Okay.
In the 70s randomly, I think high of day. What was that high? 72s. There's an offer on 75s right now. 50,000 shares. Somebody trying to get the fill. 50,000 times 237 is a lot of money. I can't calculate that in my head right this second, but big order there on Tesla. If that gets filled, I expect the smaller size on 238 to get filled. So maybe you could take a trade off of that, just high of day break.
The last 15 minutes here.
Yeah.
And today is your last day before vacay. True?
Oh, yeah. This is true.
Tell us about the trip, brother. I mean, obviously you don't give away where you're staying because you don't want all the groupies showing up. But where? What's the plan? What do you got?
The plan is
take us like time-wise.
Yeah. Barcelona for 2 nights.
Cool.
And then going to meet my family in Mallorca. They've rented some villa there. Seems pretty nice.
Mallorca.
Not on the ocean, sadly, but close, very close to the ocean
good.
in a small town. I've never been to Mallorca. Looks pretty cool.
I bet.
I love
I've never been
Spain.
either. Yeah. I love Spain too.
Do that, and then we're going to Lyon.
Lyon, that's
Because
right.
My brother's a chef. He wants to go to this restaurant, Paul Bocu's there, which is apparently super crazy.
Thank you, Paul. Or Paul a
Paul
lot.
Bocu's.
Bocu's. Okay, so
It's his name.
Merci beaucoup, but so okay, so it's not actually a word. It's his name.
Yeah, it's his name. It's his name.
Got it, okay.
He's like a legendary guy. One of the
Wicked.
fathers of like French gastronomy.
Oh, is that it?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
okay. I know you're a foodie.
Yes.
Because a lot of your Insta posts are about food.
This is true.
So I know that you are interested. So that would definitely be on top of your list there.
Yeah, that's going to be the.
Very nice. So
gonna be the top.
so Barca, Mallorca, Lyon.
Yep.
That's the
And then
trip.
home through Paris, so like one night. in
Okay,
Paris,
there
but-
you go. So Paris,
Yeah.
Paris, viva le Paris. La Paris, sorry.
Yep, should be good. Last year, went to the south of France at the same time. That was awesome.
Mallorca's
Came
gonna be
back,
great.
graduated right after.
Yeah, oh,
So
yeah,
I'm thinking the market's going to be pretty sweet when I come back, and we'll start printing again.
I love it. And this guy, when he graduated, usually like people are yelling and like they're very excited. He took like 150 handles on the EX. He's like, and he looked over. He's like, I just graduated. It was the most subdued graduation probably on the history of the floor. But that's your character, brother. Right? I love it. I'll never forget that because I was sitting in front of you at the time. Right? Was it was a CPI print?
Yeah,
It was
that's
CPI print. Yeah.
on the MES. Yeah, that was
Stop
fun.
butchering French, says Molfar. I'll butcher what I want, bro. Yeah, but go on, yeah.
Yeah, no, it should be good. Should be good. Looking forward to it. Hopefully the flight takes off
Yeah.
this
Oh.
evening. But
Air Canada?
yeah,
Oh, goodness. Good luck with that.
but I got a guy. I got a guy.
But if the pilot doesn't show up, like on my flight to SoCal, we had to wait 2 hours for a pilot, bro. There was no
Really?
pilot.
That's weird.
Yeah, because the pilot who was coming, their flight got delayed, and they had to rearrange for another crew to show up. So we're sitting there, the plane's ready to go, and the thing is, you know how if they're more than 2 hours late, they got to pay you $300 or something like that, the new Bill of Rights or whatever we have here, or it's not even a Bill of Rights. Anyway, they literally landed 1 minute before that 2 hours. I'm sitting there like with my phone, like videoing the time so that I could have proof for the $300. I didn't get
Management
it.
was on the line. Burn that fuel, buddy.
They were like
Burn that
full
fuel.
gas ahead, babe. And he was flying, bro. We were going like a little bit below 1,000 kilometers an hour, like
Really?
990
so
something.
they were pushing.
They were
They did
pushing.
not want to pay you.
It was a 787 Dreamliner, so it was a nice look there.
A good flight, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, hopefully.
I remember Sharif's first day on camera. Sweat beads dripping. Oh, you are accurate. Bro, they kept bringing me these water bottles. They're like, calm down, brother. Calm down. The Katina man brought me water. I remember the Lucas, he was one of the production guys. He brought me water. It was very interesting. But yeah, we're gonna miss you around here. No question about
Wow,
it.
this is gonna be a
But you
good
need some
fill-in.
R&R.
Yeah.
You need some R&R, bro.
It's time for some time off, for sure.
I agree with
And,
there.
I mean, August has been not the greatest month, but this summer for trading has been pretty exceptional. So,
Very interesting, yeah.
Usually we're sitting around here doing nothing. Seems
Exactly.
like there's been opportunity all day in at least June and July. August, more sporadic, but yeah, definitely kind of
Market's
crazy
great.
summer
Yeah.
for the market.
Fantastic right now, man. Everything is at highest max. 15,237 on the NQ. We have taken 15,200. You can say now with some confidence, 4,454.5. The ES high a day, we're 1 1/4 to the good on the ES. 1.85 on the NQ. It's been a fantastic day. I just hope Nvidia doesn't disappoint because we could give all that back. There's no question about it. Today, make sure you are, what do you call your show now after the close? What is it called? Yeah, the After the Close show. The Katina Man will be on there. Well, I knew there was a new name. Oh. There it is. The Markets Recap. I knew there was a new name with the Katina Man, and hence the exclamation point. Thank you for that, Ramin. 4 to 4:30, and we talked to you about this earlier. Nvidia slated to report at 4:20. Snowflake at 4:05. The Katina Man will have all that for you and more on the close. Any guests today? Who? 42-year of experienced day trader, Chris Brecher will be on. He's from the CBOE, which we know as an index, obviously. Shout out to the Katina Man. He's going to have him on. Make sure to tune in and get the 4-1 and the experience.
I'm going to ask him all about Nvidia.
He's going to ask him all about Nvidia. I'm sure he will have more to say about that on the afternoon show, but make sure to tune in. Nvidia, so important, guys, from a long-term perspective, from a day trading perspective, no question about it. We are moving up on these markets. Let's talk a little bit about what's moving the most in big tech. Definitely It is Netflix on the day, 4.81. It's had a fantastic day as the password sharing crackdown starts paying dividends. And they add subs in an environment where streaming services are really having trouble adding more subs. It's followed by Google and Meta. Meta 3.11, Google 3.13. We've been talking a lot about Google and how it's been moving counter trend. Today, everything catching up with Google here. And then, goodness gracious, SMCI on the back of today's upgrade, almost 10%, 9 3/4 max to the good on that one. Nvidia, 3%.
I mean, I don't know about I have been ignoring that one a little too much. I know it doesn't do that much volume, but
It's
SMCI
terrifying.
puts in crazy moves. Down from, I want to say 340, where was it? 360, it was down. It was at 350 before earnings, down to 240.
Have a look at the chart, guys.
And, you know, now we bounce. You get these crazy moves. People talk about fibs, whatever, 50% retracement.
heads.
That's a 120-point move. And, you know, we have only done so far 50 points off the bottom. So you want a 50% retracement. We got 10 more points in us to 295 potentially, which is actually an interesting spot with some wicks on the daily chart here. Maybe you're looking at 300 for the retracement. Obviously, if Nvidia reports crazy earnings, this thing is going to fly.
We have the one and the only Randy from Randy's Rants. What do you got there, brother?
VFS.NQ.
You heard it here last. Because we have been talking about that stock a lot. But there you go, VinFast. Randy, come back. How do you feel about VinFast as a car? Have you seen the Yorkdale store? Have you been to the Yorkdale store? What do you feel about the car?
Saw the cars at the auto show last year in January. Nice packages, investment by GM, well built.
They invested by GM. There's investment by GM in
Minor
there?
share, yeah, minor share by GM. So they're well built, need some market share, but their production's up there. They've solved production problems that a lot of other companies have not. Hello, Rivian. Interesting products. They're good looking, fairly reliable. They just need to get some buyers.
Can I ask you quickly about the VF8, which is their SUV model? It's $1,000 less than Tesla and has 100 miles less range. How do you feel about that?
They don't support the NACS charging system yet. Their battery packs are a little bit smaller. We'll see. There's upgrades coming, but I think they're probably a couple years away. They need to get some product out the door. Let's see what happens on the sales side.
Are they using the LPC battery for? No, they're using. There you go. Randy endorses VinFast. We've been, tongue-in-cheek. We've been making fun of VinFast here because of the market cap. It doesn't deserve it yet because the sales aren't there. But you like the car. You like the car. So if they can produce them en masse, you like it. Yeah. I like it. A man who knows what he's talking about, guys. Shout out to the one, the only, Randy, and a quick segment of Randy's Rants there.
Nice. Little impromptu segment there. I was actually just looking at VinFast chart as he was speaking. This 4150 level has shown up 2 days in a row here. We halt there yesterday. I was involved in this halt. I remember the price very well. Reject off there. We get there again today. I believe there's a halt right around that price again today. And then, what is that? 4135. Reject off there again. So 4150 going on the chart. Inflection maybe on VFS. Anytime you short or anytime you get above there, get short. Hope it doesn't break 45. I don't know. Interesting way to execute on that one. Maybe, the back through 4150 is the way to play this one. Or just back through any halt price. I was not looking at VFS today, I will admit. Did not even know that it halted. So interesting there. I want to see this breaking through $50 before I take another trade on it, though, I think. I don't really want to short something that is so highly manipulated, or that I think is so highly manipulated. I'm not sure what the story is on this one, but it should not be at this valuation, in my opinion. And the only reason it would be is if somebody is manipulating the price, or just the market structure is causing this, manipulation.
Sorry, bro. Spino Master, I prefer gas-guzzling SUVs. You and I both, brother. Because, NQ, Max, new day high, 15,242. We're not seeing the same type of vigor right now in the ES as we rely heavily on technology today for this move up, man. what a day it has been. Apple, you know, we've been talking a lot about this Apple weakness. Let's go to the daily chart today because Apple starting to turn a new page, question mark a little bit. I don't know if jinx my trade here on it, but nice bottom. I know Brenda was waiting at that 170 to add into the long term. It didn't quite make it down there. It danced with that 171 3/4 for a little bit. I was able to add at 172 after initially getting in at that 180. So finally, nicely back in the money on this bad boy. But we're definitely looking for that 200 take. We haven't taken 200. Now, it was a healthy pullback after making new highs. We hold this interesting level, too. This is what I like about it, the August highs. We don't hold it to the T, but we were very close to it. Look at this. So the closing print here on the August high was 174.5. You know, and we break it by a little bit. Where do we close? Where was the closing print here? 173.5. So $1 south, essentially, you know, basically the same level if you're looking at it from a technical perspective. I really like the fact that it bounced from here, but now we need a newer high to kind of keep the trend going. Not just good enough to hold this level, we got to make newer highs. But there you go, the trend intact on Apple. Now we're definitely going to be waiting to see what happens in September 13th. They speak and they have their product release and the like. Will be very interesting. Now, here's what I want to say about that. If you're looking for that day as the day to get in, that's not typically how that works, right? Usually there's some buying in anticipation of the actual release date. It's kind of like a buy the rumors, sell the news event. In any event, we'll see how this does. We still haven't reclaimed the 50 period on Apple. The 50 period here on the daily is at 182.85, at least on my chart. You know, we could say the 183-ish area. We'll have to break above there. You know, we're definitely above the 200 period. We didn't get anywhere near the 200 period. We hold a technical level, like I mentioned, from back in August. So Apple has been strong. Let's look at Meta because that was also on the receiving end of a larger pullback. Let's go to the daily chart here on Meta. And there you go. We make new highs at that 330. Was that new highs? I don't know. I don't think that was new highs, no. Let's go to the weekly here because after the split kind of screwed up. What was the highest ever? The Katina man says 360, yeah. So we definitely didn't make new highs. Definitely local highs there. Let's see what the daily shows. Yeah, you're right, Katina man. It was around that level, just a smidge below 360. We're definitely not at all-time highs, but we are back to that level. Oh wow, look at this. The rejection off 330 was actually the high before the big earnings miss back in February of 2022. That's when it huadunked from 330 in one day. It went from 330 to 243 in one day. And that was an aftermarket move. What a brutal day that was for anybody holding Meta at the time. But anyway, are we overtime? No, we have one more minute. Any last words, my friend, before we send you off on vacay?
Well, first of all, you guys are going to be in great hands. I believe Obi's taking the 2 weeks, which, you know, I imagine people have been missing Obi's ideas for the past few weeks since he's been on. As far as trading is concerned for the rest of the day, I'm actually short Tesla right now around 238.30. I like the 238 to 238.50 level. It feels like the market's kind of turning around, and Tesla did a bit of a wick top here. It consolidated below 40s, and then, you know, sold right back in. I think I'm going to get stopped out right about now on this one, though, looking like it does want to continue through that 238.50 level, which is what I want to stop out above. But we'll see. Maybe we can get a little bit of a turnaround on Tesla into this 237. And, I mean, if the market wants to do an actual pullback, then I think, you know, I'm well positioned in a very strong stock to maybe pull back a little bit more than some of the rest.
All right. Well, I want to wish you an awesome vacay, man, and be safe. Have a great time. Come back in one piece. Obi and I will be on the same time, same channel. Rando's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock, 2 hours to go on a very positive afternoon here. Once again, led by the NASDAQ and tech stocks specifically. Just saw one that popped up